All right, all right. Ooh, thought I heard something weird. Okay. What is good, everyone? What is good, everyone? OJ here. Welcome back to the stream. Today we got a great show for you guys, talking about a lot of Nintendo Switch 2 stuff. Random, big, massive news out of nowhere. Nintendo decided to drop a brand new Splatoon game on a random Tuesday on the Nintendo Today app. Oh man, this company's crazy. So we're gonna talk about that and so much more. It's been a pretty crazy day today, so we're gonna get into all of the action and the details.
Valuable items.
And shout outs to Shinru with the gifted membership. Shinru, I saw your message, but I was in the process of getting ready, so I couldn't respond. But I am fine, thank you. I appreciate you checking up on me, but I am doing good. Also shout outs to Astrals Off the Chain. With the 75 months, I wish the Switch 2 battery didn't die out under 90 minutes. I'm currently doing the Nintendo Prime. Hopefully it helps. It probably will help, yeah.
How's it going? I messaged you back on Discord.
Oh, okay, cool. Thank you, Justin. I appreciate that. I'm going to open up my Discord right now. Yeah, hopefully, Astrals Off the Chain, hopefully that helps out for you. Also, okay, never mind. I thought, okay, Shinru did. Another gifted membership. Yo, thank you so much, Shinru, with the 2 gifted memberships. I appreciate that. Hey, yo. Thank you so much, man. I appreciate that. Let's go. Then Justin, thank you for the $3 as well. Let's get the people up on the board here. So my man Justin, you are now the Hokage. Justin, thank you for the $3. Anybody does 3 or more, you get my man Justin on the board. Or tie him up. Let's go. And of course, full combo rewards and effects. All that good stuff is in play tonight. Hey, yo. Shout outs. Thank you guys so much for your support. Like always, you guys are goated. Also, let me get Shinru's name on the Gift Ninja board too, though. Shinru, we got to get your name up here too as well. Shinru with the 2 gifts. Anybody that's 2 gifts or more, beat up my man Shinru. Thank you for the 2 gifts, man. Appreciate that. So yeah. All right, let's continue on here. Let's go more shout outs. My man Dior is here. Epic Globsters, Astrals Off the Chain, David V, General Zamora, Rajiv, Party Man. What up, Party Man? Kevin, Sky Guys Quest, Russell Cunningham, which always reminds me of Randall Cunningham. Let's go. Jeff Shadow, Bluncy, Beans and Toast, Christopher Lenton, Aries EMS. What up, man? What up? Dr. Smooth received the membership from Mr. Shinru. No Splatoon 4. LLJK, looking forward to Splatoon 3, the new Splatoon 3 content. Well, it's a brand new Splatoon game, though. Splatoon 4 is definitely coming, but I actually like this move before Splatoon 4, and I'll tell you guys why, dude, because Splatoon 4 is probably going to take another year or so before it's ready. So I think it's actually super, super good if they got like a side team to make this in the meantime. That's awesome. So I don't think like one beats out I don't think like, oh, they did Splatoon Raiders, that means Splatoon 4 got delayed, or it's like, oh my, it's like, no, this is in between that. So I actually don't mind it at all. This is definitely like a side team that made this. I don't think it's like the main Splatoon 4 team that's working on Splatoon 4, obviously. So actually that's more games for us, man. That's not less, that's more. Calrith, what's up, Calrith? Welcome. Gibby says, add me, bro. Bro J, I want the next Mario Kart Monday. I didn't add you, Gibby. Put your friend code in the Discord in the PE Ultimate. Sign up, and I'll add everybody that puts their name in the Discord if they want to get in on the next Mario Kart. Shout outs though, Shinru. I went to GameStop today and bought Splatoon 3 because since it was for sale. I'm excited. It's a single player they announced today. I got Sonic Shadow Generations. Can't wait to play that one. Nice. Let's go. What's up, George FT? So I went and bought Rune Factory Guardians of Azuma at Best Buy. I bought it last night and I picked it up this morning, and guess what happened, guys? My freaking box was smashed. Like the back of the box near the bottom, it was ripped, and the box was kind of like smashed a little bit, and they only had 1 copy left. So I just returned it. I talked to somebody on customer service. I was thinking, hey, can you guys just like ship me out another one since it's not going to be here till the 13th, since you guys have no more left? Just ship me out one from here and I'll go return this. And then they're like, oh, well, no, you have to go to the store first. I just said, okay. Went to the store, just returned the game, and I just bought it from Amazon. So it's coming tomorrow. So I'll be slowly buying some new Switch 2 games as we go along here. What's up, Action Hank? Daily Pause Nintendo Energy Fix. Let's go. What's the Discord? I complained the Discord is for Elite Ninjas, or members as we call them. If your name is in green, or if you have the badge next to your name, !member, that'll get you into our Discord. It's only $1, and it does get you into it's a private Discord, not a public Discord. But yeah, that's the Discord if you want to get in, guys. It's only, like I said, it's only $1 for memberships. I want to make it as cheap as possible so everybody can get in on Mario Kart and all the different Nintendo Switch 2 games that come out. We're probably going to play Splatoon 3 as well, so just because of this new update. So we're probably going to get that in, because that's going to be a lot of fun. That should be a lot of fun. But yeah, man, I'm excited. Just another $3 dono. Let's go.
I'm glad Splatoon is expanding as a franchise. I love when Nintendo just drops big announcements randomly.
It's great.
Wow.
It makes for a great show too. It makes for a great show. It makes for, like, you never know what's going to happen. You never know what's going to happen, man. You never know, how they're going to do things. So yeah, it's definitely exciting to say the least. It's definitely exciting to say the least, man. I like it. I like it a lot. Also, KC Skills with the gifted membership. Thank you so much, KC Skills. I appreciate that. Let's go. Yeah, Cyberpunk. I got Cyberpunk as well. I did buy Cyberpunk physically. Guardians of Azuma physically. Got third in Mario Kart World. You got your third place. That's good, Dr. Birdie, but you can't be bragging. You can't be. Listen, there's no bragging about third place. So let me know when you get first. No offense, not trying to say that it's bad or anything. Trust me, I be getting whooped too. But if you're gonna talk about it, you got to get first. Let's see here. Why drop the announcement when it could be in the direct? It's still gonna be in a direct. I think some of you guys don't understand how Nintendo works. Nintendo's had announcements, random Twitter announcements, and those are also in directs as well. They didn't drop a release date. They didn't drop more details, so that is primed and perfect for a direct coming up. Primed and perfect for that. So that just because they announced it beforehand doesn't mean it's not going to be announced at a direct. Doesn't mean that there isn't going to be one. So they've done this before. Like I said, they've had it to where they just had a random announcement and then they end up detailing it more in a direct. So yeah. Shout outs to I Complain. Thank you for the tune in tier pledge. Yo, let's go. We need more. I mean, we actually had a stacked full house for Mario Kart, but we definitely would like to have more. Like, if we can get like 2 rotations of brand new people, so at any point, 48 people that want to play, that'd be great. So if you got a Switch 2, you want to get in on Mario Kart, join up on the Discord, !member, all lowercase. Like I said, join up. It's only $1. I make it cheap as possible so everybody can get in and play in the Discord. So yeah, shout outs. We got another one, Drewski. Yo, what's up, Drewski? Thank you for the tune-in tier pledge. Yo, let's go. 2 people already. Let's go. Thank you guys so much for your support, man. I appreciate that. Let's see here. Playing Mario Kart with this many people yesterday was really fun. That was quite possibly the funnest rounds of Mario Kart that we've had here in ages. Like, because the problem was, with the old community, I played Mario Kart 8. And that was fine, but then we played that for years, and then when Switch 1 came out, they're like, oh, well, here's Mario Kart 8 Deluxe again, and I'm like, okay, cool. They're adding new things, they've rebalanced some stuff, but then we played that for probably about 3 to 4 years. We played that religiously, where we almost every week, or every month for sure, we played it at least once a month for years. Maybe sometimes we missed a month or two, but there was times that we played it multiple times, 3, 4, 5 times a month, maybe. So then we kind of got tired of it. Because but then they did the booster course, so then we just started playing the booster course passes. But then we got kind of tired of that. So this is the most fun that I've had with Mario Kart in a long time. It also doesn't help if the game plays way better and there's a higher skill gap or skill ceiling for like charge jumps and wall riding and all that type of stuff like that. So I think it's gonna last a bit longer for us, at least with this one. Yeah, Ride Owl's a big release as well. I agree. That's a big release. It's a remaster. It's not a brand new game. But it's definitely a big release for sure. We kind of got sick of Mario Kart 8 just because it'd been around. It's a great game, but it's just been around for too long. It's like it definitely like wore out its welcome, So yeah. Let's see, any game that one plays for years, $80 will we be parking? I mean, like, I'm not gonna sit there and say that I want to pay the 80 or anything like that, but I mean, I know for me personally, since I'm a streamer, it's a completely different value proposition compared to somebody else. But even if I wasn't one, if I was gonna play it for years and years and years and years, I mean, yeah, I'd probably still get it because I know I'm gonna be playing it for forever, or playing it for a long time. But that doesn't mean I want it to be that, though. So, yeah. Let's see. We'll have to tune into Newswave to find out if Direct is announced. We'll have to tune into after Newswave to find out if Direct is announced. After Newswave? You don't have to tune into after Newswave. That's John's show, right? You don't have to tune in at that to find out if the Direct is announced. You can literally... Nintendo announces Directs on their Twitter page. That's when they announce the Direct. So you don't have to tune into any specific or individual person. Nintendo will announce the Direct on their Twitter page. If you have a Twitter account, you can look. They always announce it at either 6 o'clock or 7 o'clock. I mean, they don't really go past that. I mean, maybe sometimes, but it's usually at 6 a.m. or 7 a.m. the day before or a couple days before. So you don't got to wait till any individual YouTuber. Nintendo will announce that themselves. My blogging people simply say there's barely any improvement for Mario Kart World. Some of these people never played Mario Kart 8 Deluxe before. When the people that are saying that there's barely any improvement, it's not that they haven't played Mario Kart 8, is that they don't really know all the ins and outs of Mario Kart 8, or they played very sparingly. So Mario Kart, obviously, it's a driving game. It's a racing game. You're on karts, you know? So, I mean, for many people, it's not going to feel that much different because they're not going to know how to do, like, the wall riding and all that type of stuff like that. And it's generally the same base of just driving around, right? So that's the reason why. Not because it's not different, just because for them, everybody's different in terms of how they play games, you know? Let's see here. It's just a meme that announced stuff right after Newswave. Oh, it's a meme. Okay, got you. Let's see here. The Direct is not going to be announced tomorrow, guys. There's not going to be an announcement of a Direct tomorrow, no. If there's going to be a Direct coming up or an announcement of a Direct, trust me, there's going to be somebody that says, hey, guys, look forward to a Direct. Like, there's going to be some type of leak or something beforehand, like an inside, like Nate the Hater, somebody saying something. So it's not just going to be tomorrow randomly. I haven't heard Nate say anything. Or there's going to be somebody saying something. So I doubt it. Deported says, with the $2, says, come on, OJ, help your boy John. The only place is Newswave. Okay, the meme was after Newswave because he always misses. There's always something big that happens after he has the news. Okay, yeah, that's the meme. I remember that meme. I just forgot it. Let's see. Direct is next week. I don't know if the Direct's next week. The rail system alone is a big change. That's a huge change. Huge change is the rail system. Knockout Tour and the rail system. The wall riding, stuff like that's so big. And then obviously like the 24 players online creates a whole different way of trying to survive or even trying to play in the game. Carts recover faster. There's also like different tech when it comes to like items and just the balance. Obviously new items, new carts. You don't go underwater anymore. You now race on top like jet ski stuff. So it's like there's a number of things that just make it a very different game to play. But also like it's refined in terms of the controls. It feels better to play. It feels more tight. Feels more precise when it comes to certain types of cars, depending on what you're playing, right? Some cars might have like a little bit of a loose drifting feel to them, but the controls just ultimately feel better. That might be due to the actual controller, you know, like the, you know, stuff like this and like the Joy-Cons, the new Joy-Cons. But yeah, overall, it's just a much better game, much better playing game. So yeah. First place isn't the best place to be anymore. First place is not. You got it second place or third place. We don't need first. I checked the closest Best Buy. They're already out of stock. Yeah, I checked my Best Buy today, guys, and they're out of stock. Which I didn't know if that would happen because I'm thinking, okay, my Best Buy. I live in a super gamer centric area in California, like the highest performing when it comes to it. Like one of the highest performing areas for video games is in the middle of California because there's not a lot to do here, okay? Like, everybody goes either up north to do stuff, or you go east, you go to Vegas. I'm 4 hours away from Vegas. I'm like 2 hours away plus from Los Angeles. I'm like 4 to 5 hours away from San Francisco, and I'm like another 2 hours away from the beach. So I live in a pretty good spot to where I could get to anything very easily, but it's very hot and boring for the most part. There's not like a lot of stuff to do here. So the gaming is huge here. Like, all the GameStops are still around. Like, you know how people talk, oh, GameStops are going out of business. Not the GameStops here. Every GameStop that I know of they're all still up and running just fine. You know, every single GameStop. The Best Buy here is a high performing Best Buy. It's not having the issues other Best Buys are having because people buy all sorts of crap. So they were out of stock, which that one caught me off because I know that like I talked to the manager because I have a friend that works there in distribution. And they said, yeah, we're going to have like 850 plus systems. We're going to be getting regular stock. Like, I'm thinking, okay, well, maybe they won't sell out of that initial stock, which they didn't. They had they sold like, I think they sold like 800 systems plus. They had some left over. But then I took some pictures. There was like 6 of them in the box. I'm like, okay. Like, that was right after the launch when I got back from San Francisco, from the Nintendo store in San Francisco. But then all of a sudden, I went today to go pick up my Guardians of Azuma copy, and they were gone. And then they had the sign up. I put it on Twitter, out of stock, and I'm like, oh, snap, they actually did run out of stock. I was thinking they're going to have a pretty, you know, maybe they'd have a ample supply a bit more, but no, they were out. You know, they were out. So it's pretty crazy. So yeah, man. Okay, we got this weirdo again. Okay, just got this idiot. So we're just gonna keep on banning you. Let's see here. Yeah, the items are a lot more fair. In top 3, I can get items with you sometimes. LOL. In 8, it was a single. Man, sometimes it feels like it's fair, then sometimes it feels like it's not fair. Yeah, 850 Nintendo Switch 2 systems. Yes, 800. They got 800 plus. The line was so long. My wife told me that it was wrapping around like the Walmart that's like next to it. Like, it's like a huge stretch of land. Obviously, big shopping center. And there's like a Walmart next to it. And it was like going from the Best Buy all the way past the Walmart. Like that's how big the line was, apparently. My wife told me. I was in San Francisco. Let's see. My brother lives in the Chicago area. Hasn't been able to find a system yet. Yeah. The Best Buy. I mean, it's good. It's not really good, though. Like, I was hoping. Here's what I was hoping for. I was hoping for just low stock everywhere. Where I never saw a sold out sign. Where I just saw like, oh, there's only like 1 or 2 in the little box area. I was hoping that it'd be like a consistent, you know, people are consistently going to be able to get it. But now we're getting to the point where people are walking in, you know, and it says sold out. So that's not something that you want to see. Because like the first thing that I saw when I walked in was sold out sign, you know. Shout out to Minato with the 68 says there's 6 of them in stock. Switch 2 overhyped, out of stock, artificial scarcity. OJ, by the way, where are those confused with Switch 2? So listen, the whole confusion thing, I think that it's going to be dependent on how the store does it. Like, I saw some stores, they're putting Switch 2 boxes right next to Switch 1 boxes, but my store, they're not doing that. They're separating Switch 1. So essentially what they're doing with Switch 1 is that if you want a Switch 1, it's going to be behind the counter. It's going to be, so people are going to specifically ask for it. But on the show floor, all they're doing, they're pretty much just putting Switch 2. Switch 2 is pretty much the main display, and they have that. So I think that depending on what store you go to and how they organize it, that'll be whether somebody gets confused or not. It's really going to be based off the store itself, you know. So yeah. They did have Switch lights right next to the Switch 2s though, but like I took a picture that was like green, like the teal Switch lights. They had a few of those. I was lucky my wife had it for me for my birthday. Nice. Shout outs to the wife. Wife OG Lord Flames. Let's go. About Cyberpunk No Man's Sky. Support the publisher. Support love what they have done. Yo, let's go. I'm doing good, Dash. What's up, man? Welcome. Honestly think most people didn't know what day it came out. I got mine midnight. The next day, every store had them. Next day, there was none anywhere. Not everybody rushes out and gets it. Like, I don't know if most people didn't know what day it was coming out. I think they had a general idea. But yeah, I definitely think that there was some people like, oh, okay, it's out now. Okay, let me go pick it up. So yeah, there was definitely some of those because when I was in San Francisco, people were walking by like the San Francisco line. They're like, oh, what's going on here? They're like, oh, it's the new Switch 2 launch. They're like, oh yeah, Switch 2 is coming. And they're like, can I get in line? They were asking. There were some young guys, you know, they're like, can I get in line? They're like, yeah, you can get in line if you want. So then people actually started getting in line because like, oh, they stopped what they were doing. They were calling people like, hey, I'll be there a little bit later. Like, I want to get in line. So people actually got in line and were able to get one, you know, because like they were just like walking by. Because like San Francisco, it's crazy because I always get smixed because, you know, where I live, there's a lot of people. But like people don't walk around like that. But in San Francisco downtown, people are just walking like everywhere. You just see people everywhere downtown. It's like, you know, like downtown Los Angeles, or it's like, you know, like New York, like these big cities. Like I don't live in there, so I mean I'm used to it because I go there. But it's always interesting to see how people just operate in like a big city like that, right? And downtown San Francisco, just like I said, just people everywhere, people talking all the time, people, you know, everywhere. So that it was just interesting to see how the people were interacting with people in the line, and also people that work for the city, right? I was talking to a police officer, Mr. Battle. Shout outs to Mr. Battle. I was talking to police, and then there was like garbage people that were on the back of the trucks, like asking, hey, what's going on here? You know, so it was pretty cool. It was pretty cool. It's always fun to go to places that are kind of like, you know, not exactly like where you're at, so something a little bit different, you know. So it was cool. Hey, what's up, Static Shock? Man, if I get Switch 2, I would love to play Tears of the Kingdom since I haven't beaten that on Switch 1. Heard the update is beautiful. Yeah, man, Static. I suggest getting, dude. I suggest getting one. Like, if you want to play Tears of the Kingdom in the best way possible on official hardware, anywhere that you want, on the beautiful screen, I think that Switch 2 is probably the best place to do that, you know? Let's see here. Shoutouts to Toto Dope. Toto Dope. Toto Dope. Toto Dope. Toto Dope. Yo, shoutouts, man. Thank you for the Jonan tier pledge. Hey, yo, let's go. Thank you so much, man. I appreciate that. Yo, we are at the first. Yeah, there we go. We are at the first extension. Let's go. Shoutouts, guys. I appreciate you guys. Let's get that young overclock.
Overclock Buster.
Yes, sir. Thank you guys so much. 15 minutes plus extension. Next one up at 30. You'll have a 30-minute extension on stream. Let's go. Thank you guys so much. I appreciate that. I did not know it was coming out in June. I thought it was July. Oh, that's because you're not watching my videos. If you're watching my videos, Ethan, you'd know exactly when it was coming out. What's up, Marcus Williams Jr.? Long time, man. Good to see you here. It just sucks. It was sold out everywhere in Killing, Texas. Oh man. So you didn't get a pre-order in Static Shock? But also, guys, remember you can win one from me as well. So make sure you subscribe to the channel. And make sure that you lock in on the community page as well, because you can win one from me out here, Player Essence. You can win one. So yeah, I forgot to put it in the title today that we're giving one away, but yeah, I had it in my video today. Watch my vids. Let's see. Just found out about you from a friend. I love your oh, I thought you've been here for a while, Ethan Cooper. My bad. Sorry, I thought you were a regular. I thought you've been here for like years. But yeah, thank you to your friend for letting. Thank you to your friend for letting him or letting how he let you know about me. So thank you. I appreciate that. Shout outs. Let's see. OG says, I'm disappointed with Fast Fusion. Fast RMX is better. Fast RMX is faster and isn't a blurry mess. A blurry mess. I don't know. The game runs at 4K 60 frames on Switch 2. So how is it blurry? Let me know. I don't know. It's getting pretty good reviews. So what do you not like about it? What's up, Warlux? What's up, man? Welcome. Star Wars Addict just said, just found out yourself. Yo, let's go. Mega Lee, what's up, Mega Lee? Forgot to pre-order. Oh, okay. Yo, Dean with the $1 dono. And he says, okay, I was waiting for the speech to text, but it's not enough for speech to text. That's okay. Thank you for the $1 dono, Dean. And he says, hi, OJ. Hi, Dean. Just got my Switch 2 in Japan. The thing is awesome. My brother let me know that even in Australia, where the pre-orders were slow, it sold out at launch. Now they're waiting for the next shipment. Just makes me happy to see it do well. Yeah, I mean, like, I don't like to see complete sellouts because I like to see it, for people to be able to buy it in store. But I mean, at the same time, like, if the demand is, obviously the demand is there. So let's talk about the sales records, though. Let's talk about the sales records. Then we'll get into Splatoon, the new Splatoon game. So apparently, the Switch 2 has broken sales records in various different ways or in regions. So in Spain, we got to update. No, sorry, France. In France, we got to update. It's not 200,000. I reported 200,000. That's my mistake. It's about 168 to 169,000. So that's a record for all systems in France. No other system has ever sold that much in the first opening, I think, a day or two, or I think it's 2 days or whatever, the first opening weekend and all that. So that's a record. That's a record there. Next up is the UK. The UK, it didn't break an overall record. The PS4, the PS5, I think the Xbox Series were all above it. But it broke a Nintendo record in the UK. The next closest system was the Nintendo 3DS back in 2010 or 2011 or whatever. And that did 113,000. Now, we know what the Switch 1 did. The Switch 1 actually did less than the 3DS. The Switch 1 did 80,000, but we know that it's outsold it 2-1. So the Switch 2 did about 160,000 plus or so in the UK. That is a Nintendo record by tens of thousands of units. So definitely good there. UK is a little bit tougher for Nintendo, but not bad at all. When it comes to, so UK, we did France. Okay, and then now in Spain. Spain had actually broken overall system record in Spain. So Spain, it was 108,000 units, and that's actually more than double. That's about, more than double plus the closest one. I was shocked to see that the next the system with the highest sales weekend for a new console launch was the PSP. back in like the mid 2000s. A lot of you guys were babies or little children back then. So Spain, to all my Spaniards out there, you know, shout outs to the Vegas out there and all that, you know what I'm saying? You guys were not buying nothing like that, nothing super crazy, or more like supply constraints since then. People aren't sending as many systems to Spain. But yeah, PSP with like 54,000. Crazy. Also, shout out to Cyberjust with the Jow. Let's go.
Evening all.
Evening.
Splatoon, let's go.
Yes, sir.
How about some Splatoon tracks to celebrate?
Yes, sir. Oh, snap. And Kevin. California Smash. Let's go.
Can I get any music from Earthbound?
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Yo, we got some big donos coming through. Thank you guys so much, man. I appreciate that. My man Kevin, you are now the new Hokage Stream Ninja and Cyber T coming out here representing the fam. Yo, what's up, Cyber T? What's up, Kevin? Thank you guys so much for the support. My man Kevin up at the top of the board with the big 30. Anybody that's 30 or more, you can beat out Kevin on both boards, or you can tie him up. Hey, yo, shout out to my man Kevin as well. And CR Worlds Gaming, let's go with the 3.
OJ, I
Yes,
was
sir.
at my local Kroger store and the Switch 2 stock were gone.
Oh.
When I asked for the case, the clerk was like, Nintendo is being shady with their practice, talking about the GKC. Told him third parties are doing that, not Nintendo with their first party.
Okay, got you. Yeah. Some people overall. So, shout out to CR Worlds Gaming. Thank you so much. And we have hit multiple overclocks. Let's go.
Overclock Buster!
Let's get some Splatoon music, then we'll parry that up to Earthbound music. Let's go. Shout outs, guys. Appreciate that. Let's get some relaxing Splatoon music. The port with the $2 says, how does Switch 2 sales compare to Xbox in Japan? Well, we'll find out very soon here. We're gonna find out probably Wednesday or Thursday. I mean, it might come. We might find out the sales numbers for Japan tomorrow. There might be an announcement tomorrow morning, so look out for that when it comes to it. So we will know for sure the sales numbers and if it's a combo breaker or not. In Spain, the time we're experiencing a huge recession with those 17 to 26 years old experiencing 31% unemployment rate. Oh, okay, gotcha. At that time that the PSP came out, or okay, I didn't know the deal with Spain. I did not know that, so that's definitely good information. Thank you. All right, so we got Splatoon Octo expansion. Let's see. I was playing Splatoon 3 on my Switch 2 and it came to YouTube and saw the news. Can't wait. Nice. Let's go. Let's go. Did I miss saying hi to anybody? Be crazy if Switch 2 already beat out the total Xbox Series sales in Japan. Let me look up the total Xbox Series sales in Japan. Let me look that up and let's see where it's at. Gematsu Famitsu sales. So let me look it up and let's just see if that's even possible. All right. So the total Series X sales in Japan, they've sold around, yeah, it's gonna beat it out. Because they've only sold about 350, a little bit over 357,000. That's all they've sold of the Xbox Series. So yeah, it's probably gonna beat it out. It might double it up or even triple it up, or close to tripling it. So yeah, it's definitely gonna beat it out though. What's up, Mr. Black? Shoutouts, welcome. What's up, James Lucy? What's up? Says Splatoon, let's go. Darpy, what's up, man? Happy 15th anniversary to Xenoblade. Yes, happy 15th anniversary as well to Xenoblade. Happy 15th anniversary. All right, here we go. Got some more Splatoon. Actually, let's get something a little bit more. Yeah, there we go. This one's a little bit more. There we go. What's good? Yeah, 15 years already for for Xenoblade. It came out in 2010 in Japan. So yeah, June 10th, or around June. Was it June? The original Japanese release. Now we got it later. If you're in the UK or if you're in Europe, you got it in 2011. If you're in the US, you got it in 2012. So it came out not quite 15 years for everywhere. Kevin the Speedster with the $5 dono. Shout out to Kevin the Speedster. Appreciate you, man.
What's up, OJ?
What up?
I'm having a blast with my Switch 2.
Yes, sir.
Some haters are just mad because my favorite console of all time sold over 150 million.
Yes, sir.
Some hate on Switch 2, but they were never gonna get a Switch anyway.
Yeah, I mean, listen, guys,
LOL.
listen. Every system has haters, though. Like Xbox has a lot of haters. Lots of places have a lot of haters, so that's to be expected. Okay, that's to be expected. But it's okay. Like it's fine. Like you can still enjoy your system. I'm really enjoying the Switch 2. I think this is the best, if not one of the best, if not the best system Nintendo's created from a pure build and just overall standpoint, at least modern system. It feels sturdy, it feels good. The analog sticks and the buttons, everything feels pretty solid on there. The dock, everything seems good. Obviously built-in Ethernet port from the beginning this time, thankfully. Finally, with every single dock comes with the Ethernet port, so that's good. So it's definitely, in my opinion, a good system. I like the rollout of games. The rollout of games and the announcements are going to be good so far. So it's not perfect. Nothing's perfect with the system. Obviously, battery life could be better for some. You obviously have some other things when it comes to stuff that I talked about in my big review. But overall, man, I'm enjoying it. So yeah. What's up, Superpower Man? You didn't miss anything yet. Do we know numbers for Switch 2? Well, yeah, we went over UK numbers. We went over Spain numbers, and we went over France numbers. So we know all of those, but we don't have all the worldwide numbers yet. I think, once again, there are some people that have a Switch 2 but don't like it, but you got to also remember, some people that bought the Switch 2, whether it's media or not, they just bought it because they're part of media to be part of the conversation, but they like Xbox or they like PlayStation or they like PC more. So if you're into those platforms more and you're not really into Nintendo's games or backwards compatibility, which a lot of core Nintendo fans really are interested in backwards compatibility, that's like a must. And the fact that the backwards compatibility in the Switch 2 actually boosts stuff, actual Nintendo fans that like Nintendo's games are very ecstatic about that. People who don't really like their games or didn't really play their games or just don't care, maybe they played a little bit on Switch 1, they're not as happy about that or ecstatic about that, or if you don't like Mario Kart. So those are the people that are kind of like, I'm not so happy about that. But the people that actually like Nintendo's games, like, they're obviously ecstatic about it. There's a lot of hype and people rushing out to buy it because you're seeing, look at MVG's video, the backwards compatibility video. He hit trending on a backwards compatibility video. He hit trending on a random Monday. MVG hit trending because of a backwards compatibility video. There's been, Sean and John have been making them. People are really interested. So that's how those are the core Nintendo fans that are really excited because we know how things went. A lot of these people that bought the Switch 2, they didn't even play the Switch 1 games. They didn't even play them. They don't know how, they just heard how bad they ran and then they just made fun of it online or whatever, right? I saw someone that's in media that did that. They don't care. They don't care to go back and all that. They play other systems. They just, I don't know what they want. They want like a million different, like they wanted like Mario, Zelda, and Pokemon all like at one day. That wasn't gonna happen. Obviously, we knew that wasn't gonna happen. So there's a difference between people that are just playing it to be part of the conversation, or people that just don't have the system, they're just talking, and people that are actually fans of the Switch 1 and are now excited for Switch 2.
My clerk is also not happy that Switch 2 is bricking users from modding the console. He says gamers should own their games. I told him, yeah, we should own games, but I support developers, not thieves. Lol.
Yeah, all the systems. I mean, what you should have told him was that all of them have a EULA that can brick systems. So listen, you're not allowed to mod systems on any. You're not allowed to mod your system, and if Microsoft or Sony knows that you mod your system and you connect to the online, they will brick your system because you could hack their systems. You know what I'm saying? So Sony has the same EULA. They've actually bricked systems before. Jake Randall literally had a brick system. He bought a brick system from somebody who did something illegal, and Sony bricked his system. So this whole bricking system things, it's silly because Nintendo's actually, they've had that in their EULA since the Wii days. So this is not new. YouTubers just decided to be YouTubers, and single out Nintendo. But literally all of them can do that, and all of them have done that, So yeah. Hey, if you have NSO expansion, when you get the Switch 2 Breath of the Wild Tears of the Kingdom free, as well as No Man's Sky Switch 2 edition. I don't know about No Man's Sky, but it's not free. You have to pay for the expansion. But yeah, you do get Breath of the Wild Tears of the Kingdom. So yeah, what's up, Anthony Smith? Let's see here. The way the future you will own nothing and like it. You're not allowed to mod your systems. You will not allowed to mod your, at least if you get caught. You can mod your system, but just don't go online. If you mod your system and they know that you modded your system and you go online and they can detect that, they will break your system or back you out from going online. They will block you out from their service at the bare minimum, which Microsoft, Sony, and Nintendo have all done. So that's just something. I don't mod my systems, so I don't really care, and I'm not going to act like I do care. You know, if I felt like modding the system, I would keep it offline. You know, I would keep it offline, so therefore I can't get bricked. If it's not online, then you can't get bricked. You know. So yeah. What's up, Life Will Change? Shoutouts. So glad I didn't finish Tears of the Kingdom on Switch 1. Now you can finish it on Switch 2. Thank you so much, CR Worlds. Thank you for another $3 dono. I appreciate that. Let's get some Earthbound music, though. Earthbound. All right. Earthbound music. No Man. Okay, yeah. No Man's Sky, it's a free update. So there you go. No Man's Sky, free update for that. Here we go. That's why we're saying if I can't cruelly own something, it's okay to steal it. Silly, moronic. Yeah, that's just a dumb. That's just a dumb statement. If you don't actually own it, you can play. You just can't break the rules. You own it. You just can't break the. You can't mod it illegally, like mod stuff and all that, and then go online and then expect them to be like, oh yeah, that's cool. You can potentially, you know, hack our systems or whatever. Like I said, I'm not really into the modding scene, so I don't know. But all of them have that in their EULA, like Microsoft, Sony, you know. All of them do. Microsoft, Sony, Nintendo. You can't do that. So I don't really care. But if those people that if that's what you care about, then that's fine too as well. But yeah, they all have the same thing. Let's see here. I didn't like game key cards. I feel I pay for a game. It should be on the cartridge. Yeah, then don't buy them. You know, don't buy them. I agree. I haven't bought any game key cards yet. I might buy some in the future, but I haven't bought any yet. Dude, yeah, Switch 2 Pro Controllers crazy upgrade. Yeah. You getting the kill switch from D-Brand? No, I haven't got it yet. Let's see here. Oh man, this also is a troll as well. So he says the PS5 and Series X still sold faster. No, the PS5 and Series X, that's not confirmed. I'm gonna ban you here because of your name. But I don't know how I'm wrong. In Spain, it was the best-selling system of all time when it comes to the launch. In France, it was also the best-selling system of all time for the launch as well. In the UK, it was 4th best, but it was the best for Nintendo. It had doubled up the Switch 1. So how am I going to admit that I was wrong? You're a troll, for sure. Your name is EDP. So you're a troll. But no, I wasn't wrong. And then we're still waiting for Japanese numbers, which it's going to do really good in Japan. And we're still waiting for the US numbers. Plus, there's plenty of sold out or plenty of low stock in lots of places. So I'm not sure how I was wrong. But yeah, it's all good. Thanks for coming out to the stream. You're definitely a troll. But I have no idea how I was wrong. Literally, it broke records in Spain. It broke records in France. It's the best selling in France and in Spain. And it doubled up on Switch 1 when it comes to the UK. And we still need to wait for US numbers. We still need to wait for Japanese numbers. But there's no way I was wrong on anything. There's no way I was wrong. Factually, I was not wrong right now. Not right now. So yeah, shout out to George FT with the $10 dono. It says happy anniversary to Xenoblade Chronicles. Play your favorite Xenoblade one-track. OJ, thank you so much, George FT. Thank you for the big $10. And thank you for being such a super cool elite ninja, Mr. George FT. That's 6 foot on a good day. Shout outs, man. I see fourth in the UK because their gaming taste suck. I don't even really think it's about that. Like, once again, the UK, it's not the biggest market for Nintendo. That's okay. That's fine. And once again, it still doubled up on the Switch 1. The Switch 1 sold around 80K. The Switch 2 did around 160K plus. So it still dramatically beat out the Nintendo Switch 1, and it dramatically beat out the Nintendo 3DS. That was the previous best-selling Nintendo system in the UK. So it actually didn't do too bad in terms of for Nintendo. Obviously not as good as PS5, not as good as Xbox Series. I don't know what those did, though. I don't know how close or far away those were. But not as good as PS5, PS4. But that's okay. Once again, that's why there's Japan. That's why there's other places that are going to do significantly better. So you're not going to sell, like, for example, Sony. Sony doesn't sell that great in Japan, you know, but they sell good in Europe, the UK. They sell good in the UK. They sell good in US, but they don't sell that good in Japan. So every system has, I mean, Microsoft doesn't, I don't know where Microsoft sells good at this point. They, so yeah. Hey, I'm 6 foot on a good day. Can you see my comments? I can see your comments, Mr. Davis. Welcome. I'm glad that you liked my video today. Let's go. Let me get some more music here. Xenoblade Chronicles. How about Zanza? Zanza, the divine theme. Let's go. Thank you so much, guys. Appreciate that. Let's see, Scott. Yeah, but they shipped a ton of They shipped a ton of systems, though. They shipped a ton of systems. Let's see here. Also, we owe nothing and games enjoy. Yeah, exactly. I don't really care about that, but people are allowed to do whatever they want. So yeah, haven't been on the OJ stream in a while. Been nice to hear some positivity Switch 2. There's plenty of positivity about Switch 2, guys. There's plenty of it. The problem is that a lot of us live in a bubble. You know, a lot of us live in a bubble and you don't see it. Obviously, look at the launch. If everything was all negative, why would people rush out to go buy the system? Why are people buying the system? Like, so I think it's a little bit overblown when people say there's like no positivity. That's just not true based off of the actual sales of people going out there and buying it. From what I see, at least. There's a small or somewhat small, very vocal base of people that are talking. I see, correct me if I'm wrong, but didn't Switch 2 outsell Switch 1 in the US day one? Well, we don't have the US numbers right now, but I'm pretty sure that it did because Nintendo had way more stock for Switch 2 than Switch 1. Street Fighter just announced on social media that they have sold over 5 million copies on its second anniversary. Nice, let's go. Hopefully Switch 2 helped boost them with that. The Ports of Sony says, Switch 2 positivity, keep dreaming. Shout out, thank you. Appreciate it. You also have to remember too, guys, is that this is also a business for a lot of YouTubers. A lot of YouTubers that don't like Nintendo, they're not going to fake it and act like they do like Nintendo. So one way that they can actually make money off of the Switch 2, because they're not going to play it, they're not going to really like it, is one way is to actually just be negative and like point out every single thing that you can. So there's also that as well. So you have to also remember that it's a business for many, many, many people, which it's a business for everybody doing YouTube, you know, overall that's monetized. But for some people, it's like they used it as a business opportunity to be angry or upset or every single thing, you know. So keep that in mind as well. Johnny with the $3 dono. Thank you so much to Johnny. Shout outs to Deported Sicilian. Thank you to Johnny as well with the $3 dono. 86 on the board. Let's go. Combo breaks. Let's see. Those vocal minority happens to be a huge PC fans. I mean, yeah, sure. I travel like crazy, so choice is always fun, easy to use, playing on a plane or train. Good set of games, backwards compatibility. Yeah, see, like I said, the actual Nintendo Switch 1 fans, they saw backwards compatibility, and then they saw that it actually improves, and they said, this thing's incredible, just based off that, you know?
You can always win with the power of positivity.
You can always win with the power of positivity. Shout outs to SpongeBob, right? Yo, let's go. JoJo boys. Hey, yo, combo breaker. 96, 4 away from the 100 combo breaker. Let's go even further than beyond. Let's go, Cyber Taurus. Thank you so much for the $10 dono. Appreciate that. So yeah. Listen, guys, stop roasting Dreamcast guy. He's the homie. Stop roasting him in the chat. Listen. Stop roasting him in the chat. No, he's a good guy. He's just, once again, it's a business opportunity for people, and it's okay. There are people that feel the same way that he feels, you know? So I think it's fair. I mean, a lot of it is maybe not the best content, but at the same time, it's like there are people that feel the same way, right? So, I mean, there's a market for it. That's what I'm trying to say. Deported with the $2 says, if you buy Switch 2, DC guy gonna chomp you with his grill. Oh my god, you guys won't stop, man. Is it because I've suggested his content so much and he's my friend? I think that's the reason why you guys won't stop bringing him up. I was thinking about that the other day, and I'm like, why do they keep on bringing him up? Like, why even when I think I know the reason why. Because like I said, we've collaborated. He was on the Spawncast. I don't think you guys are gonna stop, so I'm just gonna have to deal with it, right? Is that what I'm just gonna have to deal with you guys constantly bringing him up. I don't think I can stop you guys, right? It is what it is. Shout outs, thank you so much to Ports Sling with the $2 dono. So yeah, I think Switch 2 looks awesome. Waiting on the shipment that should be here Friday. Nice, Johnny. Let's go. Oh my gosh, you're stupid. I'm not reading that, Jose. I'm not reading that. That's not funny. That's not funny. Let's see here. Star Wars Addict with the 4.99 says, thanks for the show. No problem. Thank you for being here. Remember, guys, we do have a Switch 2 giveaway that we're going to be doing. So I'm going to direct you guys for those who are new or if you just missed it. We have a Switch 2 giveaway. Go enter in. It's on the community page. I'm going to put a link for you guys right now. We're going to be announcing the winner on June 16th. That's Monday. So make sure you guys go enter into the Switch 2 giveaway as well. Let's go. So yeah, I read everything, but sometimes I don't read everything out loud, but I read everything. Let's see here. I read it. I'm not reading it out loud though. I'm not reading it out loud. Shout outs though. Star Wars Addict. Yo, thank you so much, man. I appreciate the $5 dono. Let's go. I think that gets us to, what is that? 102 or no, 103. 103 and the full limit break. Let's go. So much, guys. Bonus stream activated. Yo, let's go. Let's see if we can get the double limit break today. Let's get it. Let's see here. I just keep seeing the thumb. Like the. Those thumbnails. Yeah, you just keep seeing the thumbnails everywhere, man. The thumbnails. Oh man. So yeah. Let's see here. Cyber Toast with the $5 says, oh yeah, check your DM. You get a chance positively shipping update. Okay, yes. I did see that you sent something, so I'll definitely check that on the shipping update. So yeah, I will check that for sure. Thank you so much, Cyber Taurus. Thank you for the $5. You guys give some love to Cyber Taurus, man. Big elite ninja here in the village. We out here. Also supplying, sponsoring the Switch 2 giveaway as well. What's good, OJ? Honestly, man, I'm befuddled as to why Switch 2 has gotten under the skin of so many negative Nancy's and Johnny. Seriously, it's ungodly about it, man. I mean, there's some things I can think that are fair for criticism. Obviously, the $80 game with Mario Kart World, I think that was a somewhat unforced error on Nintendo's part. So I think so I think that's it. Also, if you look at like game key cards, I know some people got upset with that, but that's more of the Nintendo community, not necessarily the outside community. Like we had PC gamers grift on that, which was insane. Like sitting there getting upset about game key cards, and I'm like, dude, PC's like all digital. What are you complaining for? So there's that. But I mean, like, yeah, game key cards, I can see that. I can see like the price of Mario Kart, but outside of that, there really isn't too much. You know, maybe some people like, you know, locking of maybe how the voice chat works with some things, but for the most part, there isn't like it's a lot worse in terms of some people getting crazy than like what it actually is, you know. So, or like, you know, they made a big deal like bricking systems and stuff like that, like the EULA, and then conveniently forgot to mention that Sony has the same policy in their same video, right? Like conveniently, and then also never mentioned it that Sony has the same policy. So there's also stuff like that. There's also a little bit of fake outrage, you know, as well. So yeah, why do I think Mario Kart World isn't worth 80? I just don't like games going up in price to that much. I think that, you know, 70 would have been fine for the game. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know if it's not worth that for everyone. I said that value is subjective. I still have to do my review. I think 70 would have been an okay price for the game. Now after playing it though, and after, I mean, and you know, Spawn Wave, he opened it up. Apparently it's on a 64 gigabyte cartridge, and we know that the game took 8 years to make. So I can see why they said, all right, we're going to charge an extra 10 for it, because it's a 64 gigabyte cartridge that they had to use for that game. And it also was in development for like 8 years. So the probably the amount of money they spent was significant for that. But I still think 70 would have been fine. I don't think they would have lost money on that game over the course of time if they did that. So that's just my thought process. For me, is it worth the 80? Of course it is, because I'm a content creator. I can stream it. People are going to become members. I'm not going to sit here and pull wool over your eyes like other content creators and act like they didn't just make crazy bags off of complaining about Mario Kart. All of them that said it's not worth the 80, they all made what it was all worth it for them in like I said, in a vacuum to themselves. Now they're speaking for other people, right? They're not speaking for themselves, but for me personally, yeah, clearly it was worth it, because once again, I'm a streamer, so you can't really put me in the same equation. Now, if I'm speaking for other people, yeah, for other people, it's not going to be worth it for them, because, you know, they're not going to play it as much as some people, right? So for other people, the value or the content might not be there for some people. But if you play it a lot, then it's gonna be there. So it's gonna be subjective based off of, you know, who you are or whatever the case is, right? So yeah. Don't forget the robust music library on the game. Yeah, okay, I will say that they probably spent a lot of money on the music. That's something that I think that they actually did. They spent a ton of money on the remixes, and like the sound quality is incredible. It sounds like a freaking, you know, like a, what's the highest quality of audio these days? I don't know, like what it sounds incredible. If you get some nice headphones, plug in directly jack that baby into the Switch, and the audio in the game, how it sounds, the 3D, like all that is super nice. Like how green shells kind of like whiz by in different areas. The audio, just direction in general, is really well done. But the music, the amount of tracks, the remixes, I will say that yes, that was probably not cheap to do all that. That was probably pricey. So let's see here. Wasn't there an $80 game announced at the Xbox event? There was. The Outer Worlds 2 is now $80, which Microsoft already let us know that they're going to be doing $80 games. So, yeah. People will pay $70 for the same Madden game every year. And then on top of that, they'll actually pay for microtransactions on top of that. I seriously don't care if other people like or dislike Game Key Card. I'll get the digital version on the eShop just to cut the cord, as they say. You know what? The more that I use the Nintendo Switch 2, the more I'm thinking, man, it would be just significantly easier for me to have everything digital. I'll be honest, but I mean, I'm going to resist. But digital is incredibly convenient, and I knew that this was, as soon as Nintendo introduced virtual game key cards or virtual cards, I'm like, oh my gosh, I know what they're trying to do. I actually talked about it in a video or in a live stream. I knew what they were trying to do, because it's so much, you get added value. If you have friends or whatever, you actually have added value if you added value just digitally, right? They've cut the gap to owning a digital game, because you can lend it to certain people, right? You can lend it to certain people now if you're next to them, just like a physical game, but you can't sell that game yet. Now they've also kind of cut the corner a little bit, or make like, hey, look, you can also sell a digital game. That's a digital game key card, right? So you can sell that, but obviously a lot of the game key cards don't have physical options, so there's also that aspect to it. But they're trying to push you into more digital for sure. That's it. But it's, as a portable system, you know, hybrid, the Switch 2 being, you know, digital, obviously having digital games is really convenient, so you don't have to stack up cartridges when you go out, you know? So there's also that. And also the digital, it loads faster. Like, it loads actually somewhat significant, like noticeably faster on, like, if you have the game on your internal memory or on an SD card, it's going to load faster for a lot of games than on the cartridge. So it's like, oh, you're not quite getting the faster loading speeds. I mean, you're still getting fast loading. Don't get me wrong. Like, it's still fast, but it's not quite as fast as internal memory or a good express SD card. So there's also that aspect that I'm like, ugh, that I'm getting slower loading, you know? I paid $60 for physical of Mario Kart World. I wouldn't mind paying $80 if the game is packed full of content. Yeah. Let's see. Is there enough space to go all digital? I mean, if you don't play many games, yeah, but if you play a lot of games digitally, you're gonna have to buy a SD card, you know? Saw someone on Twitter, weirdos blame anyone who bought Switch 2 and MK World for Outer Worlds being 80. I saw that too. I actually got into a discussion with Shokyo. A lot of people actually feel that it is their fault for that, but once again, we have no actual proof. They just say that because that's the easiest thing. Oh, well, other developers are gonna do the same thing now. It doesn't matter who. They were planning on doing it regardless. Microsoft was planning on doing it regardless. They were going to do it. They even said that themselves, that hey, look, after careful consideration in their business meetings, that they were going to do that. So they were going to jack the price up of the systems and the games. They were going to jack the price up of everything. They already raised the price of Game Pass. So they were already looking into raising prices of everything, you know, especially with the tariff situation, and inflation. And the fact that they've had to do layoffs, and the fact that they just need more money because they've spent $500 billion on everything. And on top of that, they've been investing in Play Anywhere. They've been investing in PlayStation. They've been investing in so many different things. They need more money. They need more revenue per sale. They need more people on Game Pass. They just need more. That's what they need for their capitalistic business. So it was going to happen regardless, in my opinion, based off of Microsoft's moves. So yeah. The real problem is that the service no longer exists, so they don't so you don't have it ever again. Well, that's not really a problem right now, because even if you go back to the Wii days, right? So when Nintendo first started doing digital games like that, or even like the DSi, like Wii DSi, you can still, from what I understand, you can still actually go back and connect those systems online and still re-download stuff. So I mean, if that does happen someday, I don't think it's going to be anytime soon, considering that you can still re-download Wii eShop games. Let's see here. Deported Sicilian with the $2 says they really need that money. They really, really do. I need that money. I really, really do. So shout outs. Thank you for that, man. Sweet Tea, what you need to do is watch Nintendo Prime's video on the battery thing. Watch Nintendo Prime's video on the battery. Just type in battery fix Nintendo Prime and watch his video, and that will tell you about that'll help you fix your battery. I understand that digital is convenient, but I grew up collecting games. There's just something special about picking up a game physical. I agree. That's why I've been buying my games physical. I have, Cyberpunk physical. I bought Guardians of Azuma physical. So I'm going to be buying the games that are actually on cartridge. I'm going to be buying them. So yeah. I agree, man. Like, I'm with you on that one. So it's just super convenient with Switch 2 to go digital. But I mean, I'm going to resist as long as I can. Let's see here. Why do PC gamers worry about Nintendo game key cards when their entire library is digital? Because the PC gamers that did that, they're grifting. Do you think they're gonna do Switch 2 versions of Xenoblade? I don't know about Switch 2 versions, but maybe free updates. Let's see here. I will buy physical as long as I can. I'm old school, me too. I just saw Tactical's video. Apparently he's getting sued. The crazy melee dudes. Yeah, I saw that. I saw some of the video. I'll watch the rest of it later. Yeah, you can still update your Wii U games to this day. Yeah, exactly. Like, you can still go and download your Wii U games. The Wii game, like Wii games, you can still go do those too. Like Wii eShop games. Where was the hate when Sony and third parties jumped to 70? There was some hate, but it's Sony, so people are gonna really move on quickly from that. So yeah. You can update, re-download anything that requires on Nintendo system. It's just that you can't purchase anything new. Yeah, you can't purchase anything new, but you can re-download anything that you already purchased. Yes, I've played Cyberpunk. I don't know if Cyberpunk is worth picking up a Switch 2 for. If we're picking up a Switch 2, I would pick it up for like Mario Kart World. I'd pick it up for Donkey Kong Bonanza. I'd pick it up for the games that are coming out this year, Hyrule Warriors. I'd pick it up for all the games at Metroid Prime 4. I'd pick it up for backwards compatibility so you can get better. I'd pick it up for that. I don't know if I'd pick it up specifically for Cyberpunk, but I mean, it's a nice extra to have. If you really wanted a portable version of Cyberpunk, then yeah, it's worth it because it's a quality port of the game. But I would probably pick it up for Nintendo's first party games more so than anything. So yeah, I mean, I would say that Nintendo backwards compatibility is worth it more than Cyberpunk. So if you didn't play Switch 1, or if you didn't play a lot of the games, the Switch 2 is worth it for backwards compatibility, because those games are going to be like a new lease on life. All of those games play better. Literally almost every game. There's some issues, but pretty much every game that had frame rate issues on Switch 1 are either in 60 frames if it was uncapped, or it's at a lock 30 frames, or it just improves it. You can even play Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom without the updates. So you can do without the updates, just play it on your Switch 2, and that will get you a lock 30. That will get you way better with less frame rate dips. So you can play, from what I understand, you can play Tears of the Kingdom in a lock 30 without having the ultra hand frame rate dips. So even if you don't want to pay for the updates, you can still play most games in that way. I haven't done the giveaway yet. The giveaway's on June 16th, Zach. June 16th. So watch my yesterday's video where I talk about it. Check out the community page as well. There's more information on the community page when we're giving it away and all that. So yeah. I told what's up, Omar David? Shout outs, man. They're speaking for the consumer. These pieces, yeah. And there's nothing wrong with speaking for the consumer. I speak for the consumer too, right? Like when I talk about the Mario Kart World being 80, I speak for that because there's no streamer that's on, my level, or streamer that does full time that won't make their money back, that hasn't actually already made their money back on Mario Kart World. Not a single one. Everybody that's talked about Mario Kart World at this point, when it comes to video content creator, has already made their money, and then some. Everybody has. Like, nobody's gotten bad views on Mario Kart. We've all made $80 or more to easily pay for it plus. And like, you can continue making content on it, and you can just continue making money off of simply just talking about Mario Kart World, whether you're grifting or not. So content creators, we're not included in that. We're not included in that. Outside of, I guess our net positive is $10 less than what we would have liked. because $70 compared to 80. I mean, I don't know, but there's no content creator that's like truly like that's actually that upset, because all of them that whether they were upset or not, they all made their money. They all made that and then some plus. So it's more about speaking for the consumer, not for yourself in that sense, you know. Let's see, not these people saying that you're defending Nintendo no matter what you say, and that's fine. They can say whatever they want. I really don't care. Xbox ROG gonna be like $800. It's probably gonna be $700 plus, maybe. Yeah. It's got 24 gigabytes. One of them's got like what 24 gigabytes of RAM. The other one has like 16 gigabytes or something like that, or like 18 or something. It's got a lot, and it's a new Zen chip. It's gonna be expensive. Let's see here. Did you all see Mutahar apology video for buying Switch 2 after grifting so much? I didn't see the video because I don't really watch him too much, so I didn't see his new video. But apparently, yeah, he apologized, which is whatever, you know. The funny thing is that he wasn't. I mean, his grift wasn't even that bad. I mean, it was definitely bad, but it wasn't that bad. I did call him out, which wasn't really a call out, but it was kind of, I mean, I did post that on Twitter, like, hey, at least the ad revenue paid for it, you know, and I posted that, and then that got a lot of likes. And then I did say something on my video the other day, where I was like, I knew this would happen. I knew people would do this because, I mean, it's a new piece of tech. YouTubers were wired to like new shiny things. If you bought Switch 1 or if you bought a freaking Steam Deck, you'd be interested in Switch 2. Like, if you bought a Steam Deck, like all Mutahar did in talk about how bad games run on Switch 1. That's all he did, and that was his main reasoning. All he did was talk about how bad games run on Switch 1. All those games run better now on Switch 2, right? So I think that definitely piqued his interest and all that, you know. He couldn't resist. So shout outs to Johnny Disorder. Yo, Johnny Disorder, welcome back to the Tune In Tier squad. Long time no see, buddy. Thank you for the Tune In Tier pledge. Do I know Sun Grand Studios? I do know Sun Grand Studios. Well, I mean, I've heard of him. I've heard of his YouTube channel. Yeah, if anything for taking place is waste, so you're literally not going to buy Switch 2 despite you can afford it. I mean, I don't care if you're not going to buy it, because being able to afford it or not, that's irrelevant. So that doesn't matter. And I don't really care about what he has. Like, I don't really care about what Fortanga has to say about Switch 2. I mean, like, he's been wrong on so many different things, so I'm not really worried about that. I don't really care. Like I said, it doesn't matter at the end of the day. Like, clearly it doesn't matter. Look at people are still enjoying it and buying it. So I want all systems to do well. Like, I don't want systems to do bad. I am not crazy, so I don't want systems to do bad. I don't want systems to fail. I don't want people to lose their jobs. I want Microsoft, Sony, and Nintendo, despite business practices that I don't like, you know, for all of them, I want all of them to do well at the end of the day. Like, I don't want people, like, it's not so, they're not human trafficking, okay? Now, if you're doing human trafficking, then yeah, I don't want you to do well, and I want you to get arrested, and I want you to, you know, fail. I want your business to fail. Or if you're, you know, killing people, then yeah, I mean, I definitely don't want, I mean, your business, I hope your business fails. But if you're just selling video games and you don't like certain practice, like, that's not grounds for people for me to want you to fail. It's like, okay, I don't like certain things, but that's not grounds for me to say you should fail and nobody should buy it, you know, especially if it's good. So yeah, I don't want any system to fail, whether I like the practices or not. Microsoft, Sony, Nintendo, Valve, whatever, Steam Deck, Asus, ROGs, whatever, right? Like, I don't want anybody to fail and do bad. Like, I don't want anybody to lose their job, you know? A lot of these people, they don't care. They're super weird, you know? So yeah. Yeah, all Mutahar in particular did was just comparing Switch 2 to Steam Deck. They're not really reviewing the Switch 2 itself. Yeah. And that's fine. You know, Steam Deck's a fine device, but, you know, it is what it is. The Wood forgive you for ratioing him on his Twitter. Yeah, we're cool. We're cool. We're cool. I didn't mean to ratio Wood on the Twitter account, too. I didn't mean to actually ratio Wood, though. I didn't mean to. So yeah. He says, upload this thing, Switch 2 Joy-Cons already having drift. His source is definitely Twitter. Yeah, I haven't had any. I did see somebody say that, like, on a account, but I don't think it's actually real. I'm not sure if that's actually real, or we don't know that what that person did. So yeah, right now I haven't seen any reports from people that I know that actually play the system. But I did see like one thing on like Twitter or something. But yeah, who knows how real that is or not. But yeah, it's all good. But yeah, he's definitely going to make as much money as he can, because right now it's dry for Xbox. Why? I mean, why talk about the $80 for, you know, for what's it called? For $80 for the Outer Worlds, right? A single player game. But let's not talk about that. Let's not. Let's talk about Switch. So I mean, there's definitely going to be grifters that are going to grift off every single bit of news that they can to make money because they're going to, because people are going to watch. You know. Let's see here. Let's see here. Yeah, you did. No, I know that I ratioed Wood, but I didn't mean to ratio Wood on Twitter. No, I didn't, because you look at go back, look at the post, Superpower Man. Look at the post. When he put that up, that did not blow up, dude. When he put that up, I thought it was a joke. I legit thought it was a joke. For those who don't know what's happening on Twitter, and we already spoke about it, we're cool, so that's why I'm talking about it now. But like, he put up a talk about how people might get confused about the packaging for the Switch 1 and the Switch 2. So then I was like, I made up just a silly joke, like it was a big 2 on the box. I just said it, you know, sarcastically. It wasn't trying to ratio. I was like, oh, there's a big ass 2 on the box. That's it. It wasn't anything more. If I said that in person, if we were all hanging out and me and Wood, because I've hung out with Wood, we're friends. I've met him in person. I've talked to his wife. He's a good person. If we were all hanging out in person, I would have said the same thing. And there's no way he would have been offended by what I said or upset with what I said. Now, over Twitter, it's a little bit different. But I said it, this is the context that I said it in. There's a big 2 on the box. That is literally the context that I said it in. I wasn't saying it, and I think that more he thought I was saying it in like, oh, you dumbass, look at the 2 on the box, you idiot, you moron. I think he thought I was saying it in that context. I was not. I was just saying it in a joking, oh, there's a big ass 2 on the box. That's what I said. I didn't say it in any type of harmful or angry way. So I think that's what got lost in the Twitterverse. And when I said it right after he posted it. It wasn't even that long after. It didn't blow up until later when people started liking it. People started writing articles on it, and then it got more attention because my freaking post comes up first. If I would have known, I would have never done that at all. Literally, I thought it was a joke. I thought Woody was playing around, you know, because there is a big 2 on the box. I thought it was a joke, but you know, he got more upset with that, and I apologized to him. So it's okay now. We're good. We're good. You know, and like I said, I'm gonna refrain from making non-super obvious jokes on any post of my friends going forward. Like, I'm gonna refrain from making that. So there's no lost in Twitterverse, you know? Like today, I told John to shut up respectfully. That's clearly a joke, right? About Mind's Eye. I said the same thing to Sean. I told him to shut up respectfully. So those are clearly jokes. So I'm gonna make sure that I'm clear in my messaging with my jokes going forward, so that doesn't happen again. Yo, I just installed 8TB SSD. Now I have 170 games downloaded. Hey, have fun. I don't know if you're gonna have time to play 170 games. Let's go. Hate that Nintendo Switch Pocket Pair. I bought Switch 2. I won't let something like that get in the way of my enjoyment of Nintendo's products. Yeah, I actually don't care about the legal stuff. Just like Microsoft and Sony, they got into it. I didn't care about either one of those. Shout outs to Johnny says, I just got a PS5. Love it. I still love my Switch. Well, that's what got me back into gaming. Look forward to Switch 2 when I can afford it. I'm skipping Xbox. Their games are everywhere. Yeah, I feel you, Johnny. Yeah, whenever you get one, get one. Let's see here. Still hangs on to the imaginative grannies and Timmys will guarantee confused with Switch 1, Switch 2. Well, yeah, like I said, it's going to be dependent on how they actually put it in each store. A lot of stores are not even putting Switch 1 near Switch 2. They're putting, like, for example, my Best Buy, they're putting all of their Switch 1 stock behind the counter. They're putting all of their Switch 2 stock on the show floor. There is no space for Switch 1. So I think it's really going to be dependent on how the stores do it, if that even happens. But yeah, there's a lot of signs and posters saying Switch 2, like showing the clear 2, like big signs and posters. So I think that's going to help out, you know. So yeah. Let's see, bro, your jokes sound like, he says, bro, your jokes sound like jabs. I don't know how. All I said was there's a big 2 on there. That's not really, in my opinion, that's not really anything too crazy. I think if it didn't blow up and get so many views, I don't think it would have been taken as anything too crazy. But apparently, like I said, there was some people that were arguing with me, and I went back and I was like talking to them seriously. So I think that kind of led into it like that. But I mean, me saying there's a big 2 on the box, that's not. I personally don't feel like that's anything too crazy. You know what I'm saying? Like, but once again, not everybody feels the same way. People feel differently. That's just my opinion, you know. But I don't think that's anything too. I don't think that's any type of crazy type of, oh man, he's really trying to roast him, or I don't think so. It's just like there's a 2 on the box. I thought he was joking. I thought he was joking first. So how can that be a jab when I think somebody's joking in the first place? That makes no sense, you know? That makes no sense. If I think someone's joking in the first place and I make a joke as well, that's not me trying to make a jab. That's me. I thought he was joking in the first place, you know? Let's see here. Let's see here. Bro, you said the logical thing. Oh, people too soft admit they're being. No, I don't think he was. I don't think Wood was being stupid or anything like that. I don't think he was. You know, like I said, we sorted it out. It's okay, man. It's no big deal. It's no big deal. People were trying to get me to like beef and do all that. I wasn't doing all that, man. I wasn't doing all that. So yeah, it's okay. It's all good. Let's see here. The Splatoon spinoff, you think it's coming out this year, next year? Let's get into the Splatoon spinoff. That's actually a good question. Let's first watch the trailer, and then we'll talk about it. Splatoon Raiders trailer. So let's talk about, let's get into the Splatoon Raiders official trailer for this game. And very interesting game overall. Very interesting. A spinoff in the Splatoon series. So we're going to talk about this. Yeah, it's been rated 40 this year. According to the map basement. Hey, didn't you read the article, Brian? Oh, look at they are. Look where they are. What's that odd glow? Fine. Hey, a Splatoon spinoff. Look at those clouds. Look at that environment. The water. It's like a survival game. It's like a base building survival game. That's what it reminds. That's what I think it is. It's a base building survival game where you have to go get resources, build your base back up, build your ship back up, and loot treasure and stuff. That's what the game is. Ooh, that was probably like a final. That was like a boss or something like that. That was there. So, yeah.
What's cracking, Squid Squad? Incoming report from the Squid Research Lab. Without further ado, we're excited to share our latest findings.
Okay. No, I don't think it's Fortnite.
What you just witnessed are signs of the first ever Splatoon spin-off game coming ashore. Splatoon Raiders. Playing as a mechanic, you'll go on an adventure in the mysterious Spiralite Islands alongside Deep Cut. Splatoon Raiders is launching exclusively on the Nintendo Switch 2 system, but research is still underway.
Yeah, it's been
more on our findings when the results are in.
Apparently it's been rated already, so I think it's coming out this year. I don't think Nintendo would announce a game this early. What the heck? Okay. Okay. My mouse is not working. I don't know what's going on. Okay, there we go. Yeah, I don't think Nintendo would announce a game this early if it wasn't going to come out this year. And I think it already looks kind of like done, like ready to go. so that's what I'm guessing. I'm guessing the game is coming out this year. I'm guessing it's going to come out sometime later in the fall. Paul Anthony with the subscription. Also, the Great Wah with the 33 months says, "Hey OJ, what's up, the Great Wah? Welcome. Sorry that I missed that 7 minutes ago. Shout out to my man, the Great Wah. Let me replay that again because I didn't say it right when it happened. 33 months. Thank you so much for the 33 months of membership. Appreciate that. Let's go. Let's go. Ooh, that's loud. Okay. Yeah, switch to $450. ROG Ally $799. What do you think parents are buying for Christmas? Mario. The other has a bunch of games. I mean, guys, listen. This whole situation with people comparing, like, if people are gonna buy a ROG Ally or an Xbox ROG Ally or like a Switch 2, we all know the answer to this. We all know the answer. They're gonna buy the system that's easier to use. They're gonna buy the system with Mario, Zelda, Metroid. You know, we all know this. Like, this happened with Switch 1. People tried to say, some people, really dumb people, you know, nobody actually intelligent, but really dumb people tried to say that, you know, that the Steam Deck was going to completely, you know, make the Switch 1 irrelevant or the Switch OLED irrelevant. Like, we had really stupid people, grifters, right? People just hate Switch, just hate Nintendo, or don't like their products. But nobody with that actual brain actually thought that. You know what I'm saying? So this whole comparison to like Steam Deck and ROG Ally, that's just like an online thing. In stores, for most normal people. Hey, what's up, Bead Queen? I didn't say hi to Bead Queen today. What's up, Bead Queen? Welcome to the stream, young lady. How are you doing today? Most people, almost all people, like when you go to Best Buy or when you go to Walmart, when you go to Target, when you shop online, you're not looking for a freaking ROG Ally. Like, that's a very specific thing for enthusiast PC people or enthusiast gamers, like the hardest core of niches, right? When you're talking about just like a system to be able to buy for yourself, like ease of play, like my brother, he's more of a casual gamer, and his friend Nate, they're like not as hardcore as me, right? Or you, but they're still like gamers. They're not gonna go out there, rush out there and buy a ROG Ally. They're not gonna deal. They're just gonna give me the system that I can just buy the game and I can just play the game or just down. Like, it's just simple and easy to use. They're not buying a freaking ROG like PC, install Linux or Steam Deck. Oh wait, like Steam. Like, they're not doing all that. And it's just funny when people try to sit there and act like people will. They're not. And we've seen this already. So I mean, this whole situation is like, it's getting kind of tiresome, people bringing it up like over and over and over. It's not happening. We saw what happened to the sales numbers so far with, you know, with the Switch, breaking records, breaking what Switch 1 did. Switch 1 destroyed PC handhelds. So it's not like I'm against them. I wish them luck. I wish PC handhelds luck. I wish the companies luck. It's good to have some form, even if it's a fake form of competition. What I would personally like to see is I'd like to personally see these developers make a real handheld platform like a PSP or a PS Vita like we had in the past. That's what I would actually like. I'd like to see something like that, not just a PC handheld. It's just, there's just so many like things that I don't like about PC handhelds. I'd like to see an actual dedicated handheld with its own games and its own stuff. Now, people probably won't like that. Some people, because, oh, I want access to my PC library, my Steam library. I get it. But I personally like the actual real dedicated systems. Shout outs to Chris the Shriner Dog from St. Louis this time, not Oregon. Hey, what's up, Chris the Shriner Dog? Thank you for the $2 dono, man. I appreciate that. Let's go. Thank you, man. Shout outs for your trucking duties, man. I appreciate you. Let's go. Combo breaks. Let's see. Only incels buy. I'm not gonna say only incels buy ROG Ally. Haven't bought a Switch 2 yet. They're sold out in my area. I'm waiting for the next new job. Waiting till I get a new job. Yeah. Wait till you're good financially until they get, you know, obviously before you buy a Switch 2 if you want to get one. Most people don't even know what a Steam Deck is. They thought they're supposed to be playing on the monitor and not a handheld. Remember, didn't want the Game Boy or the DS. Yeah. So it's just silly in my opinion, but you know, it is what it is. PC handhelds don't even make sense. Why do they not make sense? I mean, I just don't. I don't like them. I don't want a PC handheld. Like, listen. If Sony made a portable PS5 in a couple of years, I would buy that faster than you can say Gabe Newell's boobies. You know what I'm saying? Like, I will buy that super fast. Okay. Like, I would buy that really fast. So yeah. But like, I'm not buying any more PC handhelds, man. Like, I ain't buying any more of that. But if they made like an actual real portable PS5 somehow, like where it links to my library and like I can play PS5 games, I think that'd be pretty cool, and I'd probably buy that just to check it out. I don't know like how much I'd play it, but I know I'd probably play all of Sony's first party games on there. I think that'd be a cool way to play, like, you know, different games that they have, like Astrobot, right? I'd probably play Astrobot more if I didn't have to turn on my PS5. I could play it like, you know, or play it on the TV. So I'd probably just like mess around with Astrobot way more. Because I've tried to do it with the Portal, and I don't like the Portal. I don't like streaming. So if they did that with the, like, you know, with the actual dedicated, that I would definitely pick it up and I'd play Astrobot. I'd probably play more of their classics, you know, or something like that. Like I'd probably buy like Rogue Galaxy. I'd probably play that on there, you know. So I'd probably play like more little things and just kind of play more like stuff like, you know, that I don't want to turn on my PS5 to play in that type of way, right? So, listen, leave Gaben alone. He only has a C cup. Shout outs, deported. Thank you for the $2, man. I appreciate that. These PC handle love to pick, choose, compare Switch 1, Switch 2. Can't compare the price and sales to Switch 2, so they're sure to compare specs. It's about the only thing that you can do. But, like, listen, PC handhelds, for some people, PC handhelds are going to be a better option than, like, Switch 2, which is fine, you know? You see that video of crowd getting hyped for the Xbox handheld and then getting super quiet and bored once the ROG Ally logo showed up? I didn't see that, Green Ninja. Can somebody link me, if you're a mod, can somebody link me that they got quiet with the ROG Ally? I didn't see that. I saw them getting hyped over Final Fantasy, but I didn't see that, you know? I didn't see that. So if somebody has that video, link it to me on Twitter or whatever. Hey, what's up, Will McG? Welcome. Sweet T says, Gabe Newell's Boobies. What's up, Solidus T? Shout outs, guys. Also, shout outs to John Rodas. Thank you for the subscription. I appreciate that. Let's go. Mechanical Rhythm. Sony can slap Sony and PlayStation, and it's going to sell good or average. I mean, maybe not, because look at the PS Vita, right? So, it's not a guarantee that Sony would have a successful portable device. It's not a guarantee. I would be all over a PS5 handheld that plays directly from my library, not locally remote like Portal. Exactly, yeah. I think I'd be over that a little bit more. I think I'd definitely be on that a little bit more. But I do think that if they did make a PS5 handheld, depending on the price, it actually could do pretty... It'd do better than the Vita, that's for sure. Justin with the $3 dono. Let's go, Justin!
Just got back from trying out Fortnite with my sister and her fiance. It runs pretty good on Switch too.
Nice. Yeah, it actually runs pretty good. I think, what'd they say for Fortnite? Was it 1080p docked, like 60 frames or something like that? And then also upgraded visuals and all that. So yeah, runs good. I need to try out... I'll try out Fortnite myself too. I haven't downloaded it yet, but I'll definitely try it out. Shouts to my man Justin. Thank you with the... We're going... Even further than beyond. Let's go. Thank you guys so much for the $3. I spent the $3, guys. I spent the ad revenue on new shirts. I finally needed some new shirts, so I finally got... Although it's a little bit big, as you guys can tell. For some reason, I think I wear a large, but this is large and it's really big. So hopefully if I wash it a few times, it'll definitely get a little bit better. But yes, I spent the $3 on some cheaper Walmart shirts today. I bought 3 new shirts, so there you go. Shout outs to the $3, Justin. I got it. No, I didn't use your $3 to get a shirt. I take it from the ad revenue from my videos. So I got some new shirts. It's a business expense for the stream. All right. Let's see here. 1440p, 60 frames per second, docked on solid on Switch 2. Okay, yeah, that's good. Oh wow. Okay, so it's 1440p, 60 frames. Okay, that's really good. That's definitely good. Docked. So I think it's portable mode. It's 900p, right? 900p 60. That's really good. That beats out the freaking Switch 1. That's all people wanted, man, right, Zero? Like that's all we wanted, man. We're not asking for PC, you know, Super Saiyan, God Saiyan level graphics. Nobody's asking for that. We just wanted, give us a little bit more consistent 60 frames, you know, on a lot of games. Like, listen, if like a big, super big AAA game comes out that's all graphics based and it's 30, okay, that's fine. But like on a lot of stuff that looks like around the level of Switch 1 or like, you know, PS4 level, whatever, give us some options, you know, give us some options with a little bit better graphical, you know, fidelity. That's all we were looking for. We weren't looking for anything too crazy. That's it. Let's see here. Do you think DSP Vest is a write-off too? DSP's Vest is a write-off. It's a write-off. If FF16 already up and running for the Series S, I can only assume it'd be on Switch 2. Yeah, I don't know about 16 if they're going to put that on Switch 2 yet. And some of the same thing when it comes to Nintendo. They love to say crap Nintendo logo and sell no matter what. Yeah, except for Wii U, right? Literally all those Reebok shirts also come with some... we bought those same Reebok shirts. Also some polos on Sunday at Walmart. Yeah. They're nice. They're good price too. And they're comfortable. They're very comfortable. They're good for streaming. So that's the reason why I bought them. Like I bought one and then I came home and I tried it on. And I'm like, oh, maybe I should go buy some more. So then I went back to return my Guardians of Azuma and I bought 2 more. So I bought a couple. So it's nice. Nice stuff. Reebok was actually my favorite brand back in high school. You know, like decades ago. I loved Allen Iverson and I liked Reebok. I mean, and it used to be like more of like, you can find it, you know, in the high end stuff, you know, or like at Foot Locker or like at the stores where they charge way more back then. But now, obviously, the Reebok brand went through a lot of problems, so now it's at Walmart. But I love Reebok, so I'm cool. I get to pay less for a brand that I actually like. Cool. All good, you know? Although I have retired from buying their shoes. I do not buy Reebok shoes anymore. I've moved over to the Jordans only. But when it comes to Jordans, when it comes to just regular shoes. But yeah, I will buy the Reebok. I saw some shorts there. I saw they were Julian Edelman from the Patriots. He was one of the athletes. So I saw some pretty comfortable looking shorts. So I'll probably buy some for the summer. Like some nice shorts that you can like wear out and stuff. So I'm probably gonna buy some more. And they're cheap. They're like, you know, $12 or something like that. They're pretty cheap. So. See, David Gibson just tweeted that Switch 2 broke records in Japan in response to your tweet. In response to my tweet, David Gibson just tweeted that. Let's take a look, shall we? So Dave Gibson, shout out to David Gibson. He's a good dude. Been following him for a decade. So okay, yeah, I see that. Broke records in France, Spain, UK, Japan. Okay, so he knows the numbers because he's in Japan, I think. Yeah, he knows he knows what's happening there. So yeah. Check this out, guys. I love this. This is what makes me love Twitter. This is what makes me love Twitter. Just with another $3 dono.
Also, here's my sister thoughts on Switch 2. She doesn't really play games much. She loves Mario Kart.
Okay.
Wants streaming apps for it because of the screen size.
Okay.
And really the only complaint she has is battery life.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair because if she's used to a tablet, tablets will probably last longer, right? So yeah, that's fair, 100%. Make sure she does the battery trick, right? Like the battery trick or the battery, like the Nintendo Prime video. Make sure to point her to that or help her out with that with her battery too as well. So I love this right here, man. This was great. Check this out. Mind's Eye is rough. Can't recommend. Played it on PS5 Pro. Shut up respectfully. Why are you shilling for a broken game, clown? Oh my god, this was great, dude. I love Twitter. People on Twitter, they be talking all sorts of tough. They be talking all sorts of stuff to people that they don't even know, dude. That's the funniest thing. This dude would never say that to my face at all. Oh my gosh, that's hilarious, though. Obviously, I follow John. This is a clear joke. It's a clear joke. And it's funny to see people talk about that. Some people got it that it was a joke. Why? Because he's telling the truth? So then I just reversed it. Respectfully, shut up. He said, so then he got it there. He got it there. I did the same thing for RGT too as well. But yeah, it looks like Japan. It's breaking records in Japan as well. Let's go. Definitely like to see that it's breaking records in Japan. I'm going to put some fire emojis on Mr. David Gibson tweet. Fire emojis. So we'll probably find out tomorrow. I think he's kind of giving us a little bit of a lead into maybe tomorrow. Mustache Man with the 25 months membership. Tune in tier. Let's go, Mustache Man. Thank you for that. Pure Eye Boys. Hey, yo. 25 months. Thank you so much, man. I appreciate that. Yo, let's go. Also, Justin, thank you for the $3, man. 21 on the board. Let's go. Or 121 on the board. We are out here tonight, man. We are out here. Switch 2 just looks like it's going to be a problem for all the haters. Not going to say what it's going to do, but it's going to do what it's going to do. There you go. Hey, OJ, is it safe to use power banks on Switch? Should be, yeah. OJ, what will you do when Steam Deck 2 releases? Oh, man, I'm going to be in trouble. Big trouble. So, yeah. Will there ever be a JoJo's Bizarre Adventure game for the Nintendo Switch 2? I mean, there's one for Switch 1 that you can play on your Switch 2. So you can do that. Will there be a new game built for the Switch 2? I don't know, but there is a JoJo's Bizarre Adventure game, a fighting game that you can play right now. You can go on the eShop and download it. And it's actually a pretty good fighting game. So yeah. So yeah. Let's see here. Cybertorch with the $5 dono. And also, Mustard Man with the $2. It says, how does Xenoblade Chronicles X run on Switch 2? Lock 30 frames per second. So it smoothed it out to pretty much almost no frame rate dips at all. But yeah, lock 30 frames. Cybertorch with the $5 says, if that's a shill, it's the weakest shill in history. I know, seriously. It was a pretty weak shill, right? It was a pretty weak shill. But I mean, I just like how people don't understand. Like, I'm just joking. It's okay. That's chilling. Yes, I told him to shut up. Let's see here. Steam Deck who? What? Happy to hear that the Splatoon 3 upgrade patch. I was hoping it wouldn't have to wait too long before the initial 12 get upgrades. We need Xenoblade Chronicles 2 next. Yeah, it's good to hear that Nintendo already is thinking about upgrades. So it looks like what Nintendo's going to do is they're going to tie in upgrades maybe to new announcements. So if we get a new announcement of a game, let's tie an upgrade into that. But I'm pretty sure they're going to work on some of the more popular games. So they're going to work on some, you know, stuff that's popular probably first. So obviously Splatoon 3 is pretty popular. That got an upgrade. You know, what else could they do? They could do more, right? Obviously they could do more. I'm hoping we get an Astral Chain upgrade. Like they go back and kind of work on that. But that's Platinum Games. I don't know what's going on there. So there's that. Let's see. Oh, Deporter, I missed your last dono? Okay, 6 minutes ago. New Phil style shirts will save the business. Let me replay it again. The Phil style shirts will save the business. Yes, they will. They will save the business. 130. Going further than beyond. 130. 130. Let's go. We are 70 away from 8. We're almost at a 1.5 platinum. So we are out here. Thank you guys so much, man. I appreciate that. I'm enjoying the Switch 2 Pro Controller. It's so peak. It is peak! Peak, baby! Oh my god. I like the two-tone, too. Maybe they'll do other colors. Probably not. Well, no, they'll do, like, Switch 2, like, Pro Controller, like, a different, you know... Yeah, they'll probably do, like, branded Pro Controllers, right? It would have been cool to have, like, a Cyberpunk controller. That's, like, yellow and red. That would have been kind of crazy, right? Or maybe, like, yellow and red on the top here. With, like, accents, like yellow accents. And, like, red buttons. Or something. Either way, the Pro Controller, super nice, super flush, backup buttons here. It feels good to hold. I love this controller. I actually like it more than the DualSense. DualSense controller is really good though. DualSense controller is really good. Although it feels a little bit more smooth now because this has like a matte feel, and I feel like I have a better grip than on this. So I don't know, but yeah, I like this because it has 40-hour battery life. The battery life is really good. So I've only had to charge it once, but I've put like well more than 40 hours into my Switch 2 between backwards compatibility and just browsing stuff. Yeah.
Did you see that Brothership is better on Switch 2 FPS even out and faster loading? I repeat, faster loading.
You see that, bro? I played Brothership on Switch 2. And yes, the frame rate evens out, you know? It evens out for sure. At 30 frames. The loading time still seemed pretty fast to me, but I was playing off of a Switch 1 cartridge. I think if I played off the actual memory of the Switch 2 or like a download, it would be faster. But if you play off the Switch 1 cartridge, I think it's still kind of slow. But I did not I did not see the loading seemed kind of slow. So yeah. Any word on Switch restocks? Looks like restocks are maybe going to be next week or so. You have to check with your local store though. J2 Kart World says 900K first week. Wait, 900K first week? Is that your guess that it sold 900K for the first week, or did they already announce that? Did Famitsu announce that? Or I think you're guessing, right? Let's see here. Someone butthurt by my response. Yes. You may have missed the LTG made fun of DSP wardrobe, so he went out and bought a bunch of Hawaiian shirts from JCPenney. I did see that whole thing back and forth. Question, aren't third-party controllers better than Switch Pro Controller? Or they also come with turbo buttons, AFK grinding and stuff? Well, there are no third-party controllers built specifically for Switch 2 yet. But if you're talking about Switch 1, yeah, there's definitely some Switch 1 Pro controllers that are better. But this controller in particular feels better than any third-party controller that I've used on the Switch 2. The previous best was the 8-Bito Ultimate controller, but this controller feels better than that controller. Okay, Nintendo
just confirmed 3.5 million sold.
Damn, Daniel! Wow, 3.5. We got a confirmation. 3.5 million sold. Oh my goodness. Bro. Wow, congrats. Wow, congrats. Wow. That's crazy. Woo! Here's to more awesome games. Here's to more awesome games. Awesome games for 2025. 2025 and beyond. That is nuts. 3.5 million units worldwide in its first 4 days, becoming the fastest selling Nintendo hardware ever globally. 3.5 million in the first 4 days. Crazy. Okay, we got to put this up. Confirmed. Nintendo, hold up. We can do this. We can do this. So yeah, here we go. We can do this. We'll just screen cap it. Actually, no, we don't need to screen cap it. We could just quote tweet it. And then says, confirm, now confirmed. So Nintendo Prime source was right. Nintendo Prime source was pretty much right about, but I think they said 3 million plus 24 hours or whatever, the first number. So it looked like it was about right. Nintendo has confirmed. Nintendo has now confirmed the Switch 2 has sold over 3.5 million units in its first 4 days.
Steam Deckers are not okay right now.
In its first 4 days, in its first 4 days on the market. That makes it the best selling, the fastest selling. Makes it the fastest selling, fastest selling hardware, fastest selling Nintendo hardware ever, beating what was the previous best fastest selling? It had to have been like what, the Wii? I think it was the Wii.
Oh, Tilda, I can hear the Switch 2 haters screaming and in desperate right now, lol. Nah,
Switch,
they're probably gonna move on to another
Switch,
goalpost and claim they already know Switch 2 will sell. Yeah, right, lol. Or they will say, SW2 gonna drop fast after this PFFF.
Yeah, they might do that. They might do that, Minato. It's gonna drop fast after that, right? That's just the hardcore, diehard Nintendo fans. So yeah, I mean, does anybody know? I think the Wii and the Switch were like the previous fastest selling Nintendo systems, right? It was the Wii and the Switch. That's what I'm guessing is the previous fastest selling. Outsold Steam Deck Lifetime in 4 days. Well, we don't know if it outsold Steam Deck Lifetime in 4 days. We know that according to the sales numbers that one place has, they have Steam Deck at 3.7 to 4 million units, and that was like a month or two ago or something like that. So, I mean, yeah, probably did. What are we at? Thursday, 5th. We're now 5 days in, right? We're now 5 days in. So let me check. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so the first 4 days, guys, because the system came out on Thursday. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4. That goes to Monday. Today's obviously Tuesday, so it doesn't count anything from today and beyond. So I mean, could they have shifted another couple 100,000 if they had extra units? Probably. But yeah, we're probably looking at about the same amount of sales right now for Steam Deck. If we're going off the 3.7 million to 4 million figure, it's looking at about the same. It's about it's outsold it. So essentially, yes, it's outsold it in 4 days. Because when the next shipment comes in, this is what positive momentum is. Positive momentum is when you get a huge launch and then now you're going to have word of mouth. People are going to say, it's awesome. Oh my God, it did so well. I want one. That's essentially what's going to happen now. So that's why I was hoping for a big launch. And then now at this point, get restocks in, get the next games announced. The Splatoon Raiders, get the Nintendo Direct, get the momentum going now and heading into it, right? Get the momentum heading into the summer season for kids and for adults traveling. Bring a Switch 2 with you. Buy a Switch 2, right? So yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. So yeah. So crazy stuff. Yeah, first round knockout. DS was the fastest, I think, but Switch 2 is definitely the DS was the fastest. Okay. Then I need to edit my tweet. Let me edit the tweet real quick. Let me add in the DS. Beating out Switch, beating out DS, Switch, and Wii. Wow, this is huge. Okay. Steam sold about 6 million. So not yet, but Switch 2 is probably gonna outsell Steam Deck within a month. I don't see any numbers where Steam Deck says that it sold 6 million, Minato. There's nowhere where, unless you can provide me with the link, there's nowhere that it said Steam Deck sold 6 million. I think what you're talking about is all PC handhelds combined have sold 6 million. All PC handhelds combined. That's where you're getting the 6 million figure yet. It's not just Steam Deck. So that article was Steam Deck plus like ROG Ally, plus Lenovo, Legion Go, everything combined. Steam Deck by itself didn't do 6 million, no. Let's see. Let me get some more, the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. We got 12, or no, not 12. 9 that we need to add to the board here. Let's go. 41 or 42. So yeah. According to Video Game Sales Wiki, the PS4 reached 2.1 million in 15 days. Back then, that was the ginormous launch. Yeah, that was a big launch. And there was a little bit of supply constraint with PS4 as well. Search Grok, dude. Yeah, I don't really use Grok. Somebody Grok it for me. Random stat, Nintendo Switch 2 has reached 26% of Wii U's lifetime sales in 4 days. Nintendo everything. Yeah, that's a stat. Oh yeah, my bad. Hey, but even more hilarious, Switch 2 outsell all PC handhelds in the market. I would probably say that Switch 2 will probably outsell all PC handhelds within the next month or so. Probably give it like another month or so, or maybe like 2 months, another month. Yeah, probably. Yeah, give it a little bit of time. I don't know how fast restocks are coming. So I mean, it might be a little slow getting to 4 million, then getting to 5 million, then getting to 6 million. You know, and PC handhelds are still selling too. So like they're still selling at least something. So yeah. But yeah, I don't know if it's going to take, probably not 2 months, guys. Probably not 2 months. Probably more like a month or so, maybe, but we'll see. There's no stopping the train, baby. Can't stop, won't stop. Justin with the $3.
I don't really care about sales, but with how annoying the people were, I'm glad. Lol.
The only reason why, yeah, I mean, you shouldn't necessarily care, like, oh my god, 100%. Like, you shouldn't be like console warring about sales. Like, that's not something that you should do. You should only be saying the facts. There shouldn't be any console warring with sales, in my opinion at least. But I will say that for Nintendo, sales numbers are really important because third-party developers are not just going to support Nintendo because like they support Xbox. Xbox, despite whatever sales it has, people are going to support it because it runs the same architecture as the top-selling systems. And the top-selling systems and the top-selling devices are PC and PS5. Xbox runs the exact same thing. They run x86. It's easier to get the ports. So they're going to get everything. Nintendo Switch is not the same thing. It's ARM architecture. It's very different. It's not as powerful as Series X and PS5. So you have to put work into actually getting a port done. So for Nintendo, sales are more important outside of just like, we're not talking about for the business wise. We're just talking about like for like fans, right? Games, getting games on your platform. Sales are actually more important for Nintendo than they are for Microsoft at this point. Like when it comes like to the Xbox can sell jack-ish. It's sold not good at all, but it's still going to get almost every single major thing, you know, because it's x86, because Microsoft has a robust platform for Game Pass and supporting third-party developers, because it can actually push what they're trying to do on PS5 with Xbox Series X at the bare minimum, right? Or Series S at the bare minimum, I should say. So sales are actually more important for Nintendo at this point than for Microsoft, because Nintendo needs to actually show that they're going to have a base of people that it's worth the time and effort to port from x86, to port from PC, and to port from PS5 to the Switch 2, you know? That's why it was really important for, you know, it was really important for the Switch 1 to sell well. So yeah. Let's see. All the haters went back to the caves. No, they'll bring out the other things. They'll bring out the other stuff. So I guess I should change my title right now. We got to change the title. Let's talk about this right now. So breaking news. Breaking news. Switch 2 sells 3 3.5 million. 3.5 million plus. Also, new Splatoon game. $3.5 million. In first 4 days. First 4 days. New Splatoon game. New Splatoon game. I knew Nintendo would make an announcement sometime soon. I thought it would be this week. New Splatoon game revealed, or details. Yeah, PE Live. All right, there we go. New title. New title. There we go. Save that. So, what do you guys think about this? The sale with this? Did Nintendo fake Switch 2 sales? There's the next Dreamcast. Oh my gosh, you guys are silly. Xbox bought damn near everything third party. I mean, that's not 100% false. So this is the biggest console launch in history. I think it might be the biggest console launch in history. For the first 4 days, it might be. I think the previous best was the PS5 and the PS4 with about 4.5 million in like the first month or so. So this might be the biggest launch in console history. Yeah, it might be. Nintendo just said Nintendo, but I think for the first 4 days, this seems to be the biggest launch ever. So yeah. Just with another $3 dono.
Were you able to see my Discord message about the micro SD card express restock that is coming?
I did see that. We'll definitely have to organize what we're going to do going forward, Justin. Shout outs, man. I appreciate you. Thank you for another $3, man. Shout out to the multiple $3 donos today. We're going further than beyond. There's no way a console sells 3.5 million in 4 days and doesn't go on to be successful. I'm predicting 100 million lifetime. I mean, listen, if it ended up not being successful, that would be it'd be improbable. There'd be no way, you know, there'd be no way that would even be like a real thing. So yeah. Might sell around 6 to 8 million in the first month. It could, for sure, if Nintendo can restock quickly. Drop the price was a good marketing strategy. Well, listen, I made a video talking about that, and I had a lot of people very angry at me for that video about the misinformation. And I said that the misinformation, I was correct. At least at first, I was correct. The misinformation and all of the smoke screens and all the weird stuff that people were doing, it actually got people to research the system more. Because like here's what I found online. I found that there was a ton of people being not sure what was happening. So what they would do is that they'd actually just research stuff themselves. They would just go and research themselves, or find guys like myself, or find guys like Nintendo Prime, or find people, like so many new people came, like subscribe to my channel, subscribe to Prime, subscribe to Spawn Wave, subscribe to RGT, people that weren't doing misinformation. So in my opinion, a lot of the sales and what people found out about the system was first through misinformation, and then later getting the right information or people correcting them on Twitter. So all it did was get more people to talk about the system, in my opinion. If the misinformation didn't happen, I don't know if as many people would have bought the system or knew about the system or researched the system as fast, in my opinion, because everyone was talking about it. Even still to this day, you've got people that don't like Nintendo making videos about the Switch 2. So even if you hate it, right? Think about it for a second. They always say, it's the Streisand effect. When you say something's terrible, when you say something's bad, some people are gonna be like, yeah, screw that, I hate it. But then there's gonna be people like, well, you're not the boss of me. Well, I don't know, you're a freaking idiot. A lot of these content creators are freaking idiots. And people that watch them know that they're idiots. So they just know, if he's saying this, it's probably something different because he's been wrong before, okay? He's been wrong before. He's got caught out before. So a lot of these guys that were actually putting out misinformation, I think it actually got some of their audience to research and be like, okay, this guy was wrong on this. I'm gonna pick it up. Because once again, you're putting it out there in the ethos. You're putting it out there on social media. You're getting thousands of views. You're getting people to look at the system that maybe would have never looked at it at all. Whether you're hating or not, more people are paying attention to the system. And I think that's the reason why Nintendo didn't really come out and say too many crazy things. They just said, hey, look, this is what we're going to do. When there was a bunch of misinformation, they're just like, we'll just clear it up with the people that ask about it. But they just knew that I think they knew that if it's a Switch 2, the name is Switch 2, so that's clear. And if you love the Switch, you're going to like the Switch 2. but also once again that people are just talking about the system, and the right information will become available. Like Nintendo did not say beforehand that Switch 2 edition games can play on your Switch 1. They didn't even say that, because, like, you know, we're not even trying to confuse people even more. We're not even going to say, they didn't say that, but they do. They actually play. If you buy a Switch 2 edition game, it plays on your Switch 1. They didn't say it. They just left it, because people will talk about it more. They just left it. So, that's the funny thing. That's the funny thing. So yeah, all publicity is good publicity if you know what the person is talking about. Yes, there was some confusion about certain stuff, but we all knew, one, it was a new system. The problem with the Wii U is that the confusion was, oh, it's not a new system, I don't need it, it's just a Wii. But we all know this is a new system. So I think that this negativity or this, like, and I said this, I'm not just saying this now because the sales have came out. I literally made a video saying, drop the price misinformation was actually, could have actually been a good thing. I made 2 videos talking about that. So it's not like I did not already say this would happen. I told you guys this would happen. Because I said it, go watch my drop the price. Misinformation actually helped the Switch 2. Because we all know it's a new system. People just don't like it. So people are going to research. And there's going to be people that don't care about online. Like, there's a lot of people that don't even care about online. They don't even care about, you know, all the online stuff. So they don't even care. They didn't even see all that. They knew that there's a Switch 2. They want it because they played Switch 1, and that's that. They go about their day. They have their wives, their kids, wives. They have their wife, maybe some people. They have their wife, they have their kids, or they're just, you know, single. They go to work, they come back, they just want to play a game. They're not on all this BS that people are on online, you know? So there's also that too. So yeah, it's all good. So it's all good though. It's all good. Shout outs. We got some coping in the chat too. Switch 2's money well spent. I feel this little big, I call it a little big system because it's little compared to a PS5 or an Xbox Series, but it's obviously big when it comes to a handheld. But it's a thin boy. It's a tall boy. We call it the tall boy around here. It's a tall, slender system. But this system's great, man. It's great. It's a great system. I think it's worth it for backwards compatibility and the lineup of first-party games. But that's just my opinion. What's up, Ryder Z? Welcome. All the drama was free marketing for Nintendo. Yeah, that's what I said essentially. What's up, V? OJ, thoughts on imminent? You are all the reason why gaming industry comments. Yeah. I'm probably gonna people clipping me and telling me how much of a shill I am or whatever the case is, or calling me names. But once again, I want all systems to do well. I want Xbox to do well. I want PlayStation 5 to do well. I want all systems to do well. I've never said that systems, I've never said that the PS5 or Xbox Series shouldn't sell well. I want competition. I want sales. I want more games. I want more stuff to talk about. That's what I want. So I don't even want PC handhelds to fail. I don't want anything to fail. So for me, being happy about sales numbers, like for a system succeeding and people having jobs, I have no problem doing that. And I'll do it for any system. We've done it for PlayStation. We're like, oh man, they've sold this many. That's great for them, you know? Or, I mean, we haven't really done it for Xbox because Xbox hasn't really been selling great in recent memory. But I know I did it for the 360 when I wasn't creating content at that time. It was the very end of the 360 era I started creating content. But I was happy that the 360 was doing so well. I bought a 360, I bought a PS3, I bought a Wii. I was happy that all the systems ultimately ended up doing really well. That's competition. That's mad competition, and that's what I want. So, but when it comes to Nintendo, I want it to do really well so we can get more games. The better it does, the more games we get. Look at the Wii U. The Wii U had games, but it didn't do so well, so we got less games. Also, it split games with 3DS, so that's the thing. But third-party developers did not try on the Wii U at all. Whereas on the Switch, third-party developers tried a lot harder on the Switch than the Wii U because the Switch sold. So there's a direct correlation between us getting more games and the sales of the system for Nintendo. It's not like Xbox. So yeah. Let's see. The slop tubers all bought a copy. Let's see. Newsflash. It sold more than the Virtual Boy. Beat out the Virtual Boy. Let's go. Beat out the Virtual Boy. So yeah. And somebody's like, you're just gonna get $80 games, and there's like, isn't Donkey Kong Bonanza $80? No, it's 70. Once again, misinformation. Hey, what's up, Squirrel Swirl? Saw NOA posted over 3.5 million Switch 2 sold. Yes, they did. What is up, Squirrel Swirl? Good to see you here. Welcome. Paul Gale says, you're damn right. It was confirmed. Thanks, LJ. Hey, look, Paul Gale, you making up stuff, right? You making up stuff, fam? Wasn't that you making up sales numbers? Wasn't that you making up? You better. Hey, Paul, if I were you, I would go over to Mr. Daniel on Ned's comment and say, hey, fam, did I make that up? Oh man, dude. Oh, okay, yeah, Squirrel, you did a what's it called? You did a unboxing of the Switch 2. I'm gonna watch it. I'm gonna watch your unboxing. You guys all go subscribe to Squirrel Swirl. Go subscribe. She did a Switch 2 unboxing, so make sure you guys go sub to her. She's awesome. I'm gonna put her channel in the chat, so you guys go subscribe to her channel. She did entire Switch 2 gear collection. So let's go. Looks pretty good. Oh, you got the Lexar memory card. Let's go. Shout outs. OJ, Switch 2 sold out. Outsold the Game Boy Micro. Okay. The guy at GameStop heard me ask about Pokemon, so he asked me. He said it was 80 after he looked it up, and he's like, "Oh no, it's actually 70." Yeah. I mean, Nintendo detailed their prices for the games and all that. So yeah. So people are saying it's the fastest selling hardware. They're saying, oh, wait a minute. Wait, how did it sell 3 million consoles in 4 days? I thought they underproduced consoles in order to create FOMO. Okay, that's definitely being sarcastic. Somebody on Twitter would say that they're being sarcastic with that. So yeah. 11,000, already 225,000 views with over 11,000 likes. Like I said, there's gonna be a lot of salty people though. There's gonna be a lot of salty people on that one. There's a latest tech tips vid in my feed title. Is Switch 2 already in trouble? LMAO, that's super funny timing with the release, with the sales news. It was probably based off of the what's it called, the Summer Games Fest and the what's it called, and some of the announcements not being there, and the Xbox show. But no, people bought the Switch 2 for backwards compatibility and the Nintendo Switch first party games. People bought the Switch 2 and they're buying the Switch 2 for those. Then obviously they had like the third party stuff that you can buy on the side, but the main reason why people are buying the Switch 2, the main reason right now is because, yeah, there's some third party support, and that's good. That's great. But they're buying it because Pokemon Legends ZA. They're buying it because backwards compatibility, Pokemon Scarlet and Violet. They're buying it because Mario Kart World. That's the one of the hugest, biggest reasons why. They're buying it because Mario Kart World. They're buying it because Donkey Kong Bonanza next month. They're buying it because Metroid Prime 4. They're buying it because of that. They're not buying it because, you know, random, you know, third-party games like events like Microsoft or, you know, or Summer Games Fest. They're buying it because of the first-party games. And obviously you need the third-party games to have the sustained success to do well over time, and that's going to happen. But people right now at this point, like the dedicated fans, they're not buying it because third-party games, you know? They're not buying it specifically for that. They're buying it because of backwards compatibility. They're buying it because of the big first-party games. And the third-party stuff is like the bonus, the extra, supplemental, you know? So yeah. Listen, I've been having fun talking crap to my kids with that chat feature. Nice, let's go. DCG Cope is about Cope videos about to speak. Oh man. Are all games digital? Libertify? No, all games aren't digital. No. I mean, third parties want to see that the system's off to a good start. That's clear, right? Third parties definitely want to see that the system's off to a good start. So, I mean, yeah, that's good. But most third parties banked on the Switch 2 actually being successful in the first place. So a lot of third parties actually banked on the Switch 2 being a successful platform in the first place, you know? So yeah. So yeah, that's all good. Are they doing Switch 2 updates for Mario games like Wonder? They did an update to make it better compatibility, but there's no actual Switch 2 update at all. The game already runs at 1080p 60, so they didn't really do any update for Wonder, but they did do an update for Super Mario Odyssey. They did do an update for Super Mario 3D World plus Bowser's Fury. That now runs at 60 frames per second. So Bowser's Fury, that got an update. They did an update for New Super Mario Bros. U that runs, I think, not at 4K or something like that. So they did, and I think does it have game share? I don't know. I think it might have game share. So yeah, they did an update for a few Mario games, but they didn't do an update for Wonder. Have you been playing anything? Of course, I've been playing Mario Kart World, Projo. I mean, watch my vids. What do you think I've been playing? Does the PS Portal play every game that is downloaded on my PS5? It basically streams your whole PS5. Yes, it can stream anything that you have on your PS5. Wonder is the only Mario that didn't get updated. Well, did Mario Maker get update? Mario Maker 2 and did Mario Maker 1 and 2 get updates? I don't think those got updates, did they? Did those get big updates? Well, there's other games, not Mario Kart. Okay. What else am I playing? I played Cyberpunk a little bit. So if you watch my Nintendo Switch 2 review, I actually have stuff that I play in there. So watch my review, Projo. You know what I'm playing because I talked about it there. Bayonetta 3, backwards compatibility, Mario Kart Wonder. Watch my review. If you have not seen my review of the Nintendo Switch 2, watch it. I actually go over pretty much everything that I played in that review. So watch my review. I'm going to link it for you guys so you guys can watch the review. Watch the review. Watch my review of the Switch 2. I'm going to put it up here in just a bit. Give me 1 second. Composites. 1 second. I'm going to put it up. Crispy Tofu with the $1 dono. And he says this. Give me just 1 second. Let me link this. Haven't watched anyone's vids. Been busy saving them for work time. Hey, it's all good. Watch that later. I hope they update the first-party games in Switch 2. I hope they update their first-party games in Switch 2. Well, they've been updating their first-party games in Switch 2. Splatoon 3 is also getting an update on Thursday, June 12th. So yeah, they're gonna continue updating their games. Yeah, that's already kind of a given. Cyberpunk is crazy with all the character customization. It is pretty crazy. An update for 3 houses would be nice. Like, give us an update for 3 houses. That'd be nice. But apparently Fire Emblem Warriors 3 Hopes, that runs, I think, like at 60 now or close to it. 'Cause I think it was uncapped frame rate. So I think that actually runs really good now. But I mean, it ran okay before. It ran better than Hyrule Warriors Age of Calamity. Yeah, Xenoblade updates would be good. Switch 2 is going to be hard to find all year round. For the first year lineup is way better than the original Switch, especially with third party. I mean, yeah, if you count third party, David, I agree with you for sure. I think the Switch 2 lineup is becoming better than the Switch 1 lineup. I mean, there was some talk about which lineup was better, and you know, but there's some talk about that. Let me get into Crispy Tofu's $1 dono though. Thank you so much, Crispy Tofu. I appreciate that. Also, Paul Gale, thank you for the $2. Paul Gale, you need to go to Daniel Ahmed. Said, was I still making up stuff now? You need to go there and say that to him. You need to go there and say that. You need to go there and say it. Hey OJ, don't mean to pry, but generally curious about how your vids are doing with all the Switch 2 craziness. Have you noticed any videos doing better than others? Hope your views are exceeding your expectations. Hope you're doing well too, man. My views are okay. Like, I think that they're okay. They're pretty good. Definitely would like to average probably more about maybe 20 to 30K per video. I think that would be cool if we can get up to that. But I'm not going to sit here and complain too much because once again, we got good support on our live streams. And regardless of, like, if a video doesn't do well, I can just make another video. So it's not really that big of a deal. But yeah, I mean, I pretty much do over 10K for every video, which is not bad for my channel. But yeah, a lot of vids are doing, 12K, 14K, 19K. I've got a 32K video, 15K, 27K. So I'm pretty much doing above 10K, which is what I always try to shoot for, 10,000 views or more. So pretty much every video is hitting right around that or way higher. So yeah, it's doing good. But we just need to ride the momentum and, like, keep on riding the momentum to get more people to watch. So yeah. CR World with the $3 dono, man. I appreciate that.
Let's compare first week of launch for all 3 consoles.
Okay.
PlayStation 5 sold 1.4 million units worldwide. Xbox Series sold 1.3 million units worldwide. Switch 2 sold 3.5 million units worldwide. It outsold both PS5 and Xbox Series by 0.8 million units.
Yeah, combined it seems like, yeah. Well, I mean, they had stock. Obviously, PS5 and Xbox Series didn't have stock, so I think if the PS5 and Xbox Series had stock, I mean, it probably would have done. I don't know if it would have done better than both of them combined. I think the PS5 probably would have sold around 3 million. I think if it had stock, or maybe close to that. And the Xbox Series probably would have done maybe 2 million plus, right, or maybe about that. So I think that stock situation was a problem for Xbox and for Sony. But yeah, 3.5 million in the first 4 days. That, I mean, even if there was stock, I think it would be tough to actually, you know, I mean, it would reach. I don't know if it'd exceed that, you know. Also, no stores and sales. Yeah, COVID, exactly. The pandemic too, so it's a little bit tough to compare. Yes, Pokemon Scarlet is better. If you guys watch my vids, if you watch my review, you would have seen that. You would have seen that. Yes, Pokemon Scarlet, it runs like at 4K 60 frames per second now. It runs literally flawless. I mean, it doesn't look, obviously the graphics aren't better. Well, I mean, the resolution's better, so obviously the look of the game looks sharper and better, but the detail is not as good. Like, obviously it's like still a Switch 1 game, but yeah, it looks and runs way better now. Like, the resolution wise looks better, and draw distance is better. The amount of Pokemon on screen is better. It runs super smooth. So yeah. Sword and Shield doesn't have an update, but it will run at a consistent 30 frames per second. It's not going to run at 60, but it's going to run at 30, which the original game ran at 30. It targeted 30, but it dipped below 30 a lot, especially like in the wild area. Do you think Pokemon games need skip cutscenes and battle speed options? I would like battle speed options for Pokemon, for sure. Battle speed options would be good in single player. Yeah. I paid over 100 per tank in gas during COVID. We can afford games now. We can afford games. Oh man, COVID was crazy for gas. It was crazy. I got 2 Mario Kart bundles. One had the sticker on the box. The other had the box, Mario Kart on the actual box. Yeah, I've been hearing that some people, like, theirs was printed on there, then some people's was a sticker. And I would guess that the reason why is because one of them was sitting in a warehouse for a long time. The other wasn't. Now, mine was a sticker, so I'm not sure which one was longer or not, but that's probably what was happening. It was sitting in a warehouse for so long that they changed the process of how they do this. They changed the process of how they actually do the manufacturing for the boxes. That's how long. I'm guessing, depending on if it was manufactured in China versus Vietnam, or when it was manufactured. I don't know which one, but that's how long it took, because the process was going to be one thing, and then at some point it changed. So it's obviously they've been stockpiling and they've been sitting on the consoles for a while now. That's the reason why you have some with the sticker and some without. They changed the process, so it took a long time. They were, I mean, some of those systems might have been there for almost a year, just sitting there, or close to that, like 8 months, 7, 8 months, you know, plus just sitting in a warehouse waiting for the release date, you know. One was original, one was in an original print. You might be able to get more for the one, like, in the future. If you have one that doesn't have a sticker and it's printed on the box, that might actually be more valuable than the one that has a sticker on there. Like, it actually might be more valuable. So that might be something to look out for, like the box that's printed versus the box that isn't. Isn't it odd how the Xbox One said one thing bad and got demolished, by yet these Nintendo haters tried to slander them, even trying to say that Nintendo did what Xbox did, but it still sold 3.5. Yeah, I mean, it is what it is. Shout outs to Arkham's Grim with the $1. Definitely need to join Mario Kart games. Salute OJ. Yes, sir. Arkham, we got to get you in, brother. We got to get you in. Let's go. We got to get you in. Mine was printed. On some reason, it's the European version. Okay. So that might be it, too. What kind of graphics card does the Switch 2 have? I mean, it doesn't really have a graphics card like that. I mean, it's not, you can't really say it. It's a custom chip. It's custom NVIDIA Tegra.
Switch 1 still outsold the 2 consoles. By 2 points from Xbox Series and 1 point from PS5. I'm gonna be making a short about it.
Okay.
Making fun of grifters with that info.
Okay.
Wow.
Okay. I mean, like, don't go. Just calm down, guys. Calm down. Let's just calm down. Wait. Okay. Yeah, I get you. No, you can do it. You can do it, Christian. But I mean, just just be reasonable. Let's be reasonable. So yeah. Dude, I ran a business and just shipping for millions of units is something most people can't fathom. Yeah, it's expensive. They want to poke. I'm not going to be poking any bears. You know, I'm not going to be poking any bears directly. You know, I'm personally not going to be poking any bears directly. I mean, will I poke a bear indirectly? Yes. But will I poke a bear directly? Probably not. Probably not. Probably not poking any bears directly. But we definitely have to say something, though, right? We have to say something. But yeah, the Switch 2 selling, you know, selling 3.5 million in the first 4 days. That's wild. So yeah. That's wild. And all I put on the, this is how you know people are upset. All I put on Nintendo's page was, wow, shout outs, impressive, you know, can't wait. That's awesome news for the sales. Can't wait for more games. Can't wait for more. That's all I put, just congratulating them. All I put was, yo, congrats. And I got people calling me names for just simply calling me shill, for simply just saying congrats and here's to more games. That's all I said. That's all I said. So yeah, basically Daniel Ahmed also posted on Twitter that it is actually the fastest selling Nintendo console of all time. He said this makes it not just the best selling Nintendo console in the first 4 days, but the fastest selling home video game console of all time. So it's actually the fastest selling. Like, Nintendo didn't say that because they don't want to include console wars people. Like, if you mention Microsoft and Sony directly, then that's going to cause more problems than you need. So that's like an unforced error. So I'm glad that Nintendo didn't say it's the fastest selling console of all time. I'm really glad that they did it, because there was no need to actually bring that in there. If they just say fastest selling Nintendo console, you know, then it makes it a lot without people just trying to snipe, you know, stupid headlines. They did say that on the Japanese Nintendo website, they said that we posted news release. Nintendo Switch 2 sells over 3.5 million units worldwide in first 4 days. So yeah. And I think that the biggest thing of one of the reasons why is because, once again, I talked about this, but people wanted a better Switch. People really wanted a Switch, but better. And that's what you got. You got a Switch, but way better, right? You got a sequel that's bigger, badder, and better. And that's really what people wanted. That's all you need. You don't need some type of crazy, wow, Wii U tablet, super, wow, you know, some type of, you know, or wow, Wii remote playing over here, playing wow, nunchaku Bruce Lee simulator. You know, you don't need that right now. You don't need that. You can make software that does the gimmicks. You can make a Ring Fit type of gimmick, right? You can do that. You don't need, you know, you don't need that. Oh, give me 1 second. Oh, is it right there? Oh wow, you look pretty. Are you leaving? Are you gonna get some ice cream? Okay, if you do, you know Reese's, right? Okay, thank you. Okay, yeah, my wife was going out. Man, she looked hot. Woo! 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 Okay, come. Let me see. I'm not gonna show him on camera. Let me see my boy. Wow, you look good, son. Huh? You sure? This look okay. All right, you guys get a glimpse for the Switch 2 selling 3.5 million. You guys get a glimpse of my boy. Okay. You guys, the first time ever for the Switch 2 selling 3.5 million. You guys get a little glimpse of my boy. Huh? You looking good, huh? You looking good? You looking good, son? All right. Love you. All right. Yeah, shoes. He's got his cool shoes on. He's got his cool shoes on right there. He's growing, big boy. All right. There you go. Yeah, he's a charmer, man. He's a stunner. The girls are it's gonna be tough to keep him off of him. Yeah, he's a healthy big boy, man. He's a healthy big boy. Holy crap, he looks just like, yeah, he looks like he looks like me with, but here's the funny thing. He actually looks more like, he looks like my wife more. That's the funny thing. Like, my wife looks, they have the same eyes, the same cheeks, you know, type of chin. Like, he has like my actual eyes. He has my actual eyes, and he has like my big forehead and all that. And like, he has like my head shape. But he looks like my wife too, like skin complexion, more like my wife. Like he looks like my wife. Yeah, he's a big guy. He's a big guy. He's a big guy. He's got your nose and eyes. Okay, yeah. I guess, yeah. I mean, he's my son, so so he's gonna look like me. So yeah, he's a good kid though. I love him dearly. Did you test out the Xenoblade Chronicles 60 frames hidden update? Guys, it needs to be unlocked. There needs to be something that unlocks like a update or something like that. So it's still 30. Let's see. It looks like if you keep your hairline. Yeah, he's got a strong hairline, man. His hairline's strong. He actually came out with a full head of hair. Like, he came out. I was right there. I was helping because the boy was big. He had the umbilical cord wrapped around his neck, so he was having a little bit of trouble coming out. But when he finally did come out, that dude had a full head of hair. He had a trouble coming out though. And I was right there. I had to hold, and I had to, I was the first person to see, because I didn't know the gender. We didn't know. We just guessed. We didn't guess, but we didn't know what we were having. Okay, we didn't know if we were having a girl or a boy. And so I was the first person to see that he was a boy. Because as soon as he came popping out, I was waiting, because he came out kind of like head first. And then I couldn't tell. And I'm like, oh, it looks like a boy. Then all of a sudden, the rest of him comes out, and I'm like, it's a boy! And I'm like screaming. It's a boy! And all the nurses are like laughing and smiling as they're obviously getting ready to, cut the cord and do all that stuff. But they were all smiling and everything. But I was like yelling. I was like, ah! I was like Kratos, dude. Listen, nothing wrong with girls. Obviously nothing wrong with girls. But I already have a girl. I have a 13-year-old daughter. So I already have one. So I was hoping I can get a boy here. So now I'm done. I'm done. I'm finished. I'm out. I'm cashing out. Fam. I'm cashing out. So yeah. Hey, what's up, Juice Man Vaughn? Let's see here. OJ, bro. Not only that, but I've got four younger nieces and nephews. My older brother, I have a niece there. She's, I think, 9. I have my sister has 3, 2 boys and 1 girl, and they always want to play. Whenever I come around, they want to play. They love me so much. So I feel like I have like more than 2 kids. I feel like I have like 6 kids. Because my nephews are like, I'm super close with my nephews and my niece, so yeah, I'm all kitted out, man. I'm tapped out on kids. I'm good. I don't need any more. So that's right there. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's 6. That are kids that are I'm big uncle to them. So, or 4 that I'm big uncle to, and then 2 that are mine. Exactly. So yeah, I'm good. Let's see here. Tall Man says, OJ, I have 1 son, 5 years, and I'm done. Yeah, I'm done. When you're dad and see a son, I get that. Yeah. Well, because I want my boy to play. Like, I want to teach my boy to play football and stuff like that. My daughter, she's not into any of that. She's like into like K-pop, and that's fine. She's into like K-pop, and she's into like, hanging out with her friends. But she's not. I mean, she's good at sports. She's actually super athletic. She got her genes from me because she's super fast for her age and everything like that. She ran track. She got first place in all of her events in 6th grade, and then she decided that she doesn't want to do track anymore. So, she's not really into sports or into stuff that I'm into like that. She doesn't like video games like me. So she's kind of different, and that's okay. She's gonna forge her own path. But my son, obviously, I'm gonna get him into all the stuff that I like too. And I know he's already liking watching football and watching basketball and like playing. Like, he has like a hoop that he shoots hoops in. He has like a football that he runs around with. So I can already tell the dude's already liking sports, you know, which is good. So I'm excited. No, I'm not tying nothing. Hell nah. You never know. You might need something in the future. I ain't tying nothing, but I ain't shutting down the factory for good. No, but I'm not having it anymore. But I ain't gonna do all that weird. No, I ain't doing all that. Like that just no. What if something comes up? What if I might need to, bruh? So I ain't doing all that. I don't want them playing around there either. Like I don't want them cutting and playing around there, fam. Like I'll just be careful. I don't want them snipping and sniffing around and cutting and all that type of stuff. I'm good. So yeah, I'm gonna go with OKC. Let's see here. What do you mean need to? I'm just saying, like, in the future, what if, like, my wife and I, what if we want another kid? Because my wife only has one child. And right now, at first we were like, okay, no more kids, right? Like, we're good. We're good on that. But then now she's starting to say, oh, well, you know, if I get into my career and, oh, well, maybe in the future. So now she's starting to say maybe. So that's why I'm like, okay, well, no, if I decided to snip it right away, then I'd be screwed, you know? So that's why I said, you know, I don't plan on to, but if she wants to, like maybe like 5 years or 4 years, if she wants to, yeah, sure, we can later. But right now, no. But I don't plan on having anymore. I don't plan on having anymore. But if she wants to later, sure, we can do later. Yeah, but not now. Not now. I don't want anything more now. I'm okay with just raising my son and raising my daughter, you know? So I'm good. Let's see here. Jose refusing to retire the player in player essence. No. Nah, you guys are crazy. Got to keep the bakery on high alert, man. I'm telling you. I don't have kids and don't want any. Hey, look, kids aren't for everybody. You know, I always say, if you don't feel like you're going to be a good parent, or if you don't feel like you're going to be, you know, that you want kids, don't have kids. Because then you're probably going to end up being a bad parent, you know? So there's nothing wrong with that. Shout out to CR Worlds, though. Thank you for the $3 dono. I appreciate that. About 13 minutes ago. Thank you for the $3, man. That's awesome. Damn, I wonder how people are gonna spin this. The people that were hating on Switch 2. I wonder how they're gonna spin this in videos. I think they're just gonna. I wonder how the spin is gonna be. I don't want responsibility. There you go. It's not for everyone. Having kids is not for everyone. When you have kids, you've got to think of yourself as second. You can't think of yourself as first. You got to think of yourself as second. And for some people, they don't want that, or they just want to be able to play games and spend their money on what they want to spend their money on, you know, and not have to pay for somebody else. And that's completely fine. That's completely fine. There's nothing wrong with that, you know? Nothing wrong with that at all. If you don't want kids, don't have kids, you know? If you want kids, have kids. It's as simple as that. My parents want me to find a wife and have kids. My response, I ain't got no time for that. I mean, parents will always want you to have kids because they had you. So like, most parents want you to have kids and will be sad if you don't have kids because they want to be grandparents. So yeah, but I mean, at the end of the day, it's your life. That's your relationship. You know, for me, I don't think I could go, even if I didn't want kids, I think I'd still have one just for my mom's sake, because I know my mom wants to be a grandma. She wanted to be a grandma. And, you know, and to be honest, for a long time, the only person in my family that had a kid was me. You know, I was the only one for a long time. My daughter's 13. The next oldest is my sister has a 7-year-old. So for a good half decade plus, my daughter was the only immediate grandchild. And my mom was not happy at all. She was not happy with that. The fact that she has 4 kids and only one of them had 1 kid. You know, and she's thinking, at one point she's like, you guys are I'm gonna be in the ground before I see grandkids. So at one point she was actually pretty angry with that, because she's like, I'm gonna be in the ground. You guys don't want to have kids. Like, so I'm like, we got to get things together first. You know what I'm saying? Like, you can't just rush out. So, but now she's better now. Obviously I've got 2. My sister's got 3. My brother's got 1. So it's all good now, you know? But yeah, most parents want it. Like, you know, yeah, I want my daughter and my boy to have a kid at some point. I want to be a grandpa at some point. I don't want them to not have kids. I want to be able to be a grandpa. You know, it's going to be in the distant future, but I still want to be one someday. I don't want it to where they have no kids, where there's no legacy. I don't want that. So yeah. Yeah, you learn to accept what can't be. Yeah. Many won't spin it and just admit that that they never liked Nintendo and say Nintendo is still greedy. Yeah, I'm getting called all sorts of names on Twitter just simply for saying congrats. All I said was congrats, and I'm getting called names. So yeah. Just a few times though. Just a few times. But it's good though. It's good. It's all good. It's all good. But yeah, it's good to see Nintendo Switch 2 sell 3.5 million in the first 4 days. Fastest selling Nintendo hardware ever globally. That's crazy. Crazy stuff. But once again, I mean, Twitter did say that it wouldn't happen, right? Twitter was saying, shout outs to Prime. Prime was like, I'm tired of being right. Maybe we should go over the comments. Twitter reacts to the Nintendo Switch 2. Maybe we should go over the comments on this one. Oh man, let me see here. Chat box or cam link, visible on recording and stream. Okay, so let's talk about this, shall we? So, I think we can definitely take a look over and go over. So, Nintendo of America just announced that the Nintendo Switch 2 has sold over 3.5 million units worldwide. In the first 4 days. That's becoming the fastest selling Nintendo hardware ever globally, but it's actually the fastest selling hardware ever globally in the first 4 days. So it's actually beat out every other system. Daniel Ahmed put that up there, but I want to look at some of the quote tweets, view quote tweets, and Nintendo Prime. So we got the Nintendo Switch 2 versus the internet. Just having some fun here. LOL. Incredible numbers. Fastest selling system ever. Over 25% of the Wii U's lifetime sales in less than a week. Yeah, the whole Wii U narrative, that obviously is not going to happen. Joel says, I believe 3.5 million in 4 days would make this the biggest console launch of all time. Special shout outs to everyone saying this was going to be another Wii U. Yeah, definitely. Roger's Base. We got to see what Roger's Base says. Hold up. Give me 1 second here, guys. Oh, actually, no. That messed up everything. Roger's Base had a video.
Nice. Nice.
Nice. Oh, that was good. That was good. I like that. Was probably my favorite response so far right now. Yeah. Okay. I like that one.
Nice.
Shout outs to Roger's Base. He's the homie. Pori, who says outsold the Steam Deck in less than a week. Damn. Oh man, that's crazy. Same with the two says, imagine you had a baby and it came out with the DSP's face. I'm not gonna imagine that. Not gonna imagine that. Nintendo Fangirl. So basically the Switch 2 is on the verge of outselling the Steam Deck after 4 days. Yeah, it's close. I think the Steam Deck sold around 3.7 to 4 million units according to estimates. So it's going to outsell at any time now. As soon as they get the restocks in, probably. Jazzy Jefferson. Shout out to Jazzy Jefferson. Says the Switch 2 is not selling. It's still on store shelves. Saw no hype about it. No reviews before launch will hurt sales. So... What's this?
Leave me alone! Leave me alone!
Yo, Jazzy Jefferson with the... Yo, hit him with the job application!
Leave me alone!
You're gonna have to turn into grifting videos? Don't worry. They're gonna spin it into something else. Don't get it twisted, Jazzy. They're gonna spin it into something else. Oh snap! Sorry about that, guys. I'm trying to find my chat again. Give me 1 second here. Let's go back to this just so I can find my chat. My chat messed up, so see if I can find my chat. Oh, here we go. There's my chat. There's my chat. All right, let me go back to the Twitter notification. Let me pull this Twitter notification out and separate it from everything else so I can see you guys' comments. That was hilarious, though. That was absolutely hilarious. She says this guy has me blocked, but he says Cyber Toast with the $5 dono. I went AFK for a bit, came back.
I went AFK for a bit, came back, and did you turn into Jim Ryan? Will it be 5 million tomorrow? Just kidding, bro. That's an amazing first 4 days for the Switch 2.
Jim Ryan comes out like Mega Man. He beams down like Mega Man. Like, we sold 5 million. The numbers were wrong. Like, he probably Jim Ryan just beams in and just comes in and says, no, we sold 5 million. And like the music playing like, I'm telling you, you didn't beat us. We're the final boss. What's gonna happen, bro? I'm telling you, it's gonna Jim Ryan gonna just pop in, bro. He's just gonna pop in. The newsworthy aspect of that Nintendo had an unprecedented amount of units to purchase for its launch. Nearly all notable consoles sell out at launch, but Nintendo stockpiled record-breaking numbers to be available day one. What's even more crazy to me is that Nintendo sold this many for days. I could walk into a store and still find Switch 2 on store shelves. This isn't a knock on the popularity of the consoles. It's kudos to Nintendo that having that many. They defeated the launch day demand. I mean, I don't know if they... The thing about it is that, yeah, you could walk in, but a lot of places started reporting sellouts, though. So, yes, while you could walk in a day or two afterwards, by the weekend's end, there was a lot of places that didn't have it. It didn't make it past the weekend. So, while, yes, a lot of consoles do sell really well at launch, but this is somewhat false. Not all consoles sell out at launch. The Nintendo 3DS did not sell anywhere near... I don't think it sold out at launch. I had 2 people at my launch at Walmart for the Nintendo 3DS. And the 3DS did not demand massive lines. There were some lines and stuff, but 3DS definitely did not sell out worldwide at launch. It did not. They were available, and they were sitting on store shelves. Nintendo actually had to drop the price because they were not selling the system. So this is false that all systems sell out at launch. That's not true. The original DS, I don't think that sold out at launch either. The GameCube, I don't recall that being sold out at launch. I mean, it might have done well where there was low stock, but not every single system sells out at launch. That's not true. Now, when you're talking about modern platforms, like the Wii U, that didn't sell out at launch. I mean, Nintendo said that they sold through pre-orders and it did okay. There were some places that had sellouts, but you could go in and grab a Wii U 4 days or 5 days afterwards. I saw multiple Wii U's at various different stores well after the first 4 days or whatever. They were definitely, there was stacks of them in places well after the launch of the system. So that's not 100% true what he said here, but it's okay. Street Fighter 6 sold 5 million copies according to Capcom. Wonder if that's before or after Switch 2 bump. It might have been after the Switch 2 bump, but we'll have to wait and see. They were probably waiting to get that Switch 2 bump. So pretty sure this is a record. Not only is the highest Nintendo console has sold in 4 days, I don't think any console's managed to sell over 3.5 million units in such a short time, and people were saying it's gonna flop. No one wants this console. Yeah, there was no hype. It's gonna flop. No one wants it. I mean, there's a guy that I have on my Twitter page. I'm going to show it right now, you know, and that is true what Mr. Maku said. Because I'm going to get into what Paul Gale said here, because I'm going to go to one of my, I'm going to go to my profile here. I'm going to go to bookmarks, and we're going to look at what happened here on my bookmarks, because me and this guy, we got into a pretty nasty Twitter spat where, you know, he started calling me fanboy and calling me names, so I started calling him stupid and moron and idiot and all that type of stuff. And this guy, this guy is an idiot. This guy that I was talking to is an idiot, but he said exactly what I was saying on here. So check this out. So we had a long Twitter thread back and forth. But check this out. We're gonna scroll up. We talked about the whole Tom Warren tweet, and he said, okay. So the whole thing was, then cancel your order. So remember the Tom Warren tweet? I've never been less excited for a console launch than Nintendo Switch 2. I pre-ordered one as soon as I could, but now the launch feels a bit, you know, Okay, fair. Not fair, because he doesn't care about Nintendo or their games, but it's just to be a part. It's just to be a part of the conversation. But whatever, right? So then Doc Trey said, then cancel your order and let someone who actually wants it have one. That's a fair response. Hey, look, you're not excited? Cancel it. Let somebody else have one. So then I put, He doesn't care about Nintendo or the games and barely played the Switch 1. He's just getting it for clicks and tax write-off. That's my honest opinion on Tom Warren. This dude, I've looked through his profile. He doesn't talk about Nintendo Switch 1 games. He doesn't talk about what he likes. He doesn't talk about backwards compatibility. He doesn't talk about anything. This guy just works. He just works. He likes video games, or he grew up, and that's just what he does. So that's it. It's not like he's some type of enthusiast for Nintendo or for games or for anything. So I just put my honest opinion, you know? So then this guy came out and said, nah, he's right. The launch seems like it's a dead compared to past console launches. There's no hype right now. You're a fanboy, so you wouldn't know what a fair criticism is if you stepped on it. So then I was like, yeah, follow up to a game that sold 70 million means there's no hype. You're a moron. So I know you wouldn't know what being objective is if you stepped on it. Dead launch. So I put that, and I put, hey, struggling to meet demand, soaring. Like, I put all the evidence that's factually out there that the system has hype, that people are excited for it, that it's just the media and Twitter bubble that's being stupid. But you get called names for facts, you know, and I didn't even say anything negative towards Tom. I just said he doesn't like it, and that is the truth. That is the honest truth. The honest truth is that he does not like Nintendo's games, because he has not posted anything about playing Nintendo Switch 1. He does not care about backwards compatibility. He does not care how the games do. He does not care about a lot of these games. He doesn't, and we all know he doesn't. I can spot a fraud from a mile away, okay? So that's it. It's not any knock on him. He likes Xbox, and that's fine. There's nothing wrong with that, you know? But don't sit here and act like you were excited for the launch. You were not. You were not, because Nintendo laid out exactly everything that you were going to get at the launch. Why did you pre-order one? Why did you pre-order one? They laid out everything that you're going to get at the launch. When pre-orders went live, they literally showed everything that you're going to be able to get. Why did you pre-order it? You pre-ordered it for clicks, and that's fine. You're allowed to do that. But I'm just telling the truth. That is the truth about Tom Warren when it comes to Nintendo. He does not care about Switch 1. Look through his profile. Did he talk about Switch 1 games? Did he talk about what he loves about the system, or and like what games he's playing? No. If he showed you his Switch 1 library, it would be his playtimes. It would be trash. He never posted his year-end review. He never posted like any of that type of stuff. What hours? He never did. So I'm just calling it like I see it. Sometimes people come after me and say, OJ, you're just Nintendo. You're a fraud. And I'm like, no, I'm not. I've got the time. I've got the time to prove it. I got my PS5 time for Astrobot. I got my PS5 time for SMT5 Vengeance. I've got my PS5 time for Clair Obscur Expedition 33. I've got my PS5 time for Metaphor Refantasio. I've got my times. I can prove that I'm not fraudulent when it comes to what I say that I like and what I'm playing. If I talk about PlayStation, I like PlayStation. I like their systems. I buy them, and I like the PS5. I think it's a good system, and I play games on there. I got proof. I'll show it. I'm not afraid. A lot of these guys don't show anything. They're liars. You know what I'm saying? They're complete liars. And it's okay to say that, yo, you don't actually play it. People get mad when people do that. It's okay to say that. It's okay. Anyway, following up, he said, look at what he said here. This aged like milk. He said this aged like milk. Videos every story in the country having tons of stock. I can go into any store right now and buy one. You fanboys are something else. So it aged like milk, huh? Aged like milk, huh? Did it age like milk, fam? It aged like milk? All right. Let's have a little bit of fun tonight. Let's have a little bit of fun tonight. Should we hit him with the quote tweet? So yeah. Should we hit him with the quote tweet? I think we should hit him with the quote tweet. I think we should hit him with a nice quote tweet. Hit him with a nice quote tweet on this one. With the Nintendo Switch 2. Maybe we should hit him with Daniel Ahmed's tweet too. Maybe we should hit him with that one as well. So maybe we should hit him with that one. Gene chat with the Jonin tier. Maybe we should hit him with that as well. All right, so let's talk about, actually wait, hold up. Let me do this again. We're gonna hit him with the nice Daniel Ahmed We're gonna hit him with the Daniel Ahmed, and we're gonna hit him with the Nintendo. We're gonna hit him with the 1-2 combo, a jab cross. That's what we're gonna do. We're gonna hit him with the jab cross. We're gonna hit him with the jab cross. Hit him with one Daniel. Hit him with the Nintendo. Hit him with the Daniel Ahmed. So I'm gonna put this. This is gonna be the tweet. This is gonna be the tweet. Age like milk, huh? Yeah. If you're talking about your own tweet, if you're talking about your own tweet, then yes. Then yes. Aged like milk. Oh man, we got aged like milk. If you're talking about your own tweet, then yes, aged like milk. We gotta hit him with the laughing emoji too. Oh man, I tried to tell him though, man. I tried to tell him. I tried to let him know. I let him know. I said, look, man. I said, you're a moron. I'm like, look, Nintendo had a ton of stock because they knew a lot of fans would show up. You must be slow. This is going to be one of the best-selling launches of all time because they have stock. People call me names. But guys, boys and girls, ladies and gentlemen, I've been doing this for a long time. People think that they don't want to listen to someone that's been around the block. I tried to tell him it's going to be one of the best console launches of all time. I tried to show him. I showed him the lines. I showed him the lines. I showed him what was happening. How people were lining up. This was not like the Wii U. Look at this. You got the Best Buy line wrapping around. It goes one here, then wraps around and goes back. This is going to be positive word of mouth. People are going to be buying it based off of that. But yeah, we cooked him. We cooked him. We cooked him. Paul Gale also put up a tweet as well talking about things. So yeah. Let's see here. But it's all good. Nintendo God says every PlayStation fanboy and PC tech zombie seeing Switch 2 sold 3.5 million in 4 days and becoming the fastest selling console of all time after running a misinformation and smear campaign for over a year. Hold on.
What's going on? Doc?
I'm done. Cut the show. I'm done. Take me off. Take me off. Cut the show.
What's going on?
Oh man, bro, that's hilarious, man. That's hilarious. Oh man, that's crazy. That's crazy. Yeah, this cut the show. Cut the show. I wonder what, like I said, I wonder what the new grip is gonna be. I wonder what the new grip is gonna be. So yeah, I don't think this guy's ever gonna respond. I don't think this guy's gonna respond. So yeah. I'm gonna put another. I'm gonna put it in the same thread too, just to make sure he sees it. There's no way Nintendo God isn't Baron alt account. Wait, why do you say it's an alt account for Baron? What do you say that for? How do you know it's an alt account for Baron? You think that it's an alt account for Baron? Double down on false stick drift. Yeah. Oh, just pre-ordered Pokemon ZA on Switch 2 edition. Hey, we out here. Let's go. Lines were in all for. There were lines in all of Denton, Texas here. Best Buy, Walmart, Target, both GameStop. Got my pre-order from Best Buy. Took almost 2 hours to get in line waiting. Switch 2's fire. Screw the haters. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So, yes, sir. Yeah, the dude predicted his own tweet. Age like milk. He predicted his own tweet. That's what Dior said in the chat or on Twitter. Predicted his own tweet. Bear needs to do an epic rant. Yeah, brother. They have the same language, same roast. There's no way that ain't him. Listen, I'll say this. If it's him, he ain't gonna admit it. He ain't gonna say it. if it's him, he ain't gonna admit it. I can tell you that right now. All right, take it easy, Mr. Black. It did in summertime, quietest quarter of the hardware. Imagine this was holiday season, could have been 10 million. Well, Nintendo wouldn't have had 10 million units to produce, so they couldn't have done 10 million if it was holiday because they wouldn't have had 10 million units to sell that fast, you know. So that probably would have happened. So yeah. I promise you, just go down the post and replies. He recognized Bear in frame 1 and you won't admit it. Well, listen, I might have already recognized that a while ago. And I might have already recognized that a while ago. And listen, he's not, I don't know who that is ultimately at the end of the day. It could be somebody that's a Baron fan, you know? It could be somebody that's a huge Baron fan. So yeah. But I might have noticed that a while ago, though. I might or might have not noticed that a while ago, you know. So yeah. So what's up, Nick93? Welcome. How you doing today? Remember what you said? You have weirdos. I wonder how the Switch 2 YouTubers will do if Switch 2 fails. I wonder if this guy's okay. Yo, Minato, remember that one guy on stream that we reacted to? And then I think we commented on his video that he made, and I tried to bet him if about the Switch 2 success or failure. I forgot the guy's name though, but yeah, I remember that we reacted to one of his videos on stream. Like we counterpointed a lot of his stuff. I forgot his name though. I wonder how he's feeling right now. Hybrid powerhouse. Let the cat out of the bag. So yeah. I know you're talking about. I forgot the dude's name. Yeah, I forgot the dude's name. Colin. This man Minato Mario knows every hater. Categorically, like photographic memory of Nintendo haters. Minato Mario has an encyclopedia on like the Nintendo player haters ball, and like whenever you need to get information, he's like Q. It's like 007, right? It's like you need to get ready for a mission. Minato Mario's like your guy, like that's on the comms. Like he's on the comms, ready to let you know exactly which moron had this to say, when, where, how, and why. Like this man has the encyclopedia. The fact that he remembered that dude's name, that was months. That was months ago. That was before the Nintendo Switch 2 Direct, I think. That was months ago, and he remembered that dude's name. That is wild. Good stuff, Minato. That's probably good for your life, that the fact that you can remember stuff like that. I have a pretty good memory myself, too, but I do have a bad memory for morons. Like, when somebody's just an idiot, I kind of just tend to forget them, because I've told myself, like, I don't want to remember morons. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't want to, remember and think of morons. I push morons out of my brain. So all the people that, you know, that I had issues with before that were morons, like on YouTube or whatever, I've forgotten most of them, you know? Pretty much all of them I've forgotten. But Minato, he can remember everything, dude. Cause I saved the stream. I gotta think a couple of seconds, too, LOL. I didn't do a follow-up after Switch 2 Direct funnily. Oh, okay. Everybody needs a Minato Mario. You need at least one guy that's ready to help you out like that. Shout outs though. Player haters directory. Yeah, players directory. There's a lot of haters, but never put money down. But they never put money down to stand on business. I mean, some of them were hating, but still bought it too. So that's the crazy thing. You think they'd come out with V2 Switch like they do with V1? Yeah, or V2. Like, yeah, they could definitely come out with the V2 Switch. I wouldn't be surprised if Nintendo came out with the V2 Switch with a little bit better battery. And yeah, I would not be surprised if they did. PC gamers and haters act like the Grinch. Hate, double hate. See Nintendo loathe entirely. Well, yeah, I'm wondering what the new grift will be now. Like, because, like, you know they're going to spin this into something bad. I mean, this is good for, once again, for people to have jobs, for games to be made. Like, I like the business aspects of it when it comes to what we get. We get more games, we get more content. Obviously, people, if you have family that works for Nintendo, apparently Nintendo pays their Nintendo, like the people that work at the Nintendo store apparently get paid pretty well. I've never seen more people happy to be, I mean, obviously they tell them to be happy and all that, but apparently they pay pretty well. And not only that, but like when they invited us to the VIP hour, they had freaking bar service, or they had, not bar service, they had what's that stuff like where it's like where they have people with like nice outfits, like all black outfits on, like with like little things, and they carry out trays and stuff like that. Like they had that type, like, and they had these really weird looking, like fancy, like stuff that you see like in 007 movies. Like they had stuff like, it was like that, like where they were holding, no, it's more than catering. It's something higher than catering. Higher than catering. It's like something even better than catering, you know? I forgot the name, like the fancy name of it, but they had that crap too. You know, at the Nintendo store, like they spent money, you know, for us. Just like, you know, like I said, they had little like, you know, hors d'oeuvres, little sushi wrap thingies, they had all these weird treats that I only see on movies and stuff like that. I'm not really, you know, I'm not really big on like fancy foods, but they were all walking around. They had champagne and little glasses, little drink glasses. It was like a movie. So apparently they pay those people pretty well. They had some like organizer that was like, he was like in a suit and tie, and he was like telling people, like his raiders, like, hey, get this, hey, over there. He was like coordinating that. That stuff isn't cheap. You know what I'm saying? Like that stuff's not cheap at all. So they definitely spent, and like the employees there seemed super happy. Obviously they were like, you know, they were hyped for the Switch 2 launch, but apparently they pay them pretty well. So that's what I want to see. I want to see people making business. I want to see people having jobs, and that's what Microsoft, Sony, everything. Like, I'd love to see this Play Anywhere for Xbox work out, and Microsoft doesn't have to lay off any more people, you know? No more layoffs. Do good. Keep your people. Keep on making more games. Same thing with Sony. Do good. Stop laying people off. I want to see that. You know what I'm saying? Like, I want to see good sales, good business, good games. That's what I want to see. You know, because I was a business guy myself. I used to be in corporate business myself. I don't ever want to see, like, there's nothing more devastating. Some of you guys have felt it too. There's nothing more devastating than seeing a colleague or coworker of yours get laid off. Like, that is one of the, like, especially somebody that you really like, that is one of the most devastating things. If you have a close relationship, like, with a colleague or coworker, and you've been working with them for years, sometimes 5, 6, 7, 8 years, and then they get laid off, that is, like, one of the most devastating things, man. It sucks. And that's happened so much in this industry. So if we can have better sales and we can have, you know, stuff that's more stable, I think that'd be good, you know, that'd be good for everybody, you know? So yeah. Let's see, a kid snuck a sniff of the champagne. Well, there was no kids there. They were all, you have to confirm that you're over the age of, I think Nintendo said over the age of 21. Everybody there was like at least 21 or older. So yeah, they made sure on that one, like when they reached out to me. Kevin with the $4.99 says, I'm on Street Fighter 6, required character select screen from Third Strike. Yo, let's go. You're on Street Fighter 6, character select screen from Third Strike. Yo, I got you, man. Thank you so much. Kevin with another $5 dono coming through. We are almost at a double platinum tonight. Let's go. Let's go. All right, let's get some more music, though. Music boys in the house. Alright. But the music that I'm playing, I don't know where it's playing from. Because I cannot... Okay, is it this? Okay, here it is. There it is. There it is. Alright. So... Character... Select... Screen... Third strike. Screen... Third strike. Here we go. Pony's already coming in with the excuses PS5 was supply constraint. I mean, it's here's the thing. It's only an excuse if you look at it in console war territory. The PS5 was supply constrained. Could it have sold 3.5 million in 4 days? Yeah, sure, maybe. All people wanted it. That's absolutely possible that it could have. But even if it did, that doesn't take away from what this did. Like, the PS5 launch was still pretty good, all things considered, because of the COVID and all that. But let's just say it did 3 million. Let's just say it did 1 million more than what it originally did, right? The 1.8, it did 2.8, or it did 3 million. Or let's just say it did 3.5 million, right? Let's just say it did that well. That doesn't take away from this launch still being one of the greatest launches of all time and way better than any Nintendo launch, right? And still above that. So it doesn't really matter if it was supply constrained or not. That doesn't matter because they both did really good. And even if it did better, that doesn't take away from this launch, you know? So yeah. I've seen the firsthand at my job. It sucks to see it. Yeah, Party Man, it sucks, man. It really does. I've been a small business owner for 10 years. And now that I've seen several of my friends fail, it's a huge bummer. It is a huge bummer. It sucks, man. It's terrible. But like I said, a lot of these gamers, they don't care, you know, and that's fine. You don't have to care about people that you don't know or anything like that. But you know, I just think it's lame, you know. I just think it's lame.
Thanks for the shout out, OJ. In order to celebrate SW2 reaching 3 million,
3.5.
I think we should react to that infamous. Do not buy Switch 2 inches from that Bearman 3600 guys sometime lol. This video is now a laughing stock lol.
Yeah, I know Donkey kind of dunked on him about that. But I mean, I do think Donkey has ulterior motives. Not in a bad way, but I think Donkey dunked on that video because Donkey's a Switch 1 developer. He definitely does not want to see Switch 2 not do well because I'm pretty sure he'll make a sequel to Animal Well. Or he'll make another game on Switch 2. So, and Donkey likes Nintendo. But I think, you know, obviously there's some side things with that. That's the biggest person that I know that responded to that video. But I think Donkey was just being funny, because he likes to be a funny guy. And I think that that video from the Beerman guy, I think that it got more people to actually buy the system. When you tell, it's a Streisand effect. When you tell people to not buy something, they're gonna buy it. Like, I told you guys to stop bringing up Dreamcast guy. You guys kept on bringing up Dreamcast guy. I literally told you guys to stop bringing up Dreamcast guy with his vids and stuff. And literally none of you guys listen. Like, you guys are just like, yeah, I'll bring him up. I don't care. You know what I'm saying? So whenever you tell someone to not do something, they're probably gonna do it anyway, especially if it's not, like, harmful, right? You guys bringing up Dreamcast guy, it's not harmful. It's funny, right? It's whatever. You guys don't see it as, like, you know, some of you guys are just making jokes. But I told you guys, can you guys please stop? And you guys were like, no. So I can't ban people for bringing them up or not. Like, I can't do that. I'm not going to do that. That's silly. So when you tell people to not do something, it just gets people to do something, you know? Like, I think when people are, don't buy it, I'm canceling my pre-order, you should too. Man, I ain't canceling nothing. Now, some people will listen, yes, some people will. But for every one person that listens, there might be 2, 3, or 4 silent people that be like, I don't know about that one though. Like, like, I've seen it before. I've watched videos like, don't buy this. I'm like, I look at my age in the calendar and I'm like, what the hell should I listen to? Who are you? I'm like, who are you? I've always been like I ain't gonna listen to what you gotta say. Unless that person knows what the hell they're talking about. But I've never taken no damn YouTuber as some type of guide for things. Like, hell nah. I've never been that way. But then again, remember, I grew up when YouTube was first getting started. I was already old and an adult. Some of the younger audience, y'all might be influenced by YouTubers a little bit more. But me, I never was that way. So when someone tells me, don't buy this, I'm like, bro, I'll buy whatever the hell I want. I'll buy what I want. Don't tell me what to do. Like, that's usually what I think. The first thing that I tell in my head is like, well, what's your reasoning? But the second thing in my head is like, bro, I'll buy it if I feel like it. You're not me. Are you paying my bills? Stop the cap. What are you gonna front the bill for other stuff for me then? Nah, don't tell me what to do. You know? So that's my first impression especially as I've gotten older. I've been kind of lax on some of those things, but when you hit 30 something, when you hit 40, when you hit up there, bro, you won't care. You'll do whatever the hell you want for the most part. You'll buy, sell, trade, you'll do whatever you want. You'll do what you need to do to pay your bills. You'll do what you need to do to get your entertainment. You don't give a damn what other people think, you know? Cyber with the $5.
56. Tell everyone not to talk about something else. To throw them off the Dreamcast guy trail tears of joy.
Okay. Yeah, that's one way. That's one way. Is it true that it'll be a direct this month? No confirmation right now, Pokemarbles, so we'll have to wait on that one. I wonder if he sold his Switch 1 to his... Oh my gosh, Jim Killers. I also noticed people love to say Nintendo creating Streisand effect during the free melee, but ironically they don't say it with Switch 2. Well, Streisand effect is it's situational. That's why I respond to Nintendo haters on YouTube is do nothing because they'll make themselves look dumb by themselves. Yeah. The only time I listen to a review telling me not to buy something if there's clear flaw that makes a bad purchase. No fanboy bull. Yeah. Well, okay. If it's like a clear, objective, clear or factual thing, like this game runs so bad that it's just terrible and I can't play it and there's crashes and glitches and they can prove that and they can show it and there's multiple other reports of those type of things, then yes, I absolutely. But that's different. A product review, when it comes to a fair product review, is very different from people spazzing out on a system before the launch. You know what I'm saying? And also misinforming people, because a lot of these people literally spread misinformation, you know, or left out context or other stuff like that. So yeah. Exactly, Squirrel. Don't give any energy to the foolishness. Exactly. How do these people think they can tell people what to buy or not? They really do. Go on Twitter. Alonzo, one of our own little elite ninja, one of our elite ninja in the village, he went viral. He went viral on Twitter for people yelling and cussing him out, calling him names and everything because he showed that he bought a lot. He bought like $1,000 worth of Switch 2 stuff. You got people out here trying to guilt trip him. There's people that can barely afford rent and mortgage. What's up, Steam Deck Lex? I'm like, listen, guys, I am sympathetic. If you can't afford your rent or your mortgage, I'm sympathetic towards you. But that's got nothing to do with someone who's playing some video games. Go hit up Elon Musk. That's out there on private yachts. There's barely any people in this world, and I'm not going political here, guys. I'm just saying, do not be angry at people who buy video games to just help them, to help their mental, to help their... That is the last place that you should be going to. Oh, well, there's other people that can't afford stuff. Dude, there is a very small handful of people in this world that affect most of the wealth. There's like 100 people that have the large majority of wealth. If you're going to be angry at someone about spending money, it should not be at the gamer who spends money on video games. That is the last place that you should be directing your anger to. Direct it towards the people that have billions and billions and billions and like to have their billions. You know what I'm saying? You should not be directing that towards gamers. That is the dumbest thing that I have. That is the dumbest cope, the dumbest thing that I've ever heard in my life. Oh, I can't afford it, so I'm angry because I can't afford it, but you could. Dude, we're gamers. We should be happy for each other. If you can't afford a game, you should not be angry at your fellow gamer because you are having trouble paying your mortgage or paying your rent and somebody else can buy a video game. One chick posted 2 Switches and a pizza, and people thought that she was the devil, calling her all sorts of stuff. Get mad at the freaking billionaires that buy yachts and private planes that do all sorts of crazy stuff. Why are you getting mad at us, the regular old gamers, where we had 8 years to save for a Switch 2? Bro, it has been a decade. A lot of us, you know what I did? I put away $5 damn near every couple weeks, and that paid for everything. And on top of that, I traded in my Switch 2, or I traded in my Steam Deck. I just put away money for games, put away money for whatever, and then I traded in my Steam Deck to really get the money to be able to pay for my Switch 2 and to pay for anything else that I need for the system, like this camera right here. This camera was, what was it, $50? That was $50. This was what, $70 for the GameCube controller. This was $90 for this. So I needed to get some money for some accessories and stuff. So I put away a little bit of money, saving little bit by little bit, and I traded in my Steam, or I sold my Steam Deck. Do what you gotta do. You know what I'm saying? You do what you gotta do. But sitting here and getting mad at us? Go get mad at somebody else. Never take anyone that says Switch 2 selling well is bad for gamers seriously. I don't take anybody saying that seriously. But yeah, this pocket watching is insane. Thoughts on the ROG Ally, Xbox ROG Ally? Things gonna be pricey? Yeah, it's a ROG Ally X. Those things are about $700 or $800. So yeah, I feel you on that one, Angel Page. Tough to say, tough thing to say today about Sony and the workers with just what happened to Sony Bend Studio. Exactly, 30% layoffs, about 40 people plus got let go today. So yeah, very unfortunate. For the most part, people who buy games are just happy and they want to enjoy product. Yeah, it's just weirdos on Twitter. You know what I'm saying? I bought my Ally X for $1,000. Yeah, that's I am not spending $1,000 on a ROG Ally. That's just I had a ROG Ally for about a few hours, bro. I took that ish back that same day or the very next day. I took that ish back. I said I'm good. But I'm not saying that it's bad though. I know Rena, she's an elite ninja. She loves. I know a lot of you guys do like the ROG Ally, so I'm not hating on it. But man, I took that ish back. I took that ish back the same day. I hate that. I did not like it. I did not like it at all. CR Worlds with the $3 dono. Let's go.
To those people saying that nonsense, do you guys care about the homeless people begging for money when you walk past them down the street? No. So sit down and shut up.
Yeah. Might as well get a computer for I mean, yeah, if I had I'd probably buy a really nice laptop. If I'm gonna spend $1,000 on a PC, a portable PC, it's gonna be like, I'm just gonna put probably like another 800 or 900 on that, and then just buy like a really high-end I need a high-end laptop. I have to use my mom's laptop whenever I go at it because I keep on being indecisive on what laptop I want. And then when I went to Best Buy to go get a laptop this past weekend, they didn't have it in stock before I had to go. So the one that I wanted. So yeah, if I'm having that, I'm probably gonna just spend it on a laptop and just be like, yo, I'll just play this, and I'll just play a laptop instead. If I was gonna put that money towards a portable PC, it wouldn't be a ROG Ally, that's for sure. I got my Steam Deck for free from a giveaway. LOL. Shoutouts to Black Hokage. Yo, shoutouts to the Black Hokage, Slate Hood. Let's go. Nate predicting that if Nintendo keeps supply steady, they'll sell 5 to 6 million in 1 month time. Yeah, if they can keep supply steady, they can definitely sell 5 to 6 million, which would be good. That'd be good. But the Xbox Ally will dominate all. It will dominate all. It will dominate all. All will be dominated. In due time. At least, in due time. So yeah. In due time. All will be there. So yeah. I'm looking at the reaction from Twitter and what people are saying on the Switch 2 and the sales so far. So let me read more about this. So Nintendo Switch 2 has sold over 3.5 million in its first 4 days on the availability worldwide. For comparison, the Nintendo Switch sold 2.7 million in March of 2017. So yeah, for the whole month of March, Nintendo sold 2.7 million. But to be honest, they didn't even have the stock for that 2.7 million because they only had 2 million for the worldwide launch of the Switch 2. They only had 2 million, but they had to airlift 700,000 systems into, you know, places because they just didn't have enough. They didn't know how well the system was going to sell. Coming off the Wii U and the 3DS launches, you couldn't predict that the system was going to sell, you know, as well as it did. So they had 2 million ready to go worldwide for the first month, which is not bad, right? Get 2 million in there for the first month. Coming off the Wii U, coming off the 3DS makes sense. But yeah. So it says depending on the restock allocation, Nintendo Switch 2 could hit or eclipse 5 million this month and approach 6 million. Yeah. We'll see how the restocks go. Blandrew says the gaming media tried their hardest to constant lies and misinformation to stop this from happening. Didn't they? Yeah, they tried. They tried. Spawn Wave says, wow, that was fast. Crazy numbers for the Switch 2. Yeah, that was fast. Third parties that bet big on Switch 2 reading the sales announcement. Yeah, that's good because obviously there's 3.5 million people that are going to want to buy games more than just Mario Kart. So obviously, you know, Street Fighter, backwards compatibility, eShop games, all those are going to get a huge boost at this point. Stealth says, Nintendo announced the Switch 2 sold over 3.5 million in 4 days. Fastest selling Nintendo hardware ever at launch. Fastest selling video game hardware ever at launch. It's unbelievable. Lambie Pie says, shoutouts to the it's the next Wii U crowd. And that's true. Shoutouts to them. Nick anything with the $3 dono.
Congrats on the launch party, Popper. I kinda expected it to well at launch in the first year or two just off the hype and excitement since it's been so long.
Yeah.
Hopefully the games keep getting announced.
The games will. We got a new, I don't know if you heard about it today, but we got another new announcement, big announcement of a Splatoon spinoff, Splatoon Raiders. So we already got another new announcement for a first party game before even the Nintendo Direct, even before the probably 2 Directs that we're going to have this year. So the fact that we already got another big first party game announcement, Nintendo is definitely going to keep the announcements coming. So yeah, I see them. And that's why if you have a singular architecture, a singular system, that's why you can have more games, because you don't have to worry about making games for other platforms. You don't have to worry about making games for 3DS, Wii U, GBA, GameCube, Game Boy, N64, or NES, Game Boy, or whatever, right? You can just make one game and release it on your system, so you can have all your development teams working on making games for this one platform, so then you can have more games. If Nintendo still had some type of portable or whatever, there'd be games split, you know? Like there'd be split games, and that wouldn't be good because they'd have to put resources and teams on the portable side. So it was good that Nintendo decided to just make one system, hybrid, home console portable, so everybody that likes portables can buy it, everybody that likes home consoles can buy it, and now you have one unified architecture, you know? So that makes sense. And yeah, we're gonna still see more games coming. More games are coming. Yes, I did see that Koei Tecmo confirmed that Switch 2 is closer to Series S than PS4. Digital Foundry in shambles. Yeah, I did see that. So just to let you guys know, that was also another topic that I wanted to discuss today. So Koei Tecmo had this to say about the Nintendo Switch 2 and the power of the raw computing power. Now remember, raw computing power that doesn't mean DLSS. So keep that in mind, just the system itself. So, or maybe they were factoring that in. It doesn't seem like they're factoring that in. So here's what Koei Tecmo had to say about this. And they made the game Wild Hearts S, which is like a Monster Hunter clone type of game. So the question from WCCF Tech was, in terms of raw computing power, is it closer to the PlayStation 4 or the Xbox Series S? And here is Koei Tecmo's answer. There are a lot of characteristics when it comes to raw computing power, so it's difficult to generalize, but I think it can be thought as closer to the Series S. So he said, I think it can be thought. So the thought of it, so that might factor in everything, you know, like DLSS and the RAM, the speed of that, the newer architecture, because he basically says like there are so many characteristics that you can't compare one to one. x86 architecture very different from ARM. The performance per watt, things like that are really important when it comes down to it. It's not it's an apples to orange comparison when you're talking about ARM and you're talking about efficiency, low wattage, compared to a power hungry x86, you know, PC type device, right? And obviously you're factoring in stuff like DLSS, you're factoring in other efficiencies, APIs. There's so many things. It's such a general, like, simplistic form to just say it's just like this or it's just like this. It's hard to do that, especially with the Nintendo Switch 2. But now we have a confirmation here that it's definitely more closer in line with Series S, not in line with PS4. So that's basically what, you know, Digital Foundry was trying to say, like more in line with PS4, which I do think because I wasn't as hard on Digital Foundry as other people. I do think Digital Foundry is not doing bad analysis. I do think that there are going to be a lot of games that are kind of somewhat graphically in line with what you'd see on PS4, obviously compared to PS5 and Xbox Series. I think that's where they were coming from. Now, I think the problem with that, though, is that they don't develop for the system. They analyze the system. Now, do they know development tools and certain things with systems? Yes, they do. But they analyze, they look, and then compare, okay, I know these graphical features are a feature of the PS4. I know these graphical features are a feature of PS5. And they look at it that type of way. And you're looking at the first ports and things like that. You don't have in-depth knowledge of the actual technology. Now, they know about DLSS, but they don't actually develop games, right? So, since they don't develop games, they don't necessarily know all the ins and outs. But even if you look at it from a technical perspective, from what we've seen so far, clearly the Nintendo Switch 2 is above the PS4 in terms of games. From what we've seen, from like Street Fighter, from Cyberpunk, from these games, the Switch 2 is definitely above it. You know, it can run from, let's just use Cyberpunk, for example. It looks better than the PS4 Pro version. It runs better overall, getting that like the 40 frames. I think that's capped out at 30. So it runs better in most places. It's got better texture quality, which they analyze as well. So clearly it's a bit above. However you want to calculate the computing power or what it can do, it's clearly above PS4, you know, and PS4 Pro docked as well, right? So I think that's where we're coming from. So it's probably, you know, maybe in between. Maybe it's in between the PS4 and the Xbox Series, but because it has way more RAM than the PS4, because it has the newer architecture than PS4, because it has, you know, not a hard disk drive, it has an actual SSD like memory. You know, I think that's the reason why maybe you can kind of put it more in line with the Series S than you can with the PS4, you know? So yeah, that's probably it. Once again, I'm not a tech guy though. I'm surprised Koei Tecmo would be the one to talk about Switch 2's potential in terms of specs. We've had other developers before them, like the Civilization 7 developer said that it was easily beats out Steam Deck. It's like a mid-range PC. We've had other developers talk about how it's like the specs wise. Yeah. Those sales, man. Well, I know. Hey, shout out to Nintendo Prime. Hey, Prime. We had a lot of people. You know, you had your favorite guy, you know, talking about you. What was it, Prime? The Fratanga dude. We had him talking about you that you're not a you know qualified source for stuff. So when you talked about how 3 million units in terms of sales, maybe things were a little bit off in terms of like the first 24 hours. But it seemed to be in line with what you were hearing at least, right? So yeah, so your source seemed to be correct with that. So props to Prime. I think I put you in my video, I think, originally when you said that. So shout outs to Prime. You were right on that one. Combo breaks. Yeah, those sales were great, man. Those sales were great. You guys all, obviously a lot of you guys are already subscribed to Prime. Subscribe to Prime, but if you're not, go subscribe to Nintendo Prime. But I will say one thing, Prime. I wasn't only focused on gotchas in that debate that we did with that grifting robot guy, okay? I will say I caught the replay. I was not only focused on gotchas. That dumbass was saying all sorts of stupid stuff, okay? He was saying all sorts of dumb stuff. I had to call him out on that. You know, if somebody's going to sit there and lie about you, you got to call them out and make them answer for that. I'm not going to let him off the hook because I ain't going to talk to that dude no more. I got nothing to do. I ain't talking to that guy. I don't care what he does, what he says, what he makes. I don't care. I ain't talking to him no more. So you got to step on the neck of people. If they're going to sit there and lie about you, going to lie on you. Listen, I was raised a certain way. I was raised that if somebody's going to sit there and lie, you better tell them that they're wrong. And if they don't understand, you better tell them again. You can't be sitting here lying about what I say and about what's going on to your stupid audience. And they're out here just you know, like I said, I don't really care. Like, they can say whatever they want to say, but you can't be sitting here lying. If you don't like me, that's fine. You don't have to like me, but you can't be lying about what I said, clipping up my videos and lying and being disingenuous. Nah, I'm going to step on your neck if you do that kind of crap. I'm only going to do it once though. So yeah. So I wasn't trying to be, and I wasn't trying to hijack your stream either. Like I said, I'm not trying to be confrontational with you either, but I wasn't trying to hijack your stream. But that dude's a freaking liar. He's a liar, and he just sits there and watch all these grifting YouTubers, and he's just trying to make a quick buck. That's all he's trying to do. He ain't trying to do it the right way. He's trying to make a quick buck because he knows that he can sit there and clout chase off of other content creators that are way better than he'll ever be. You know what I'm saying? So he's trying to grift up. He's trying to clout chase. He's been watching all these other stupid YouTubers doing that and saw that there's success in that. So that's all he's trying to do. He's trying to clout up. He's trying to, lie and manipulate. Nah, screw that guy. Screw him. Whole ass weirdo. So anyway. But anyway, I only said that because I mean, I wasn't trying to just go hard on gotchas. It's not, and to me, it wasn't even about gotchas. It was about addressing what this dude's a liar. It was about addressing the lies, to me. So, and he didn't really have any answers to the lies. Brainwashing people don't even know what the definition of brainwashing is. I said this about the Japanese sales. So what? Look at the sales numbers down. So what? I talked about I talked about French. I talked about other sales numbers too. This guy being so weird. Anyway, I'm done talking about it. It's over. So it is what it is. Anyway, we got the sales numbers down. So is it okay if I mention Japan now? Now that we have the sales numbers from the US, is it okay if I mention worldwide sales numbers in the US? Because it looks like the US did pretty good too. Looks like the US did pretty damn good. But yeah, I did read your tweet that you put up. I did read your tweet. You know? I did read what you had to say about like what you said there. So it is what it is on that. Somebody's calling me the P word because I didn't say that it was Nintendo's fastest selling system of all time. I wasn't 100% sure when I made my tweet earlier. So yeah. But it is what it is. LJ, how does it feel to be right? How does it feel to be winning? It feels good. It feels good to be right because I had a lot of people calling me names over this. So yeah, it feels good. Feels good. Feels good to be right. You know, but once again, this channel, I haven't been perfect, but this channel is always about having the accurate information, you know? That's what it's about.
Excuse me, Poppy. Can I report on the Switch 2 sales from Japan now, Poppy? Please, Poppy. I've been good. Pleading face.
Yeah, like, so, you know, it is what it is. You're too nice, OJ. Bring 2016 PE to dunk on these frauds. Oh, man. Sometimes you gotta learn, like, as you get older, you learn to chill out a little bit. People still think I'm kind of a loose cannon, too, though. And that's the funny thing. I've chilled out a lot over the years. I don't know if that's a good or a bad thing. I've chilled out a lot over the years. I mean, you said it, like 2016. I've chilled out a lot over the years. So, yeah. No, man, I mean, it comes with age, bro. Sometimes, not everything needs to be, you know, crazy. You know, I try to sometimes show some restraint, you know, but it is what it is. Most of these sites don't get switched to. They focus on power. They should have thought of the terms of smarter engineering. Smarter engineering is what gets low consumption with comparable results. Yeah, smart engineering is good, but I think a lot of people, I would say, a lot of people, you know, really underestimated like how much people like actually Switch 1 at the same time too. OJ getting this Johnny Cochran on. Yo, let's go. Shout outs, Gloria. You are 100 times more chill and tame compared to back then. Yeah, I'm a lot more. It's not as bad. I can still get a little feisty at times. That's just in my nature. It's just that's just sometimes who I am. But yeah, definitely a lot more chill than what it was before. Definitely a lot more chill. Like I said, with age, that happens. Like with age, you know. You don't want to see me in my 20s. Oh man, bro, I think I was like, who was that dude? From My Hero, Todoroki's dad, the guy with the fire guy. I might have been like that. I might have been like that dude. What's his name? Let's see here. Especially if you mention lightning. Okay. Yeah, Endeavor. Yeah, I think I was probably kind of like Endeavor, like hothead like that, bro. Like, it was probably that bad at times. But yeah, so like I said, over time you learn to chill out a little bit, you know? Learn to chill out. Yeah, we aging like fine wine. My wife told me, I showed my wife a picture of me like when I was like 18 or 19. She's like, "Oh, you look better now than you did in like high school or like college, like early college." I was like, "Yeah, probably." You know, but you know, it is what it is. You got to just take care of yourself. See, no, we ain't bringing it back. No, we ain't bringing it back. We ain't bringing it back. But it, like I said, it's good to be right though, because like when you're right, it brings the credibility. I mean, it brings more credibility. It brings more, you know, like, hey, look, okay, he got that right, you know. So it brings more of that for sure. It brings more of that for sure. So that's good, you know. For sure, it brings more of that. Shout outs though, guys. Appreciate that. People talking about Mind's Eye. This game, Mind's Eye. Have you guys heard about this game, Mind's Eye? A lot of people saying that it's not good. So let's take a look at Mind's Eye. This might just be like the bad clips, though. This might just be the bad clips. She's definitely walking on the air. That's okay. It's kind of funny. He's running on PC. See all the frame rate stuff in the top corner. He's not even getting 60 frames per second. He's not even getting 60. He's getting like... I mean, this probably takes a lot of processing power to run all this stuff. Look at all these cars. Oh, he just... Oh. I will say this is actually pretty impressive. Look at the amount of cars and stuff that... I mean, but... In terms of just, like... trying to make a game, right? Now, yes, there's some bugs and glitches, obviously. But this part over here... It's trash, but... I mean, look at all this. And I'm not even trying to cap or nothing to try to make it... Like, this is... Look at all this traffic. Look at all this AI that you got to program. Look at all that. I mean, yeah, it's not good right now. It's just piled up. But, I mean... I'm guessing they had their hands full with this game. I'm really guessing that they had their hands full trying to make this game. If I was them, I probably would have downscaled. I probably would have made like a more of a linear, somewhat, you know, somewhat open. Like, I don't know if I would have made a super big open world if I can't make it to the level of even GTA 4, right? Like, this is probably not up to the level of a GTA, at least GTA 4 running on a PC, like running on a high, or let's just say GTA 5. This probably isn't quite up to the level of GTA 5 running on a PC, right? Running on a high-end PC or running on a PS5 or something like that. So maybe it's not quite up to that level. Yeah, I think it's impressive in terms of like the amount of cars and stuff on screen. But yeah. Yeah, definitely doesn't seem like my type of game. But John says that it's not good. John was like, the game's not good, you know. RGT says the game's not good. So yeah, but maybe they'll have more updates. Apparently they have a day one 16 gigabyte patch. So they have a day one 16 gigabyte patch. It's crazy. It's like playing Mario Kart again. Me too. Mario Kart World is so much fun. It plays so much better than the previous Mario Kart. So it plays so much better. GTA 3 definitely doesn't look better. I think GTA 5 like on a PS5 or PC might look better. Exactly, it is more linear, and exactly why you described from what I've heard. Okay, it actually is more linear. So then why they have a huge open world then? So I guess that part is just like a small part of the world. So maybe it is more linear in other places. Okay, so maybe I'm wrong on that. I haven't played the game, so yeah. Only one person. GTA 3 looks better. Yeah, that was a joke. Only one person developed this game. I give him flowers as a developer. It wasn't only one person that developed this game. That's not true. That's not true. It wasn't a one person. Oh, if only, are you saying like, if only one, okay, if it was like a one-person team, then, or like a one-person crew, but yeah, there's no way one person can develop that. There's no way that only one person can develop all that. Like, that'd be crazy. Good night, Gloria. Thanks for coming out to the stream. Shout outs. Yeah, there's a 16 gigabyte patch for it, so that's pretty crazy. Guess I get my okay, I guess I get my sources wrong. Yeah, it wasn't just one guy that made this game. There's no way. Paul Gale sent me some stuff too, so maybe he has some stuff to talk about. Okay, so he sent me some. Oh, okay. So he continued to sit there and say, Elias put out there, says, so Paul Gale was right. Why call him a liar? Says, thank you. Yeah, definitely uncalled for to be condescending towards someone for no reason. And then he says, he wasn't right and he's a liar. Oh, man. And then Daniel blocks you. Damn, blocking Paul. I mean, you didn't do anything. I don't know why he blocks you. Like, legit, Daniel blocked him. I don't know why he blocked you. I don't know why he blocked you. He just said, yeah, he was condescending. There was no reason to be condescending toward. I agree, though. If you don't like, there was no reason to be condescending towards Paul. You could have easily. Paul was one of the most approachable content creators on this platform. You could have easily reached out to him and talked to him. That's what I'm saying. Like, Paul, if Paul was a douchebag or even kind of like snooty, like me at times, I can understand people calling me out. I can understand people calling me names, you know, because one, I do have a little bit of attitude at times, and two, some people just don't like certain complexions. So you always got to deal with that. I'm used to dealing with that. That's not the biggest reason, but it's just like, it's a thing, right? But Paul is not aggressive at all towards anybody. So if you have an issue with what he's saying, or if you feel that he's wrong, you could have easily just reached out. You don't have to do, like, if it's me, yeah, call me out. You know, if you want to call me, whatever. Because people, I mean, like, I've had people that know me. I've had people that follow me and know me get mad and say certain things, like, rudely, even though I didn't do anything to them. Once again, like, not to bring him up, but the Night Sky Prince guy, we were cool. He reacted to me negatively towards something because he just didn't like how I talked to other people. I didn't even do anything to him. Like, I wasn't even mean to him specifically. He's like, in our DMs, he's like, oh, well, the way that you treat other people. I'm like, what the hell? What I got to do with us? He said, what you said to other people. I'm like, what the hell? But Paul ain't like that at all. So the fact that somebody's going to be like, call him out like that, there's no need for that. You know? There's no need for that. There's no need for that. Because once again, Paul don't be doing that like me. Paul don't be like calling people morons or anything like that. Like I said, I still don't think that you shouldn't do that. Like, I don't think that just because somebody is aggressive or angry towards somebody else doesn't mean that you should just take it upon yourself to call them out. I still don't think that, you know, like in terms of just normally if they're just talking about information. But I don't think Paul's like the last person that you need to be calling out like that. Like calling him a liar and making up stuff, you know, like I don't think that should be a thing. You know, there's no need to be condescending towards him. I agree. Because once again, he's not aggressive like that towards anybody, you know? So yeah. I mean, whether Paul was right or not, I mean, you could talk about the first 24 hours and maybe that was wrong. Maybe it was 2 million or 3 million. But what we heard was that, okay, look, it's looking like it's going to be a 3 millioner, right? It looks like it was going to be 3 million plus in any given amount of time. So it's not like other people reporting that, you know? So yeah. Yeah, Paul's a nice dude. John's face on the thumbnail on his video about the playing Mind's Eye is... oh, okay. Yeah, it's going to be probably good, right? So, yeah, he blocked him for that. But, you know, it is what it is. It is what it is. Paul's the guy who brings positivity to the community. Why in the world would you antagonize someone like that? I don't know. I have no idea. I have no idea why. I have no idea why Daniel would do that, man. I mean, Daniel had me blocked for a while. He had me blocked. Hopefully he doesn't see this anymore. I like his tweets. Hopefully he doesn't block me. You know, but yeah, I don't feel like that's fair, at least, you know. Bro, that boy with that melt comment was wildin'. Yeah, he was wildin'. That dude was going in, man. He got really pissed off at me. He started it, though. And I hate to say that he started it stuff and who started it, and people get mad on Twitter. It doesn't matter. No, it does matter who starts it. No, it does matter who starts it. Because if you never started it, then there wouldn't be a problem in the first place. You know what I'm saying? So, nah, I mean, I know in today's day, kids grew up, oh, it doesn't matter who starts it. Nah, I teach my kid. No, it does matter. You don't start nothing with nobody. You don't say nothing to nobody. No, it does matter. It does matter who starts it. If you got something spicy to say to somebody or calling somebody names, don't get mad when they respond with that same energy. You know what I'm saying? And you don't know how they're going to take things. So, once again, it's the same thing like with the fight. Let's say you kick somebody in the back. If they pull out a gun and cap you, okay, you shouldn't have started it. Or if you get roundhouse kicked and they knock your block off, that's your fault. You shouldn't have started it. It's dangerous to tell people it doesn't matter who started. No, that's dangerous. That'll get you shot. That'll get you killed. No, do not teach people that it's okay to just, it doesn't matter who starts it. No, it does matter. If everybody just didn't start stuff, this world would be way better off. Like, if everybody didn't start doing things to other people, we'd have way less problems. You know what I'm saying? No, it does matter. So that guy was like, "Oh, it doesn't. You did whatever. I didn't call me a femboy. You're soft." I'm like, "Bro, you're soft. What the hell?" So yeah. Did the milk guy respond to the tweet? I quote tweeted him. So now all the viewers are all kind of going there and asking him what's up now. So because I quote tweeted the age like milk comment. So he didn't respond. Let's see. John always looks like the eyebrow in his thumbnails. You know, he don't have the receipt. Screw that scumbag. Yeah. That dude is a bum for that, honestly. Yeah. It's all good. But you know one thing that I'll say? I'll never let, like, if I have a relationship with someone, I'll never let something else that they said to somebody else interfere with that, unless it was something egregious, like super crazy racist or psycho. I probably would just cut them off. But I would never, like any of my content creator friends, if they have an issue with somebody else or negativity towards somebody else, even if I know that person, I'm not going to try to say I'm going to treat you a certain way because of how you treated X or Y or what you said to X and Y, unless it was egregious. Like, and then there's nothing super egregious, you know? So I would never do that. That's just me personally, though. And I've had that happen to me all the time. I've got content creator friends that I'm cool with that don't like each other or said that and that. I'm not, listen, even our own village here, we had people that had a problem, right? That had a problem or whatever. And I'm like, listen, I'm not going to cut these people off because you don't like them or whatever. Like, if you don't like them, you block them. But we're not going to cut them off because you two got a problem. That's insane. That's insane logic to me. Unless, like I said, it was egregious or what that person said was so wild that I wanted to distance myself. But I'm never going to treat somebody or react to them a certain way because they said something to somebody else in some other type of thread and whatever on Twitter. That's just beta energy. You know, that's just weird beta energy. So I'm like, I don't want to, that's the people like that are the first people to stab you in the back as soon as something doesn't go right or whatever. So don't ever be around people like that. If they're willing to treat you a certain way because of something else that doesn't even involve them with a different creator or something like that or a different person, man, cut those people off. Cut those people off because those are the first people that will stab you straight in the back as soon as there's a problem. First people will do that are those type of people because they already have pent up energy on something that wasn't even directly related to them. You know, it was indirectly because a mutual. There are people that hate Sean, you know what I'm saying, or hate me, but Sean ain't gonna treat me any other type of way, even though they got a better relationship, right? Same thing goes for, not really for John, but if there was one, that's not the case. Like, there's tons of people that know John and that like John, but don't like me, but they're not gonna treat John a certain way because I'm on his Spawncast. You see what I'm saying? You guys feel me on that one? So it's just weird to me. Maybe some people would, but I think it's stupid if you do. John having me on the Spawncast, that ain't got nothing to do with you guys' relationship. Y'all can still have a great relationship and still be cool. That's got nothing to do with me, you know? Let's see. Milk Guy's a spineless cow too, probably coping and seething, milking himself over the numbers. Yeah. I hate John. Screw that bald-headed square. JK, I love that guy. Shout-outs, man. Hey, what's up, Pink Gratina? What's up? Gotta watch your Switch 2 review? Thank you. Whenever you get time. It's kind of long. So, yeah. It's kind of long. So, I can see if you can't. But, Yeah, whenever. So yeah, people are telling me that, bro, you cannot find one in store now. It's impossible, at least where I live. Friend is trying to get one. I was looking for him. Yeah, you gotta wait for restocks. Gotta wait for restocks on this one. So it is what it is. Lots of people disagree. It makes it super interesting. Yeah, exactly. It's one of the interesting things. Like, not everybody has to agree on everything. You know what I'm saying? Like, you can disagree on some things. Like, you can disagree on certain things and all that. So yeah. Today I read Switch 2 is selling because people are forced to buy it. Well, I'll say this. The only thing that's close enough to forcing people to buy the Switch 2 is if the tariff threat, right? So some people might be inclined, like, oh man, the price could go up after tariffs. So that could be a thing. But yeah, I don't know anybody being forced. Is the battery draining thing fast for you too, or does it really, does that fix really work? I was having a battery drain, and I was having an incorrect displayed battery. So there's two methods that you can do. If you're having an incorrectly displayed battery where it's not, like if you're charging it and it's still not showing the right amount, you can essentially take your Switch, you can turn off the system, you can press, I think, hold down the start, the plus volume and minus volume, and then you can turn it on and it'll go into the reboot menu, and then you just exit from there and that'll fix that.
Treat others how you want to be treated. I think a lot of people forgot that one.
Yeah, a lot of people did forget that. Yeah, a lot of people did forget that. I agree. A lot of people did forget that. I agree. 100%. Shoutouts, Cybertaurus. And then the other battery fix, which is probably the more popular method right now, Nintendo Prime is talking about, is basically you take your Switch 2, you take it off the dock, you play it completely to completion. Completely till it drains, so the battery's dead. And then you charge it all the way up without touching it again. And then you do that again maybe another time or two. It might help out on the first one, but it might take another cycle or two because you don't know how long with that lithium ion battery that it's been sitting there. Sometimes it needs to just kind of be like reinvigorated, right? So that's the method that Prime said to do on his video. I did that method one time because I was getting crazy massive battery drain in sleep mode, and that fixed it. That fixed it for me. I had an incorrect display on my battery, and I had massive drain of battery drain in portable mode and in sleep mode, and that fixed it for me. But I am gonna do it like another cycle or two. I'm probably gonna do it again today if I can, you know. So yeah. How long would MK World last for you playing with max brightness and others online? Max brightness? I'm not sure. I have it in handheld and I'm under 50 in an hour or less. And I'm like, yeah, that's definitely not good. Under 50 in an hour or less. Yeah, your battery just needs to be trained up a little bit. Still haven't watched RGT's 85 reviewing Switch 2. I'm going to. Guess we call him Nintendo YouTuber now. Oh, just kidding. No. Watch my review first. The fact that PS5 and Xbox Series sales went up in price in five-year-old consoles helped Nintendo sell more. Maybe. Listen, and I'll be honest, guys. No cap. I have not seen a Series X in stores. I'm pretty sure they have them, but I have not seen a single Series X. I don't know what's happening, but I went to Best Buy and I went to Walmart recently, and they don't even have the Series X out, like, to where you can buy one. Like, I don't even see it. Maybe it's in the back, but they don't even have them out. I don't know if the Walmart and Best Buys just stopped ordering them because of the tariffs and nobody's buying them. I'm not sure, but I haven't even seen one in the stores now. I saw a bunch of PS5s. I did see Switch 2s when they were there. Now they're gone. I went to Best Buy again today. That's why I took those pictures. But yeah, I haven't even seen a Series X in a hot minute. I don't know what happened to them. So yeah. Let's see here. I'm so glad I bought my TV in 2021 when the crazy inflation started. The same TV I bought is $400 more now. Yeah, the inflation's getting wild. Tariffs and a lot of those TVs are from China too, right? Like some of those TVs are from China. So yeah, you're gonna get tariffed and you're gonna get inflation. So LG CX OLED. I got an LG CX, and yeah, the LG CX OLED. They don't even, I don't know if they even sell that one anymore. Like the same one that I had. I think it's this one. It's definitely, yeah, it's $1,350. When I bought it, it was $1,000 when I bought it. Back in 2020, the TV was $1,000, but now that same one, you can get it for about, you can get it for $1,350. And they actually say that's actually, $600, or that's a few dollars off. That's a few, you can get it, that's like on sale a little bit. So, yeah, the TVs went up in price. The TVs went up in price. The TVs aren't really going down too much. I mean, I bought this monitor for the same freaking price. Yeah, the LG 55-inch Class CX. This item is no longer available in new condition. Yeah, they don't even sell that model anymore. So that model is like just kind of like done. You can get one that's very similar though. But this, I bought an MSI high quality OLED monitor. This MSI monitor, 27-inch monitor, it was about $1,000 for it. You know, but I needed it because my old monitor was messing up. It was messing up every single 15 to 20 minutes. It would go, the screen would go black or go blank, and then like while I'm editing or while I'm streaming or whatever, it was really stupid. And then I also needed an OLED so I can test out the HDR and all that. And when I'm streaming, I needed something that was good for that. So, so yeah, the TVs and the monitors, they're not really going down in price, man. They're not going down, and I have to be really picky because I can't have a monitor that's too big. I don't like 32 inches. That monitor's the size is too big. I don't like 24 inches. That's too small. So, and I wanted 4K. I wanted 4K, but I also wanted like 240 hertz plus. You know, I wanted like a fast one. So then like there's barely any monitors that support all that. There's like a OLED with 240 hertz at 4K at 27 inches. There's like 2 monitors that are like that. There's like 2 or 3 monitors that I can find that are like that, you know? And it's like, it's pricey, man. Everything's going up. My Sony OLED was $1,300. I wonder how much it costs now. Yeah, it's probably the same or more. Yeah, 32 inches for how close I sit to my monitor. It's like my monitor is like right there. Like 32 is like, it feels like I'm like, whoa, like too much, you know? So, same here. I rarely see an Xbox Series X in Taiwan. Yeah. And I got the deal of the century a few months ago. LG C365-inch OLED for $800 at Walmart. Oh yeah, that's a good deal. There'll probably be some good deals. Like I see some of the OLEDs that are going like around $700 or $800. Some of the bigger like mass-produced OLED TVs, you can get them for pretty good prices. And then maybe Black Friday, you can kind of do that. So it's like the Wii U section in 2016. Yeah. I remember the Wii U, I don't remember 100% the Wii U sections in 2016. I don't remember everything. They had a section though. I remember they did have a section, but I remember like GameStop would push it like to the back, you know? So it is what it is on that. But yeah, I think that like at the end of the day, when you're looking at like talk about Nintendo or sales or whatever the case is, like this is why I think it's dangerous, man. I think it's dangerous to really label people as like fanboys and names, and that's the reason why. Because like everything that I was saying with the sales numbers, which we had a debate on that and all that, everything that I was saying was based off of information. It wasn't based off of me just guessing. It was based off of like, you know, obviously there's a little bit of guesswork. Like, okay, Switch 1 did pretty well. People are probably excited for Switch 2, right? Like there's that guesswork. But everything that we saw from like the pre-orders, that we saw from the anticipation, like I knew that there was a little bit of a, like I said, I don't know if people call it smear campaign, but it's kind of like a smear campaign, you know? Like if you look at PC Gamer, look at how many negative articles PC Gamer wrote. I'm almost positive ROG Ally or somebody paid a writer from IGN to write a negative article about the Switch 2 heading into it, because there's no way in hell somebody that does journalism, right? Anybody here journalism majors, or anybody here write for like a paper or did like researching? How in the world can you have an article about a comparison between like a ROG Ally and a Nintendo Switch 2, right? You have an article trying to compare them and saying it's not worth it because I already have this. And you mention price of the Switch 2, and you never mention the price of any of the PC handhelds. But price was a problem. The pricing of the games, the pricing of the system was a problem for you. And you're trying to do a comparison. How can you not mention the price of the other thing? I'm still tripping out about that. Once again, this was a professional article on IGN. How is that not paid when you don't even mention the price of what you're comparing it to that's better? That just seems so, like, I couldn't believe it. You know? Like, I couldn't believe it. That's why I think the article was a paid article, like a paid smear campaign thingy for that one article on IGN. I think that was paid. Because then IGN then writes an article talking about how the Switch 2 is like the clear winner from like portable PCs or something. Like, it's like, oh, Switch, like I think it was versus Steam Deck or something, I forgot. And like ultimately they say like, oh yeah, it's worth it. So to me, it's just like, I'm thinking to myself, like, how? You know? How does that article get written? Or at least, no, I don't mind the article being written. But how do you not at least mention the price of the ROG Ally, the ROG Ally X? Because they talk about how, oh, there's going to be even more stronger PC handhelds in the future with new Zen chips. And that's also going to be a problem. And it's like, okay, well, how much does it cost? Because she complained, the writer complained about the Switch 2 being expensive. She complained about that. Now, if she never complained about it, then okay. But she complained about it being too expensive. The actual system, not just the games, but the system itself. So how do you not mention the price of the whatever you're comparing it to? That just seems, unless I missed it, man. That seems like a paid article to me. You know? Yeah, make it make sense. I don't get it. I couldn't understand that. You know? I think consumers are just stupid, as proven by the fact that Kona is now allowing financing Chipotle orders. Imagine putting down a payment on freaking burrito. Really? You can put a down payment on a burrito? Like, let me put $3.25 on that burrito, or let me put $2.17. Like, what is it? 4 interest payments of $2 or something like that. You're gonna end up paying like an extra $3 or $2 or $1 or so for the burrito. This just seems wild to me. So yeah. That just seems wild. It was on clearance because it was last year's model. The fact that Walmart shoppers don't know the TV tech and balk at $1,000 price tag. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I can see that. After having a chance to use the system and test it out last few days, it's 100% worth $450. The system, just my opinion. I agree. I tested it out. I've been testing out my Switch 2, and I've been playing it. And yeah, like I said, there's a couple things in my review. I talk about that. But is it worth the $450? Yes. And the reason why I say it's worth the $450, I think if it didn't have backwards compatibility, I think $450 is tough without backwards compatibility. I would be more hesitant because it's like, okay, well, wait a minute. Am I going to have to rebuy everything? You know, or how can I got this huge library of, like, I got to restart my library? There's less to play. So what's going on here? So if there was no backwards compatibility, then I would be more inclined to say, okay, I don't know about $450. You know? I'd still buy it because I got to cover it. But I'd be way less favorable. But backwards compatibility, considering how goated the Switch 1 library is, it really gives you all of Nintendo's best games from like the Wii U, Switch, and now Switch 2. So you're getting pretty much all of that, because most of the best games from the Wii U that Nintendo released are on Switch. So you can play all of those, plus the Switch 1 games, plus the new games coming out, you know, plus all of your virtual console, all of that transfers over. So that's why I say it's worth the $450, because of all of that. And the game lineup, the exclusive game lineup. I have 914 digital games. If no backwards compatibility, I'd not be happy. Yeah, because it all goes down the drain. Or you have to sit there and say, okay, I gotta play 2 systems now. Like, dude, for the successor to the system. That's insane. That's why I didn't get a Switch 1 at launch. Needed games that I wanted to play. Exactly. Which I think backwards compatibility also factored into why Nintendo didn't have as many that they thought they were going to sell. I think if you can play your Wii U games, I think Switch 1 would have been a little bit more, they would have been a little bit more enthusiastic because you have an instant library of games. Or, for example, games like Echoes of Wisdom. I know a lot of people, or I know, not a lot, but I know people who did not buy Echoes of Wisdom because it ran bad. Because they're like, oh, it runs just like, same thing as Link's Awakening. I don't want to deal with that, you know? now that Link's Awakening runs good, that almost becomes a launch game for people. Like, okay, well maybe I'm not interested in Mario, but I can pick up brand new Link's Awakening and I can play that no problem. Or maybe like Pokemon, right? Pokemon or something like that. And like I said, for actual Nintendo fans, people that enjoyed the Switch 1, enjoyed the first party games, that's huge. Not only do we get the backwards compatibility, but we actually get that upgraded as well, which Nintendo's never done before. So for me, that makes it worth the upgrade. The fact that you can actually get better frame rate resolution with no patches, that to me makes it worth the $450 plus the new games that are coming out, you know? Plus the new games that are coming out. Let's see here. CyberTorch with the $5 is one of these reasons I jumped on the Wii was I could play my GameCube disc. Same scenario for me. Yeah, yep. Wii was good because you could instantly play all of your GameCube games. So if you wanted to play Super Smash Bros. Melee while you wait for Smash Bros. Brawl, you could easily do that right there. If you wanted to play Twin Snakes, you know, if you wanted to play any of these games, like you just had a huge library. And back then it was actually even more lit because GameCube games were cheap as hell back then. They're expensive now, but back when the Wii came out, GameCube was discounted, bro. Everything was cheap. You can get Fire Emblem, Path of Radiance for like $20. Like you can literally get it for like used cheap prices, you know? So back then you can load up on GameCube games like crazy, you know? It was great. Not anymore. Thank you for the $5, Mr. CyberTorch. Also, yeah, this was the $5. We're almost at the double combo breaker, guys. We are very close to that double combo breaker limit break. Double combo breaker limit break. Let's go. Yes, Pokemon Scarlet and Violet. Is 3.5 million in the first 4 days an all-time record? It is. Gotta hold off on Switch 2 till DK Bonanza is out. Not jazzed up enough about the current library. I would say, like, get it for the backwards compatibility if you want one now, Yak Diesel. I don't know what games you played on Switch 1, but if you see one and you want to get one, because when DK Bonanza comes out, I mean, hopefully they have one, but if you see one, I would just say get it, because Bonanza's coming out in about a month. But there's so many good backwards compatibility games. Yak Diesel, I would say pick one up for that. Like if you want, like, you know, like Echoes of Wisdom, or let's say you want to play Tears of the Kingdom or Breath of the Wild, I would say get it for that. If you're gonna get one when Bonanza comes out, right? That's what I'm saying. Like if you don't like Bonanza, or let's just say if you were just saying, hey, I'm not sure if I want to get one because there isn't anything in the near future. Okay, I get that. But if Bonanza's coming, if that's what you really want to get it for, I would definitely say get it now, just in case, just because there might not be one readily available next month. So if you see one, just get it down and check out the backwards compatibility. Trust me, you will be impressed. You can play Age of Calamity in a solid 30 frames per second. I mean, that's not the most impressive, but it's way better than what it was. You can play Bayonetta 3 in 60 frames per second now with no patch needed. You can play games like Super Mario 3D World plus Bowser's Fury. You can play Bowser's Fury in 60 frames per second in portable mode and a consistent 60 frames per second in docked. Like, they've got all sorts of cool backwards compatibility stuff that makes the Switch 1 games way better, because Switch 1 already had goated games. It already had really goated games. And then now you can play them way better than what they were before. It's not just the same, you know? So if you missed out on certain games, use those as your launch titles. And like I said, you will not be upset. There are some people that are just buying Pokemon Scarlet and Violet as a launch title for the Switch 2 because now it actually plays okay, you know? Not even, it plays better than okay. It's completely smooth. I mean, the graphics still aren't great, but it plays way better, you know? Yo, Vadset with the $10 dono. Shout outs Vadset. Let's go. Good evening, OJ. Here's the dono for the Double Streak Limit Breakers Music Quest. Mario Mario Party 1 Luigi's Engine theme. Yes, sir. I got you, man. Luigi's Engine theme. I still gotta play Tears of the... Oh, dude, you have the perfect launch title. Speaking of Dunk Bonanza, you want this short series? We'll talk about that, Paul. I got you. I might not be able to do it though because of the amount of uploads that I already have. That short series is awesome though. I think I'm gonna start retweeting you though for sure, 100%. But shout out to the Bats. Thank you for the $10. Appreciate that, man. Thank you so much for the 10. Big love. 208 on the board. Double combo breaker. Luigi's Engine Room theme. But yo, Yak Diesel, you have the best launch title. Pick up the Switch 2. Get your Tears of the Kingdom. If you have NSO plus expansion pack, you get the update already included in there. All you got to do is just update your game, okay? And you'll get that 60 frames per second. You get the faster loading. You get the 1440p upscale to 4K. You get the Zelda notes. You get all sorts of cool stuff. It plays so much better. So if I were you, if you haven't even played Tears of the Kingdom, that is the best launch title that you could get, right? Just pick that up. Or if you don't have NSO Plus expansion, just buy the upgrade for $10. That's all you got to do. Just get the upgrade for 10 and you're set. You are set, man. That's a must play on Switch 2. If you've never played Tears of the Kingdom, I wish I didn't play Tears of the Kingdom on Switch 1. I wish I can go back and be my first time, because Tears of the Kingdom on Switch 2 is stunning on Switch 2. It looks so good. Yeah, that's a good thing to do. So get a Switch 2, play Tears of the Kingdom for just a little bit on your Switch 2 without updating. Don't update it. Just play it. Don't update it. Just play it. Okay, and then update it, update it, and then see how it plays from there. It's literally almost a night and day difference. So yeah, we'll seriously give it a thought. If the game is so much better, dude. The game is so much better on Switch 2. I'm like, no capping. It's no cap on that one. Let me give you a little taste of what I'm talking about. Here, I actually got a gameplay clip on my Twitter page that it's gonna be compressed with the visuals, but you can see how smooth it is. So give me just 1 second here. All right, here we go. Check this out. Check this out, Yak Diesel. Here's it running on Switch 2. Look at how smooth this is, dude. Look at that. You can do all of your perfect parries and your flurry rushes, no problem. This area, depending on what you're doing, it might hitch a little bit in this area. Like, just little drops here and there. Because there was a bunch of monsters on screen, and when they're all doing stuff, it hitches a little bit. Especially if you pull out Ultra Hand or something. But look at how smooth this is. Look at that. Look how smooth the menus, everything goes. Everything's also scaled to like 4K. Like, it looks good on a 4K TV now, too. Look at that. Look at that smoothness, man. Look at this. Now, this will get you hitching. If you have rain and you have dense forest areas and all that, this will get you a little slight hitching here and there. This will always get you hitching. Like, this will get you, it'll be 30, but there'll be some drops. Anytime that there's rain and all sorts of stuff like that, there's going to be a few frame rate drops here and there if you pull out weapons and start fighting, or especially Ultra Hand. There's going to be some dips, but look at how it runs on here. Look at that. Didn't help look good. I was getting you're getting cooked. Ran out and found the first line L. You could fight. Buttery smooth update. Yeah. Look at that. Super smooth, man. Crazy how good it looks. And once again, the Twitter compression, and that's a 1080p. I rendered the video in 1080p. I didn't even render the video in 4K or 1440p. The video was rendered in 1080p. It was shot off the Switch 2, so it was initially running upscale 4K or 1440p native resolution, and then I rendered in 1080p, and then the Twitter compression hits it after that. So it looks way better on your screen than what you even saw, you know? So yeah, super silky smooth, man. It's great. So yeah, here, let me show you another one. So this is what I'm talking about when it comes to backwards compatibility. So this is an area, and this is why I say this is so important. It's not just backwards compatibility, because if all these games ran the same on Switch 2, I think that is even like, yeah, it's worth the $450, but I think that it's like, it becomes even less like, yeah, but there's no updates. It doesn't do like what Xbox does. Like, I wasn't expecting it though, but I'd still be like, okay, yeah, maybe it's worth it because you can still have your backlog. The game still play good. But check this out. This is Hyrule Warriors Age of Calamity, and this area in particular ran like straight trash. The whole game runs not great in the areas, but it's hitchy and it waves. In this Zora's Domain, bro, this could get to like 15 frames sometimes or something like that. But but look at how it runs down. No patch at all. This is no patch. It just runs at a lock 30 FPS. But yeah, this area, because it rains. And with the rain plus all the enemies, it causes frame rate issues. But now there's no, it literally plays locked at 30, and your inputs, everything comes out super smooth. Yeah, it's poverty level. It doesn't run at a consistent 15, but it runs at, like, it can get as low as 17, 15 at times. But it really probably runs more like around 20 something ish to 30. Also, well, what's it called? The Divine Beast sections are fixed too, I think. Remember how garbage the frame rate was in Age of Calamity when you were in the Korok Forest and the fight right after you pull up the Master Sword? Oh yeah. Oh yeah. But now the game is playable at 30. It's still not perfect. You would want 60 frames. So I'm not sitting there and saying that it's perfect. Because like right here, I get hit a couple times when I don't think I should have got hit. Because of the 30. If it was 60, I think I would have dodged a little bit better. Like right there, I'm pretty sure I pressed the dodge button, but I couldn't see very well either. Like right there, I got hit again, I dodged, and then I dodged right afterwards. So I think that if it was 60, I probably would have been a little bit better. But now you can pull up all your Sheikah slates. All your moves come out faster. This is way better. Mipha's super cool to use too. Her Trident Spear is awesome. So it's not just that though. Check this out too. This is why I say backwards compatibility with the updates is super good. Check this out. Here's Bayonetta 3.
Why do you know our names? And who the hell taught you that bit of magic?
This game ran at like probably like around 40 frames. 40 to 50 frames at times, but it just went all over the place in combat. Pretty much everywhere. Now check this out, guys. No patch. No patch at all.
Incredible. It feels like being bathed in moonlight.
This is essentially a new launch game. Check this out. Look at that. You can pull out all, you can pull, anytime that you use like the demon, like the big demons, that will also cause some frame rate dips. Look at that, man. That's crazy. No patch needed. Now, it still looks kind of fuzzy because the resolution, it needs a resolution bump. That's what it needs right now is a resolution bump. And even in portable mode, it looks, I mean, it's like 480p or something like that, or like barely, it's not that great because it does need an update for the resolution. But the frame rate is completely fixed for the most part. So, like, that's what I'm talking about. Like, the backwards compatibility in Switch 1, or sorry, Switch 2 is freaking incredible. It's like one of the best things that I've ever seen. Also, let me show you Pokemon Scarlet and Violet. This area, most areas ran bad. But this area this is the DLC. This is the teal mask. This area was terrible. When it's raining, oh man, say goodnight. And yes, the graphics are not great. Obviously, the graphics are not good. But this area ran terrible, even with the bad graphics, right? Check this out. This is an update, though. So this one is with a free update, you get this. So you don't got to pay for it. It's just a free update. But the Bayo games, yeah, I need to work through them. Yeah, check out Bayonetta 1 on Switch. And now runs at a lock 60. I can see some people like with the art direction. I don't know. I kind of like some of the art in the game. But that's just me. But I can see that if you don't like the art either, you know. Yeah, Bayo with the 4K upscale would be good. Maybe like 1440p 4K upscale. That'd be good. That's why I'm kind of waiting before I replay Bayonetta 3. Because like I want to kind of wait for like an update on that. But I was just kind of testing out everything, you know, just like looking around, and it's just, I'm telling you guys, I know you'd expect a game like this to probably run better, but I'm telling you, this area ran terrible. Like, I'm telling you that area ran absolutely awful on the Teal Mask DLC. So, I think I was getting like 20-something frames. So, to me, the backwards compatibility, the fact that there's updates and it makes it way better, it makes the Switch 1 games, the main complaint with Switch 1, it makes all of that playable, you know? So yeah. I'm waiting to replay Kirby. Kirby's going to come with 60 frames if you get the upgrade for Kirby. So I'm going to wait for Kirby till the official Switch 2 release. I'm going to get that. I'm going to get the upgrade. So far, somebody who ever beat Breath of the Wild Tears, which one do you recommend getting? I recommend getting both. I beat both, but I recommend getting both of them. They're connected, obviously. I recommend getting both and playing both. I recommend playing Breath of the Wild first and playing Tears of the Kingdom next. I think they did an update for Pikmin 3, if I'm not correct. I think they did an update for that game. Or is it still buggy? I thought they did. I thought they updated it. Or they said that they updated it. But yeah, Pikmin 3, definitely got to get that updated. So yeah. Okay, shout outs to RGT. He did a 30-minute review of the Nintendo Switch 2 console too. Nice big review of it as well. Like it. Good to see people actually doing in-depth reviews of the system, not just rushed reviews of the system. If you're gonna talk about the Switch 2, man, you need to spend that's a 20 minute review. Honestly, anything under even 30 minutes, I think, in my opinion, is either you're talking incredibly fast or you have not done all your research. You need to actually put some time into it. Too many people I see, they're doing reviews of Switch 2 in like 10 minutes, 15 minutes. There's more to talk about. You gotta talk about everything. So yeah. But once again, that's the difference between somebody that's actually a fan of the Switch 1 or a fan of what and know what they're talking about, like RGT, and somebody who's not. Somebody who just I got it for Mario or Zelda, you know, and that's it, compared to somebody who actually knows what they're talking about and willing to give you guys an honest, good review, you know? Donovan says, just want to say your channel is great. You've soared over all the haters and are steady growing. Here's to a great Jen. Yes, sir. Let's do it. Haters are in sleep mode. I mean, I guess. Don't worry. They'll think of something else. They'll think of something else to be angry about. Trust me, they will. They'll think of something else to be angry about. But I want to say thank you guys so much for coming out to today's stream, man. Seriously, thank you guys so much for coming out to today's stream. We're going to wrap it up here. We're at 4 hours and 11. I've got to do some editing. I've got to talk about the Nintendo Switch 2 sales. I've got a lot of stuff that I got to do tonight. So I thought I was going to be able to sleep tonight, but I guess not. I'm not going to be able to sleep tonight. So I might take tomorrow off, but expect at least 2 to 3 videos within the next 24 hours or so. So you guys are going to get videos. You guys are going to get videos. A lot of vids coming up. So I had a video where I talked about the French sales and all that. I don't know if I should just ad hoc it to the current video that I'm already editing. I'm guessing I should just ad hoc it to that current video. Just ad hoc it right then and there, because I think that might be the best option to do that. Instead of just making a whole new video, then also releasing that video, and then or just scrapping that video, then making another one. I think I should just add it in to this video. So I think that's what I'm gonna do. So yeah, I know 4 hours and 11 minutes just went by. Sorry to take up all you guys' time tonight. Let's go. Combo breakers. We hit the double platinum though. Double platinum limit break. Let's get the double platinum limit break going. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Any Switch 3 updates? Switch 3 updates. They're coming soon. They're coming soon. Shout outs though, guys. Thank you guys so much for the support. Give me 1 second here. Let me do this. I think I want to do something like this. Actually, I probably shouldn't have done that. Sorry. Okay. No, we back and better than ever. Oh man, we back and better than ever. So let's do this real quick. YouTube, Mario, ending theme. Okay. All right, here we go. Okay. Thank you guys so much for coming out to tonight's show. I appreciate that. Thank you guys for being awesome. Make sure you guys enter into our giveaway. If you have not entered into our giveaway, make sure you enter into our giveaway. Subscribe to the channel and enter into our giveaway. That is on the community page right now. So if you go on the community page, that is up. You can vote and enter and watch my video on the Switch 2. If you have not seen my video on the Switch 2 review, make sure you watch my video on the Switch 2 review. So watch that video if you haven't seen it yet. Watch the vid. I think it's awesome. And hit the like button on that video too. So do that as well. So if you watch my video, you'll know when it'll be given away. So all the details are the link in the description in that vid. So go watch my Switch 2 video, my Switch 2 review. Details in the link in the description, okay? Or on the community page. It's also there too. But it's on both of those. So all that's there. All the information is there. But it's June 16th. It's June 16th. Target sucks. That is better show up tomorrow. Hey, it's all good, Cyber Taurus. We'll get it. When it comes here, it comes here, you know? So thank you guys so much. Hit the like button. Subscribe to the channel. Lock in for more vids. Also, if you've already seen my Switch 2 video, check out my what's it called? Check out my my most recent vid where I talk about big Nintendo Switch 2 news that recently went down. We talked about a big update, more great Nintendo Switch 2 news, and it was very fun. It's been a very fun stream. So thank you guys so much. This is gonna be my new ending theme. We gotta end it on the Mario stuff. Let's go. So that's combo breaks. Thank you guys so much. I love you guys so much. You guys are awesome, and I did not get a carrying case yet. I'll get it later. So all right, guys, love y'all. Peace out. Have a nice one. Great news today. Shout out to all the Switch 2 peeps out there, man. We rolling this gen. Just like Switch 1, we rolling hard this gen. Bring the games, bring the fun, bring the content. You know, screw the haters. We here to have fun. We here to talk about the games, good, bad. We're here to talk about the system. We're here to drive the positivity. Be critical when it's needed, but we ain't out here doing weird trolling stuff, you know? We want all platforms to do well. We want all games, you know, good games to come out, and that's what it's about here. That's what Player Essence is about. It's not about grifting. It's not about trying to sit there and tell people to don't do this or don't do that. Nah, buy whatever you want. You know what I'm saying? Like, buy whatever you want, do whatever you want. But, you know, that ain't got nothing to do with me. But at the end of the day, we're just here, like I said, to play great games, have fun, talk about the news. So all right, guys, love y'all so much. You guys are great. Keep rolling. Hey, hold up, boss man. Hey, what's up? What's up, Yggdrasil? Welcome to the stream, brother. Yeah, we're just ending. We just did 4 hours, so my vocal cords are starting to get a little raspy. So yeah, I gotta record another video tonight too, though, with the Switch 2 stuff. So, all right, love y'all so much. You guys are the best. My bad. Sorry that I didn't go longer. My man. Sorry about that. But yeah, I love you guys. Peace out. Look out for my videos. We're gonna have a big one tomorrow. So yeah. All right. Peace out. Or tonight. I might finish it tonight. So yeah, we'll see. All right, guys. Love y'all. Peace. End the stream. End the stream. End the stream.